Hello everybody, welcome back. We don't know what happened there. It just all collapsed on us. But we are back here at Whilton Mill for Qualifiers 2022. Why is the GoPro not working? Why are you not showing my face? We just want to get things back up and running as quickly as possible for you. And fingers crossed we will have the GoPro back in minutes. Apologies, guys. It's having a think about things. You haven't missed anything. There we go. We're back. Yay. You haven't missed anything apart from me going, why is it all failing all the time? And him. We are into practice number 3. And we are about to see it go green to become a timed qualifying session. University of West of England, based down in Bristol. Their A team is currently fastest in the there we go, it's gone now, 44.6. And this is where I need to furiously change all the links now. And this is now the pain of when the stream dies, is all the social media links that I've done for the last however many minutes are just now all redundant. Apologies, Callum. I have no driver name details in here at the moment. If it'll be anywhere, it'll be results.alpha timing, the usual place. So keep an eye on that. It really did to itself, didn't it? I think that was a Streamlabs issue as opposed to anything else. Streamlabs! Yes, it reset itself completely. Right. Yes, not missed anything, apart from us furiously trying to make everything work. He's trying to make his script work now for a qualifying session. Yeah, we are now back live. To copy that link because that's the one that I'm going to need now. Do please share the stream. Hopefully this one won't poo itself, and we'll stay live for at least the foreseeable future. Yeah, Streamlabs has never done that before. Thank you very much, Streamlabs, for doing that when we're trying something new. Sorry. What you're experiencing now, folks, is old man gets grumpy with technology. And I'm only 31 in a couple of months' time, and I'm already at that stage. But yes. Hello, Oliver Price. Shout out to Dan Henderson, who's the biggest Grosjean fan. He named a cardboard cutout of an owl we found after him. Okay, there we go. There we go. You haven't got a headset on. People can't hear what you're saying. I'm not. Oh, it's all good. You say that again?
I just said they need to tweet that at Great. I can't hear myself very well. There we go. There we go. They need to tweet that at Roman, I think. I think you'd appreciate an owl cardboard cutout of himself. Well, not of himself. A cardboard cutout of an owl named after himself.
It's a year since, isn't it? It's going to be around this time.
It is.
Since he's doing all right. Brunel A in 8th place. I say the qualifying session is now running, so this is timed qualifying 3. Sets the grid for race number 3. Streamlabs, you really did just
have a wobbly
over everything that I did before we came on the air.
Yes, fine.
Don't do that again. Kirith Cart is in the house. Good morning, Kirith. I should be signed up to the team. Confirm if I've done the right things before Jimmer sets the race going, because yeah. Penalty for UEB. Oof. ABC takeout. But yes, welcome back everybody to the DDMM data center. I was taught before we were rudely cut off by the technology. I was explaining how we won't quite have any points showing of any real value to you until a team has done 4 qualifying sessions and they've got what is some way a representative score. DDMO and cut is literally what you're witnessing here. This is what happens. I mean, we started off. I mean, to say we haven't lost the first stream. It'll still be saved in the YouTube sphere. But that essentially was an impromptu DDMM BUKC podcast. Oh my goodness, what is going on with the... We're not the only ones with issues, Howard.
Yeah, but we are the only ones who are live.
We are the only ones who are live.
The camera crew can do what they like during this period.
Amazing things are going. Oh! You can tell it's a BUKC Qualifiers. I've just seen the camera pan round, and JV is on observer duty today. So yes, keep the comments coming in, guys. And if you did share the first go, thank you very much for doing so. I'm going to kindly ask you to do the same again, or edit your links that you posted to update everyone and say it back working again. At least for now. That's one bit of Facebook done. I'll have to go and do another bit now. How's your script looking, Howard? As we've got 4.5 minutes of this qualifying session to go, and it's all the 3-letter acronym teams. UEA and UEAA, so that's West of England and East Anglia, both of their A teams. Top of time sheets at the moment, 44.634 for the number 17 of UWEA and the number 12 of UEAA, 44.811. Honestly, I'm not a vowel addict, that's just what I'm reading off the screen.
We do sound slightly mad when reading out the results of the UKC sessions, it has to be said. I'm gonna suggest you don't ask me right now how this is going.
That's fine. The baby steps of improving the setup. Ollie's saying he's so sad not to be team captain this year, and he's missing you guys. We miss you too, Ollie, but you're here with us on the stream, and that's better than nothing. So thanks for joining in. Where else did I post my YouTube link earlier? I need to post it again. I think I put it in the UKC 22 tin. There we go. Can we? Yeah. Facebook. Stop it. It's just rantings of an old man.
This may be the most
2 minutes and
candid,
45 seconds to go. UWEA 44.634. Brighton A banged it in there. 44.675 on the front row of the grid. Black flag for Brunel B for an unsafe release back onto the circuit. But still a couple of minutes for drivers to get their lap times in. There we go. Just telling the folks that we are back now and streaming. Oh, this is where Facebook annoys me. It annoys him for many other reasons, but we won't go into that. Apologies, folks. I am now absolutely spamming the BUKC 2022 Facebook group to let folks know that we're live. But yes, Leeds Beckett A have a penalty for contact. Dirty Leeds in full force, quite literally. Contact warning for UEA A as well. 90 seconds of the session to go. University of West of England A. As I say, I've got a good feeling about them today. I think they could have a good run, and in fact they've got 2 karts up in the top 10 at the moment because the B team is 6th on the road in this qualifying session. I haven't said that, we've just got a contact warning. Oh dear. just to run you through the schedule for the day, 12:50 is when we're due to have the first race. I know that because Alpha Live are showing it on my monitor here as they're running through their graphics, because they test things before they go streaming, unlike us, rabble. Brighton A still up there. Oh, Newcastle A up to the second row. They needed that. That was a big one for Newcastle A in the number 19. I don't know why. I just have a feeling that they're a team that just need to get some solid results in. Get in the competition first before you start thinking about prems and stuff. So track conditions are still very good here. In fact, they're getting better because that's a 44.376 from UEA, and I think that's our fastest lap so far today. Alpha Live has just shown on our screen a beautiful representation of what I was saying earlier about the big, wide curb. It's not quite as wide as a BMW M8, but it's pretty wide. And that's why track limits is now a thing on that last corner more prominently than it used to be. It's also not a curb that you want to be on. It's the same or very similar construction to the ones at PF International, which I've got to be careful how I say this, because the last time we did a double entendre, the stream cut us off. I can't. There's a phrase in my head that I can't get out of my head now. If you go on the curb, you're gonna keep going on to the curb, and it's going to drift you wide. I've avoided the S word there. So
skirt wide.
No.
I'm keeping our stream
let's
on
move
here.
along. Basically, you don't actually want to touch that new curb on the outside. As the checkered flag is out and UEA's pole position is confirmed. BUKC have banged in one right at the end there for second place, and the University of East Anglia A, why can't they just be called Norwich, is in third place. Brighton A fourth. That was a good round for the Southern universities. Oh dear, Howard. I've just seen my first bit of big brain. Oh no, he's gonna go on the grass. Oh, it's a big piece of BUKC banditry. It's number 73, Brunel B, have managed to spin off the last corner, coming into dummy grid. I've never seen anybody do that before. And then he tried to turn it round, and then he ended up on the grass, and then he couldn't restart on the grass. F in the chat, please, for Brunel B's driver, because that has now been captured on DDMM Data Center forevermore. Because we saw that live. Don't you just love qualifiers?
Yes, I really do.
Callum Brule comments, nothing is as wide as a BMW M8 apart from Joe Holmes' Carter Payford. Yes. Hey, that's 5-time Club 100 Sprint champion Joe Holmes. Call him by his full title. Have some respect, man. So yeah, we are. Well, that's qualifying 3 done. We are. This is what we're back to the old Mixler days of where I leave the music up and don't realise that I need to turn it back down. Are the sound levels okay, guys? Because I've not got much monitoring here back into my ears, because we have that dedicated for the Alpha live stream. In short, I don't know what I'm doing. Track limit warning right at the end there by Leeds Beckett A. Oliver Price says, of course, it was Brunel B. I don't know the name of the driver. I don't know who that was, but qualifying 3, Brunel B's driver, currently topping the Bandit of the Day award. So going into Quali 4, I'm just going to look down and see which teams are going to be having their last qualifying session in this next one, i.e. they will be the first people to have a projected score. University of West of England B is going to be one of them. Once I've typed their grid 3 results in, and I think Leeds, we're just seeing Leeds Beckett are another one of the ones. Yeah, Leeds Beckett B. So the tracker, which is ticking over every 10 seconds for a team, you will be able to start seeing things appear on that for those teams, and then even more teams as we get through qualies 5, 6, and 7. I'm looking over to my right, and there's a man disconsolately looking at a screen trying to make his script work. I felt very good about myself getting macros working on the spreadsheet of doom this week. That whatever's happening over there is far beyond my capabilities. Thank you, Oliver. We have a name for the Bandit. It was Ahmed. Ahmed F in the chat for spinning onto dummy grid.
I was about to say we've all been there, but I just realised you said we've never seen that.
No, I've never seen anybody do that before. I've never seen anyone spin.
Breaking new ground there, Ahmed. New ground. Well done on being a pioneer of BUKC.
I mean, I think now is the appropriate time to reflect on Bandit Moments BUKC Qualifiers, because this is my stream and I can do whatever
We're going proper
fireside
chat time, I think.
Start for 10. Callum's in the room. He'll remember the tent incident. That was a qualifiers.
Yes, it was.
That was a qualifiers. Back in the old hut, where I uttered the words that hopefully I'll never say again in the commentary box. Say the start has been aborted because a tent is on the track. Flying gazebo suspends race.
You can still go back to the British University's Karting Championship SoundCloud, Mixcloud, and listen to that.
Is that still on there?
Yes.
Oh my! Dig that out. What others have we had in the? There was 1 year where a newer driver got so shocked they got a black flag. They slammed on the brakes, locked up the rear axle, did a full 360, and ended up actually, no, it was more than a 360. I think it was a many degrees were rotated through by this driver, and he ended up facing the wrong way up the pit lane, pointing at the digiflag going, "That me? I did a thing." Thankfully, I can't remember who this person was, but let's just say I don't think they ever took part in another BUKC race ever again. And the ultimate one,
yes,
Reading
I'm glad
A,
you get into this.
a few years ago. Now this we will not. There it is. There it is. There it is. Andy Dawson, Yi Ding in Reading A. Was it penultimate race or last race of the day?
Pretty sure it was the last race.
It was a Saturday because we all had a chuckle about it on the Sunday and said in driver's briefing, please don't steal the pusher carts. How could we forget? The real OGs remember.
I think I would say, though, that we did have a unique experience on the stream because I'm not sure, I assume everyone's aware, but having stolen the pusher cart, Yi Ding did manage to drive the pusher, because you'll remember this was back when they had the scoops on the front.
Yes.
He did manage to drive the wrong side of a Marshall post, behind which Alpha Live had laid the cable for one of their cameras.
And sliced straight through it.
We lost cameras as he went wide around the circuit.
Yeah.
So it does have to come up every year, Luke.
It does have to come up every year, Luke.
So the is the reason why we run wireless now.
Prevent recurrence actions in force.
So yes, the additional bit to Yi Ding's story is he did start slicing through camera cables, and we just progressively lost cameras on the stream whilst it was happening.
The other bit I remember when seeing that moment, because of course when you're in full flight and you're doing a proper Alpha live stream, not just mucking about on the VDMM YouTube channel, I remember it passing through my mind, but it was such an absurd situation that it didn't enter my head as that's what's happened. Because there was a quite key battle, and I want to say Oxford Brooks were involved in it. It was basically leaders coming up to Christmas Gordo, and there's only of us who've driven the pace cart or the push cart known, you don't get in the way of the competitors. And I remember saying, it's like, that pusher cart's rubbish. He's a rubbish driver because he's getting in the way of the competitors. What's he doing? JV's going to be going mental on the radio at him. And it was a student, and he didn't have a radio.
Although JV was almost certainly going mental on the radio.
JV was going mental on the radio, no doubt, at that scenario. But there we go. There we go. At just before 10:30. That's Bandit stories for BUKC qualifiers in years previous. What a good guy Jacob Harris is. Have we mentioned that before? I can see on my monitor that he's helping out a newer driver set their pedals. What a guy. Can I get some love in the chat for Jacob, please?
I can't. He's already been a legend today.
Oh.
He got us this sheet. He was like...
The operation literally would not run without
him. Nice. He was asking how my wedding went. He's got, all that down. Such a nice guy.
Right. There's too many mouse pads here. I've got 3, ladies and gentlemen. I could barely operate 1.
There's 2 more over here if you need.
Oh, goodness.
I'm not entirely sure what this mouse moves.
Tell you what we'll do. We're going to put the music back on for a bit because we're now going to put the order in for Q3, if that's been confirmed. As I say, it was UEA on provisional pole position at least. Are we good for that?
Yes.
Not via that.
Turn it down for a sec.
Yes.
And we will be back shortly.
We will be back with more talkage in a bit. Qualifying 4 coming right up. Welcome back, everybody, to the commentary. Howard reckons the script is going to work in about 60 seconds time, so we're not going to put in the numbers manually. We're going to go into new frontiers and see if it works. As I say, qualifying number 4, group number 4, are heading out for their practice and timed qualifying here at Whilton Mill. Great to have you with us. 11 of you watching, lovely people. If you haven't already and you wouldn't mind doing so, click that subscribe button. We're here all day. We're here tomorrow as well. And we're here on the channel with some sim racing through the night as well, as we partake in Jimmy Broadbent's Race for Mental Health. And we'll be sharing a link on that stream for you to donate to that. It's a brilliant effort. They have a very, very ambitious target of £100,000. That's what they're trying to raise for this year, and I think they can do it. And it'd be great to see them do that. But we need your support for that. So please do get involved on that front. As I say, practice 4 out. Say this is very. You're not seeing this, ladies and gentlemen, but the Alpha Live team are testing the roaming camera, and the roaming camera is going places I've never seen it go before, into the realms of Alpha Live. But yes, I can see we've got some quick drivers out in this one. I can see Sam Sanders is out there. He's just gone to the top of the timesheets for University of East Anglia, another one of our iRacing drivers. Keep your comments coming in. I've just realised what else I need to do with this new stream, because everything went to the bad place. Let's get all the tags back in and do that. But yes, the live stream, about 1:45. In fact, an hour's time. I'm seeing a ticker now, down from 59 minutes down to when we'll be going live over on Alpha Live. But yes, you're still with us here in DDMM rudimentary stream to give you some qualifying coverage. We're still fairly early on in qualifying Group 4 and their free practice bit of the session, that 10 minutes where it doesn't count. And it's the Oxford Brooks show at the moment. We've got 4 of the top 5 are Oxford Brookes drivers at the moment, so they've possibly weighted up this race to be a complete and utter domination for Brookes. Newcastle A are spoiling the party at the moment. They're in 4th place. But as I say, this is just free practice at the moment. It's not going to count for much, to be honest. I can tell you that yes, the initial live stream is still alive. We were on the air for about an hour before it all went to the bad place. But yes, thank you very much to James Fitchie, by the way, for his photography skills, which I pulled out the screenshot, the thumbnail for the last time we had a qualifiers here, which was 2019. And yes, there's a bit of the job that I haven't done. UWEA responding back. They've just gone into 2nd place. Backstage Academy have put in a decent lap in this practice session so far. They're into 12th place. Good to have Hertfordshire back as well. They're in this one. We should say, I mean, there's some teams such as Leeds Beckett B who've just gone up to 5th. This is their last qualifying session. For some of them, their first. So this is why I think this day is going to be quite different to one that we've had before at this particular event in terms of feel. Because, yeah, how drivers are going to be running through the schedule is going to be very different for each of them, just depending on how they've been drawn into each of the heats. Apologies, I can appreciate that this is probably not the most interesting bit of commentary that we've ever done, just as both of us type away and get everything back up and running. I think we're still just getting things back together. Brunel A have just popped up to 10th place. This is still free practice, by the way, guys. Don't worry. Once we're into the scenario of proper qualifying, we'll get properly excited. Right, if I copy all of those tags now, I can pop them over onto Sundays whilst I'm here. 9 o'clock, by the way, this evening is when we should be going live for the iRacing stream, along with Kirith and Charlie Roscoe and David Whitehouse and Callum McIntyre. Everybody's going to be there, and yeah, having some fun with it along the way. Kirith, you will have to remind me in the chat, how many fast repairs do we have for the race this evening, and how many of them am I allowed to use? I have done some night practice though in the Mustang, which is more than I did when we did Petit Le Mans early this year. I went out for the last hour and realised, oh heck, where's the track gone? It was like Teesside 24 hours when the generator failed. I just went round the back of the mountain and was like, I don't know where the track is. I don't know where any of the other carts are. This is a situation I didn't want to be in. Right. That should be us now fully back up and running. Couple of minutes away from the timed qualifying proper starting. You can get in touch with us on Twitter at @_MM. Let us know who you're supporting, and in the chat as well. The chat is probably better because it's direct to us, and Streamlabs goes and tells us who you are and where you're from and who you're supporting. Warwick A back to the top of the timesheets. They always run well here. And they will be pushing to get another big set of teams in. Although they have been, I say their A team always runs very well here, but they have been one of those squads that in previous years have had some very, very tense ends of the day. I want to say it was their Warwick B team a couple of years ago. I remember this one mainly because Alistair and Ben were stood behind us with cake in those good days. But yeah, just squeezed in right at the end of the session of like the last race, and it was one of those. And this is a situation that I think we will see for at least a couple of teams today, where a team will have finished their racing, they'll have done all right, but they won't know for a while until everybody else has done their bit as to whether that is enough. As I say, it's very much going to be like a golf tournament where you're sitting in the clubhouse going, I hope people don't beat my score. And I remember for them, they were at the start of the race, but depending on grid positions for their rivals, they were going out. And then the teams that were out there in the last race of the day all fell backwards, and they went through. But it was very tense for them. And the cake was very good that day as well. We are less than a minute away from the start of this practice session. And talking of Warwick, they are now top of the timesheets. 44.3 looks to be the time. And there was a question from Ollie about the track conditions. Spot on. Fine. There was a little bit of drizzle this morning, but it wasn't enough to properly wet the circuit. Callum is providing us with Warwick intel. So a couple of thirds so far for Stevens and Hobson. Hobnob. Saw him last weekend at Bayford Meadows. So he's assuming that it's Matt Hudson in for this one. Qualifying has started. Qualifying has begun for group number 4 for timed qualifying.
Moment, but it's a very important announcement. We are literally 33 subscribers away from 20,000. So this weekend the goal is to 20,000, or today 20,000.
We can do that. Everybody on our boxy little stream, if you are not subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, do it now. That is an order from your commentator-in-chief. Because Alpha Live are 33 subscribers away from 20k. If we can get them to that 20k, people will be very, very happy, including myself, because that is an awesome achievement to get to 20k, especially in these days of YouTube where gaining the subs just seems harder and harder. As YouTube very much, I've started a Google rant. My goodness, this is not what I was expecting today. That's your job. Yeah, it's harder for smaller channels these days to build up that following because YouTube and the algorithm just pushes people to the bigger channels. So please support Alpha Live. They do some fantastic work, not just for the BUKC and Club 100, but motorsport across the country. In fact, I'm going to remind myself what they've. Thank you, Ollie. Thank you very much, mate. Really does mean a lot. What else have Alpha Live got on this weekend? This isn't me saying go watch it. Just be aware of it and go watch it later when we're done here. I want to say it's London Cup this weekend as well. With our good friend Mr. Goldschmidt down there, commentating on that one. Or was that last weekend? That was last weekend. Go watch it anyway when you've got a spare hour or so, because no doubt it will have been good. They also put up during the week a cut version of Heat number 10, which I think will be remembered for many, many years. That it was in the Club 100 lightweights last weekend, and it was just the most stacked grid of Club 100 talent I think I've ever seen for a heat. And it was a very entertaining race. Super GT was there. He was having a good time. So, yeah, go and have a watch of that and spot the moment where a very fast driver gets hit right in the face by the DDMM commentator curse cannon. Like, instantly. You want to have a chat, don't you? There you go. Is it working?
Fixed it.
Oh, boy. Now we're getting excited.
Well, fixed it except for
Get
one
ready,
thing.
nerds. We're about to do some stuff that we've been trying to make work for how many years?
2.
2 years.
What symbol do you want for teams that have been very naughty? What symbol would you use? Sorry, this is a really dull conversation for me to come in on.
I would want them to have a value of 61.
Are you happy to go through finding those and putting 61 in?
Yeah.
Good, we're doing that. This is.
No, I want 61. This is just not good enough.
All right,
Meet the
I'll
customer requirements, man. Right. This is going to be a big moment to see.
This is the first time we're tying this up
whether
live.
this is going to work and whether we have a system that means DDMM point scoring will become a lot more efficient. I should probably try and get connected to an internet. What internet are you using on that machine?
My own.
Your own?
My own.
Can I pinch it?
You can try. I'm not sure how much is left on it, but go for it.
Okay, which way? Where am I going on here? Don't tell the world your password. Qualifying, by the way, is still
hang
going
on. That's
Warwick A.
That's you, isn't it?
No, that's not me.
No, that's me.
Because I'm on wired at the moment. On the main PC.
Do I want to click connect automatically? I'm not sure, but we'll give it a go.
It's all right, I'll scrub it off later. Warwick A still in pole position, by the way, 44.343. Newcastle A second. Newcastle A doing the business. No, we don't. Third place for Oxford Brookes A. Leeds Beckett B. Good from Leeds Beckett B, getting fourth on the grid. And as I say, this is their last qualifying session, so they will know where they will be starting. It didn't like you, Howard. Hertfordshire A running well again, 5th place. Kingston A have just improved with 4.5 minutes to go to 14th position. Oxford Brookes B have also improved up to 11th. Hertfordshire A go quicker again, 44.608 up to second. Here we go. The lap times are coming in now. Brookes B up to the third row of the grid for race 4, joined by University of East Anglia A. So both of them up more than 2 rows at least on that last lap. Currently, the top, top 15 is covered by less than a second. Once again, reflecting the competitive nature of Club 100 racing. Coventry E have just improved. If you're wondering where's the rest of Coventry, they're here tomorrow. But I did want to say congratulations to a number of our Coventry alumni. I don't know if they're watching, but if they are, in particular, George Bridson, who's a bit of a favourite of ours, and Rayan Williams both had their graduation ceremonies. Finally, they've been waiting a very long time for them, but they had their graduation ceremonies this week. So well done, chaps. Can't put into words how difficult that graduation. You know, they will always be the cohort that had to deal with the you-know-what and getting an undergraduate degree finished during it. So props to you fellas, well done, and all the best for the future. And hopefully that future will also have you coming back and playing in the Club 100 karts and doing the things. Sorry, I can't say it's on our stream. George will be hanging out of his arse this morning, according to Callum Brule. See, this is the beauty of the DDMM stream. We're in charge. We can't do this when we get onto the Alpha Live stream because we'll get in trouble.
This is going to be a meaningless moment to everybody. If you go to our shared folder, you should be able to do this.
Oh, heck. That's if I don't make the thing crash first. Come on. Be smart about this. I want a new window, and I want it on this screen. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I want that button there. No. That button there. If a Google Chrome, hang on. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we had a slight HDMI issue there, but there we go. I've got a browser window on the screen that I actually want it on now.
We had to suddenly dim the audio then, lest we broadcast something that.
Do you know what? We didn't actually need to do that
because
that is the music that we have copyright license for. But
oh,
there
is
we
it?
go.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our music.
I should have just started dancing then, like a babe.
You should have. Oh dear. Callum comes back with his reward is now working with me on a daily basis. I'm sure that will be a rewarding activity. What's going on in this qualifying session? To be honest, not much. Warwick A are still on pole position.
There are 25 seconds
25
left.
seconds of it. There's lots of Brooks teams are in the top 10. Brooks A ahead of Brooks C, Newcastle A, Brooks B, Hearts A, Oxford Brooks D, Leeds Beckett B. This is big. This is really big from Leeds Beckett B to get this top 10. You know, it's always good for your last race to know that you've got in your back pocket. It will take the pressure off the teams running earlier in the day. There is the checkered flag. Oxford Brooks A come over the line, no quicker. Big lap time from Sam Sanders there right at the end, 44.350. I think this has been the quickest session so far as well. Yeah, pole is 44.015. But the University of East Anglia have just gone up onto the second row of the grid there. Swansea A have improved right at the end. 15th place for them, 44.989. They're a team that have had a good amount of dramas on a qualifiers day in the years gone by. And in fact, yes, they've gone quicker again. So that's two very quick laps right at the end. Swansea A gets them up to 11th on the grid, but it looks like Warwick A have got a pole position here.
Can I take a moment to congratulate Brooks on something?
Go on.
I know that they're getting a bit of flack for quite the number of teams that they've got here today. And I know that
they're getting a lot of flack because they're Brooks.
Yeah. I'm pretty certain that in this race, Oxford Brooks are going to set a record in BUKC history for the highest number of teams for an individual university competing in a single championship race.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure of that because on this race number 4 they have 5 out of their 6 teams competing at the same time. And aside from like some weird stuff that might happen on like the last day of a rookies championship in 2014 when not all teams were eligible, that should be a record.
Big moments of truth, ladies.
This is a big moment of truth. Sorry, we've just gone very quiet in the box here.
This is tense. Right, I want this in order of team name, the qualifying session we've just run. I'm just going to paste.
Either will work, really. We'll go with that.
And then I'm going to put. It's a qualifying session, so I'm going to put these as 34th, 35th, and 36th. Mate, I think that worked.
I'm just going to, for no reason whatsoever, read some of the results from qualifying session
Go
number
on,
3.
then.
I'm going to say that your pole sitter was the University of West of England A.
It was.
I'm going to say that 13th was Derby.
Yes.
We're going to say that 31st was Leeds Beckett B.
Yes, it was. What you've just witnessed there, ladies and gentlemen, is a new record. That is the quickest results entry into the spreadsheet of doom from start to finish that we have ever done. Thanks to, I need a button that presses like a, like sets off a fanfare. It's working, mate.
It's working.
It's working for now, and the stream's not died yet.
You don't
good
understand.
morning to Greg Smith,
This,
by the way.
this means that in between races, when we turn down the microphones, we can do what normal people do, like drinking a cup of tea or talking about the weather or something other than going into robotics mode of reciting university names, which, as we have covered for some of these today, basically sounds like we've gone insane and don't know our alphabet.
If John Ratcliffe's watching this, he's like, it's fine, the madness is over. Who, by the way, might be joining us later today.
Oh, brilliant.
He only lives down the road now. As I say, qualifying 4 was there, and it happened. And Warwick A got pole position for it.
I'm not sure if... I don't know how this format is going down with people. Good morning to Greg Smith. Have we said good morning to Greg already?
Say it again.
Hi, Greg. Sorry, I didn't see that comment because I was scripting in Python in the comms box.
As you do.
Other coding languages are available.
Look, here's the thing, guys. No other commentary duo does this. Like, Martin Brundle ain't doing C++ in the background whilst Crofty's doing what he does.
I mean, technically, we don't know.
Actually, that's true.
But I'm guessing you're right.
Mm.
I'm guessing you're right. But there we go. There we go. We'll probably break next session. If I start looking really stressed again, it's because of that. But
what I will say, genuinely, this is turned into, because it is BUKC, this is turned into career advice now. Because we do have a lot of engineering students who come and do this. If you're a fresher and you do the engineering things, pay attention in your controls engineering and coding lectures, because I did not do as much of that as I should have in my undergraduate years, and I actually genuinely regret it now, because I can't do that from where I am right now. I can't do what you've just done there, and it's because I didn't pay attention. But what is that? What is all of that on your screen? It's just like, it's the Matrix, but orange. What is going on?
If you want. It's progress. We went from this all the way through to that.
Ollie says, do you not know? DeResta is working on Arduino and Qatar right now. Maybe so.
Maybe.
So. We're live in 35 minutes with a live stream.
I was going to say, I don't know how to break it to you, mate, but this wasn't a dummy run.
Genuinely, have we got a qualifying 4 results? Because we can give that another whirl and start having some projected points, and it can stop saying P0, yet to qualify.
There is a qualifying result.
I mean, that is true. Nobody has qualified for mains yet. Let's turn that up a little bit.
Everything about this program I wrote is extremely botched, and yet the very first thing I wrote was to give a little cheery welcome message.
Welcome.
So it goes, welcome, everything from here on in is broken. Qualifying 4.
That was qualifying 4. But yes, we will be doing this again tomorrow, and it won't be as set it up quick, because I won't be driving. I'll be driving from home, not driving from the towns. So yeah. But as I say, I might be a bit tired after all of my driving the big Mustang around Zolder this evening. Look at this. I've heard the whistle's just gone for the start of Quali Group 5. Hello to Mr. James Johnston. Good luck to all Swansea teams, and also Mr. P-Dubs in the Manchester B Karting Race 6. Oh, heck. Does that mean... Oh, I know what we haven't done, Howard.
What haven't we done?
Ruddy, ineligible drivers. They're back. The Swines.
For no particular reason, I'm going to mention that nobody was excluded from qualifying session number 4.
Okay. Okay, right. Teammate. Look at this. Look at this. This is unbelievable what we're seeing here. I just need to get a laptop that actually got some processing power in this. Might not try to fall over every time. Bing. There we go. Right. Moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. R leads Beckett, who you won't see
This is
on
like
the
a really
thing
bad
for a
game.
while. Now giving us a number. Quick.
This is where the roles have reversed at this point. So just whilst he's doing that, practice 5 is going out now. This is the fifth practice qualifying session of our 7 races. Bit of an odd number. We've never really done that format before.
Ignore that. Ignore that it says #num.
Oh yeah, ignore what's happening on the ticker at the moment.
It's because we haven't got enough
just
teams that have got a projected score yet. But what I can tell you, of the 2 teams that have completed their qualifying, UEB have done better. They have a projected score of 149. P-Dubs is doing a Masters at Manchester. Very well done, sir. He is not ineligible. He is not a swine.
do we have any in it?
I'm going to go check with Molly in a bit whether we have.
Surely we haven't.
I'm sure Adam Sears will have bought a drive because he always does. Leeds Beckett B, their projected score, by the way, is 115. And I've just made it 0. It's honestly not 0. Let me get on the if statements. If count.
Okay.
Of
We're literally broadcasting formula from the spreadsheet at this point. But it is the spreadsheet of doom.
is less than 27. Make it yet to qualify.
Those of you who followed the BUKC for a number of years will be aware of the spreadsheet of doom.
It goes red when things go bad.
Again, interesting to
For a
apply
team.
context to that. So spreadsheet of doom
There we go.
is what's powering our little ticker now. There. Oh, I can't really ball. There.
Shall I do?
On this
No, I'm not
stream.
going to do the gesture again because the last time I did the gesture, the stream crashed.
But it's worth saying, this, I know I keep talking about the pressure of today. This is pretty much the spreadsheet that puts the doom into the spreadsheet of doom.
Oh yeah.
Like this is the weekend because if it all goes badly as we say, it's kind of your season run. But there's some amazing jokes going on.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Loughborough A, your reigning champions, currently the fastest in this session, but at the moment we're just talking practice. So, setting a good precedent. It is good to see some of these teams. I mean, to be honest with you, it's good to just be back doing a qualifiers weekend as standard in the BUKC. But you are absolutely right, mate. It's great to see some of these teams back who we didn't get to see last year.
Tomorrow, Greg. Tomorrow for Cambridge.
Yes. Yep. And it's great to see some new universities as well. For example, I can see Gloucestershire A have a team, and I don't think we've seen Gloucestershire before. I'm trying to think. I feel like I have seen Backstage Academy
Yes,
take part
they were
in
here last year.
Yep. But it's great to have them back for a second season and what should hopefully be a much more normal season. So a welcome to them into another season of competition that hopefully is a bit more regular, coherent, whatever you want to say. And I'm just looking down the order for other. This is where my brain gets a bit muddled between brand new teams and young teams. As in ones who may be in their second year off the back of what was a bit of a crazy 2021 season. Just having a look. We've had Derby before, haven't we?
Yeah, I think we have for qualifiers.
We've had Derby before, so, but again, quite a young team there in terms of how long it has been competing. I'm talking about here, not the average age of the people who make up that team necessarily. So yes, hello to Gloucestershire. Cart number 106. We shall be watching their progress. Still not into our qualifying yet for session number 5. I'm having a look at. I keep being told that there are some new digi lights around the circuit, and I've not spotted them. Oh, is that them there?
I think they have been used before. I think I've seen them on WMKC, which next weekend you can see. Sunday, the penultimate round of WMKC 2021.
And it's the penultimate round because there is an additional one just in mid-December.
2 weeks later, on the 12th of December. So that both of those rounds will be commentated by myself and streamed on Alpha Live. Yes. Track limit warning for the 116 of Oxford A. Hertfordshire A having another good one here. I know it's just practice at the moment, Howard, but it's good to see Hertfordshire A, a former champion, I think I'm right in saying, in years gone by. A lot of student motorsport heritage at Hearts. Having a good one so far.
Yep, be good to see them returning to the fore. They have been a team that's been improving steadily after having, I think, a bit of a dip in form. But former multiple champions at Hertfordshire. I'd have to double check this statement. The fourth most successful team in terms of championships. I will need to double check that statement. Yeah, good to see them with some good early pace here. I haven't really thought about it. As I was saying earlier, it's been a while since you and I have actually commentated on this national loop at Whilton Mill. So they're going into... This is obviously where you go into the Zulus, and it really... I think it changes several things. It takes away 2 key overtaking spots around the circuit. For those who are really familiar with Whilton Mill, in the form of Ashby and Osiers. Those are the 2 big overtaking ones. If you're bold, you can also get somebody into Wilkins. I always think that overtaking into the Inkerman's hairpin, which is a hairpin on the national layout, as opposed to on the international where it's just a fast follow-through, it's doable to get a pass into Inkerman's. You just have to be very strong off of Christmas Corner. And then you don't generally see overtakes into the Zulus unless you're cheeky going on the entry into Zulu 1. But what it basically means is that what it does is it sets up a run from the Inkerman's hairpin all the way down to the boot, really, where it's just about keeping in somebody's wheel tracks and hooking it up. And the classic one that I'm going to be looking out for today is that a driver messes up Zulu 3 and the driver behind them does exactly the same thing, and you end up with just an effect where a train of karts go off onto the grass. Is a bit of a classic one around this national layout at Whilton Mill. But it's a lot of fun. We're running that one, of course, because of the ability to put the floodlights on that. I've just clocked that we're literally doing this on the shortest days of the year in terms of daylight in the UK. So we really are going to be doing quite a substantial part of our racing into darkness. Racing due to get underway in about an hour and 45 minutes from now is when we would expect to do that. Qualifying is now underway for race number 5. The green flag has been waved through, so drivers are just on their first run around the circuit. And that means in around about 40 seconds time we should be getting some times through. So good to see some of that. I can see that Coventry have an E-team here. in
Yes.
kart number 101.
The rest of them will be around tomorrow, which I think I started the point earlier, but then they got talking about graduations. But yeah, that's why you won't see
okay.
A through D Coventry today, which is understandable because I mean, sometimes we get asked the question, why do and it was when we're talking about the weightings of the days, and is today with all the BUKC teams harder than tomorrow? We can debate that one till we're blue in the face. A lot of it is to do with travel, so you can imagine that a lot of the teams as a squad will travel to the location. Let's take Edinburgh, for example. For costs of hotels and stuff, making Edinburgh A and Edinburgh B travel on different days would massively raise the costs for Edinburgh as a club. So all their teams compete on one day. Coventry don't have that problem because they're only just down the road. So a lot of them will be staying in their halls of residence instead of making an overnight stop. To the circuit, and as someone who's a former captain of a club, it does make a difference, doesn't it?
It makes a huge difference. It's who in the club can drive, who's got a car, who has access to that car during term time. Can you get a minibus? What do you have to sort out with the student union in order to get a minibus, or with your sports department of your university, depending on how it's run at your particular university? Has everybody got their race license? Has everybody got their student passes? You needed to have both to sign on this morning. Has everybody woken up?
No.
Because sometimes the stereotype of students is well and truly fulfilled, and it's a particular. I actually think that it's a particular risk point because it can go either one of two ways. You're either anxious, in which case you take ages to go to sleep, but then you're very quick to wake up because your brain's not really shutting down, or you take ages to go to sleep, and having managed to go to sleep, your brain stays asleep, and you sleep through your alarm. And if you're running a BUKC operation, a team that competes in the BUKC, and you've never had a driver sleep in on you, then you're lucky, and I think you're in the minority. So it's and hey, what if that's one of the people who was going to be driving the car, right? These things can happen. You can have last minute dropouts as well. I have a very distinct memory of being up at 3 a.m. Trying to find a replacement driver for a race day that was starting around 4 hours later at Whilton Mill. These things happen.
Carry on with your story. Sorry, I'm faffing.
I think I'd finish the story. It's just very difficult to. It cannot be underestimated how much of a challenge it can be to run one of these teams, and also how, fair play to everybody out there who takes part in running their societies and their clubs and are on their committees. And different universities have different setups. Some of you have very close ties, for example, with the Formula Student team at a university. Some are coming from universities that don't have a Formula Student team. Some are coming from universities where there is a Formula Student team, but they're completely separate from the motor racing club. However it's set up there, it really is a big deal for you to be taking part in the running of that operation with your clubs. And I speak from personal experience as well when I say that these are the kind of things. Obviously, Formula Student is renowned for this as well, but these are the kind of things that really do help put yourself forward when you're going out into the big wide world afterwards.
Yep.
And you talk about the experience that you had from running these things. You don't talk about finding a driver at 3 a.m. desperately trying to find one so that you can compete per se, and you don't talk about banging on the door of the person who'd slept in. But you just end up facing challenges that help. You have to respond to, and it's putting yourself in those situations that really help. I know that we don't necessarily want a careers advice stream, but it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Dealing with these challenges in order to compete is a big deal. So that's my top tip. Think about when you get to the end of it all, or when you're filling in your CV, or when you're preparing for that interview. And now I really have made it like a career stream. But it has a huge bearing on it. And qualifiers was always, in some ways, the biggest, because you would have... It was the first major event for your new drivers.
Yep.
And particularly... So our former stable is Birmingham. We'd always take the most drivers down to the test day at Whilton Mill.
Yep.
If your qualifiers was at Whilton Mill, then it made it slightly logistically easier. If your qualifiers was at, say, Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough, it was that first big event for the drivers. First-year drivers, and that's a different pressure in of itself, and getting them all up to speed. So it's a big challenge for these unions to be competing here. I'm sure it can feel an even bigger deal I'm saying that outside the times when, we've seen that teams have had to fulfill a lot of requirements with their unions in the interests of safety over the last 18 months. We saw that a lot in this season just gone. I can only imagine what the challenges are involved in getting all those, getting all those good to go ticks that allows you to proceed with competing in a championship like this. All the things that you have to do. I know I had to fill out a lot of safety assessment, risk assessments even back in the day, so I can imagine over the last 18 months it's been a particular challenge.
I tread this line carefully, public disclaimer straight away. I can imagine that is particularly difficult when teams here in the BUKC are dealing with sports unions who don't quite understand that in terms of being a safe against the you-know-what sport, you can't get much better than this.
It's about as good as it gets, is wearing a
You're
helmet
outdoors,
and a suit.
you're head to toe in protective gear, and you've got a race helmet on that if someone on your face, you're going to be protected from that. Having been hit in the face many a time by bugs. Hello, Huddersfield. Story time for Huddersfield.
You're not Bugs Huddersfield. I don't know what
No,
he's
they're
talking
not Bugs at all. I remember I got invited one year to do their their I think they call it H-Karts Masters. So after Kart Masters or Kart Masters, I should say, because people get annoyed at me when I pronounce it in my northern accents. And it was here. It was a lovely day. It was me and Joel Fothergill were invited down. Racing was brilliant, but is getting a helmet strike from the biggest bug you've ever seen in. It was like someone had shot my GoPro with a paintball, because it just went boom, and I felt it hit my head. So yeah, that was that story. 33 seconds to go of this qualifying session. Loughborough A have finally turned up to the party. 44.207 at the moment, and Rich T Racing will be very happy because Swansea A are currently P2 and needing some good scores. This is good for them. Newcastle A third, Edinburgh A fourth. Edinburgh up there again.
Yes.
And in fact, Newcastle A have just gone onto the front row of the grid with 10 seconds of this session to go. Remember, this will set the grid for race number 5 of 7. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on DDMM. Do click the subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Be massively appreciated. Manchester B come over the line, stay 11th. Edinburgh A come over the line, stay 4th. That's a solid time in from Edinburgh, and I've not seen them have a penalty come in. Warwick C improved right at the end there to 15th. We're going to talk a little bit about what on average you need to do. In years past, it's generally around that 15th, 16th position in any given race. If you do that consistently across the board, you get into the top 27. I think it may be a couple of positions higher today, but we'll wait and see on that one. Checkered flag, as I say, is out. Can anybody knock Edinburgh A off their perch? No. Swansea A stay on the second row of the grid but have good pace. Loughborough A, the reigning champions, still have a very strong squad here with the likes of Tom Thickpenny in there, have got pole position for race number 5.
Times look quite
Meh?
slow in the latter part of that session.
Yeah.
And I've just suddenly become conscious of the fact that we can't see the camera feed at the moment. So I assume that conditions, they're not getting so bad that I think conditions have got awful out there, but just interesting that I wonder if there were a few yellows around the circuit towards the end of the session there to slow our drivers down.
Right. Well, that's qualifying 5 done. Whilst you're doing the necessaries, I'm going to take a short break and we'll put the music on. We'll be back in a bit for more qualifying, and to be qualifying group number 6.
do that because I think that's brought me back on to talk about practice number 6. Yeah, we're nearly ready. Jacob Harris is in the house.
Talk like this, shall I? And is that, or is this one muted? No,
No, you're coming through,
seeing
buddy.
the bars going up.
Yeah. Hang on. Proper if you will.
I can hear you. There's nothing else to hear, is there?
There is nothing else to hear but my sonorous voice. That is very true.
No, I'm being COVID safe, sort of. I don't know. Can your ears get COVID? I'm going to say yes. I'm a virologist.
Maybe.
No one fact checks this
No.
stream, do they?
No one's fact checking this one.
Excellent.
Although we've yes.
Manchester A got out number 5. Let's have a look.
How are you feeling about a new season
I'm
of
excited.
BUKC?
I'm very excited.
Are you ready to do your? I think it's fair to say world famous grid interviews.
Definitely world famous. I have had people tell me that they've watched it from elsewhere other than the UK, which therefore makes me world famous, right? I'm really excited to have full grids again. As full as the grids were last season, I'm excited for every university to be competing. Not kind of, oh, there's no so-and-so this weekend, the union wouldn't allow it, there's no so-and-so's got COVID, everyone's double jabbed, I assume. And yeah, I'm excited to have a full complement of talent, not to mention a few international students who weren't able to make it back last
That's
year.
very true, actually. Yeah, international students is a really good point. Really good point.
That's what I'm most excited for this season, plus a full proper season in and around the usual time, rather than getting to April when we usually finish and all of a sudden mobilising into action.
I'm going to do potentially a disservice here. Have you been here on any of the test days, or is this your first day?
Yes, I was here yesterday. We were down in Bayford Meadows on bonfire night, and
Lovely.
then back in October we did 2 days up here.
And how have the test days been?
Good. Lots of interesting new faces. Most of the rookies did really, really well. I think 60% was kind of the average rate of getting your license, and a lot of people who, you know, they took on board what we told them and went out and improved from one session to another and were able to get their licenses when, you know, 5 minutes into the first session it looked like it wasn't going to happen for them. Lots of people really enjoyed themselves is the main thing. I think there's only one session off the top of my head where I dragged all the rookies in and said who enjoyed themselves, and I got a dour response. But you know, I was 1 out of, Christ, it was 6 or 7 yesterday, another 12 at Bayford, and 24 at Whilton it would have been. So yeah, everyone's having a really good time. I think we had good weather for all of them. There's a little bit of rain, which slowed people down, but nothing torrential, which is always bad on a test day. Really.
Yeah, you don't want
want
that.
to turn up and dive straight into that sort of thing. So yeah, really enjoyable time, and like I said, a few hot new drivers as well. Oh, is that a middle finger or a wave?
It was definitely a wave
A wave.
because
No one swears.
the stream can't see the camera feed, so everybody's being very harmonious out there.
Yes. As you can tell from watching the stream, no one swears on the stream either.
No, indeed.
I didn't even get a hint of swearing.
Stop! You're making me jittery now. Stop talking about swearing. But yeah, that was a good comprehensive rundown of testing. That's now the official report from us here.
A good time, a few new faces. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. It's an annoying question. You got your eye on anybody for winning BUKC? Not you know, not anything else in which you, not any other capacity in which you may have your eye on something.
I mean, I've got primacy bias in that I'm looking at the likes of Brooks having 6 or 7 teams. EWTSD A, I think they had a disappointing season the last 2 years, really, for the team that they've got. I think they can do a lot better. Manchester, certainly, they've been in and around the kind of dark horse region for a while now. I'd like to see them improve on 5th from last year. Exeter are back to full strength after COVID-related issues last season, and they've got strength and depth this year as well. Should be another strong season for them. Obviously, Loughborough are reigning champions. Can't not mention them in this conversation. Who else? Nottingham Trent, I think, have put a good team together. And when I say a good team, again, a good squad. What I think is really important in the UKC, and we've seen in the past, is not just having 4 good drivers, but having 5 or 6 for the occasion that's inevitably going to come up where someone's got an exam or someone can't make it for whatever reason. They're doing another race series, for example. We have that a lot in BUKC. So yeah, I Nottingham Trent would put in the conversation as well. I'm interested to see how some of our stronger Inters teams from last year, given that we didn't do qualifying, we had quite a lot of talent in the likes of University East Anglia and Backstage Academy.
Yes.
And there's one other that I want to think of. Reading.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, those kind of teams, I think, I'd be interested to see how they get on.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
How about you? You've spotted anyone yet? You've got any names?
To be honest with you, do you know what? Don't judge me, stream. No, I haven't yet really had chance to get the lay of the land with this one. I agree with all of the ones that you're saying, but we've kind of been in getting the stream going mode all day. And it's been an interesting run up to this qualifiers weekend, I think, for Andrew and myself. Who's just, if you're wondering, by the way, he's just off camera. I don't know what confection he was actually just eating. It looked like a mix between a donut and a caramel donut. Okay. So yes, but fear not. He is, and by the way, we're getting towards. We're 90 seconds into qualifying number 6 here, University of Wales, Trinity St David A at the top of the timesheet. That's the last time I'm going to say their name in full. But that's now beaten by Manchester with a 44.649. It's Ocean Bache in the cart for them. I know because I spotted it on the camera.
Just placed him at the top for University of Wales St David. UEA, I'm not sure who UEA is. It's not Matthew Graham, I know that much. And I should have mentioned them actually in my ones to watch, is they've got a few new drivers as well.
Yeah.
And I'd be intrigued to see how well they do. Obviously, Matthew Graham's won a couple of races for them previously.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever it is out there now is doing an equally good job. There's Backstage Academy up there as well. There's 3 Brooks teams in the top 7 as well. Who we got else? We got tomorrow that I mentioned. We've got the likes of Cambridge.
Got Cambridge. You've got Birmingham.
Yes.
I'm trying to think as
Cardiff.
well. We do have Cardiff.
Who will be much improved on last year, I'm led to believe.
Okay.
And
Nottingham.
Nottingham is another one. Although I think they've lost 1 or 2 drivers, but remains to be seen as to whether they can maintain their strong form from last year. Exeter I did mention, they'll be here tomorrow as well. What else do we normally have? Not quite sure what kind of team Huddersfield have put together, but traditionally they do rather well in BUKC. Not sure. I think they might have been one of the unis who didn't come last year.
Your microphone is poking ever the more away from you.
Yeah, I'm talking louder and louder.
I did just totally rope you into this interview though, so feel free
It's
to.
alright.
Plus, the guy who's
Yeah,
he's
Andrew
supposed to be doing
wants
this
his
job.
headset back, yeah. I haven't put it on my ears, Andrew, because COVID transmits easily through
Ears.
ears. Yeah.
That's the 4th time he said
I've
that
been
word as well.
educating
We're gonna
the
be,
viewers on their virology.
but yeah. Are you ready to come back in, sir?
Yes.
Let's bring him back in to talk
Alright.
about the remainder of qualifying 6.
Thanks for having me.
I'm going to turn you down.
Cheers, babes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob Harris, for
It was his own
stepping
fault.
into the breach.
His head just came in on the edge of shot, and then we had to interview him.
Alistair Gregg asks, any idea when we can see the camera feed? I assume you mean the Alpha live stream, which is due to kick off at 12:45, as at my last count. A link to it should be in the in the bio. If it's not, I apologise, and I will put one in the chat promptly. Your script's working very well, mate. Very well.
Thank you very much. Have you done?
I've done 5.
Okay. Yep. That's good. We're up to date then. We are halfway through qualifying 6. The cart's quite bunched up at the moment. I can just see on one of our circuit feeds. Quite bunched up at the moment.
Yeah, I've been talking to some of the drivers whilst I was getting some grub, and lots of people smiling, which I like, because it means people are enjoying themselves. There is your link for the stream later on. As I say, do prioritise that. That is where you'll get you'll get our commentary, you'll get the great pictures from Alpha Live. Yes, if you have got a second device, do keep us on, because we've got live timing
around us.
Past him, there it is. Live timing there. Naughty boys list down here with track map, and then the points situation down there. I need to stop doing that. That's how we got cut off last time. I've just put Alp in there and replaced Brunel B accidentally. Right, let's see. After Quali 5.
Yeah, how are we've got some teams now we've got quite a few teams now who have now contested all of their qualifying sessions and are now just waiting for the racing to get underway.
Yeah, so we've got 8 teams at the moment who have completed their qualifying sessions, and they are in this order. So we are going on projection scores now, as... Ooh, that had a bit of a wobble for a second there, didn't it? Newcastle A currently have the best qualifying of anyone who's finished, and they've got a projected score of 173. Now, remember, folks, that is out of the 4 races, your best 3 count. So that's a very good run from Newcastle. They've got a 17th. Oh, my goodness, what's happening on the screen? 45 and 91. We're like doing a pincer movement on the rest of the field.
That's Bournemouth A and Edinburgh B doing their own thing.
Newcastle A, yes, have a bit of a score, but then they've got a 4th, a 4th, and a 2nd. That is very good. That is very good indeed. And this is what I think you're going to see, because there's more... holy moly. Okay, I can understand why Will said come back in a bit when I popped into race control.
I ruined your train of thought.
You did.
80. Edinburgh's got a score that's a bit, but
scores are going to be higher. So if you're looking back to previous years and going, oh, okay, well, 27th place was so many points, forget that, because there's more races. I think you're going to start seeing more teams getting like 170 points plus today, which is why I think qualifying is going to be harder for getting through to that top 25. Top 27 rather, but that's a very good start for Newcastle A. Swansea currently 2nd, 156. Trinity B are 3rd, 151. UEB are 4th, 149. These are all projected scores, by the way. No points actually scored and in their back pockets yet. I'll sort out Time Ticker in a moment. I can see it's having a conniption. Leicester A are next, 5th in the clubhouse at the moment on 145. UED on 136. Beckett B on 115. King's College A 107. So those are the 8 teams and their projected scores from qualifying. I think I'm going to go out on a limb here and say something around 145 plus is going to be a par score for getting in that top 27.
Now, what diverted Andrew's attention as we're coming into the last minute of qualifying 6? What diverted Andrew's attention there was that I showed him the penalties list for these qualifying sessions. We should make something clear here. Penalties in a qualifying session run slightly differently to a race.
Yep.
If you get a black and white flag for exceeding track limits, it comes upon penalties because it initiates the deletion of your fastest lap time, or the time that you were on when you were exceeding track limits. So it looks a lot worse than it is, because in a race, if you got exactly the same warning, it wouldn't show up on the penalties list. But I have to say, I'm very impressed that they're able to police it this well out there because there are a lot of track limit violations coming as drivers are trying to push the limits, of course, to set the fastest time. In this session, that is currently with the University of Wales Trinity St David A, and there are 15 seconds left on the clock. So just as people are coming around now, is there anybody who can challenge? Good lap just put in by Oxford Brookes B in the number 6 kart. Manchester A have crossed the line. Checkered flag is now out. So everybody crossing the line now, of whom the first is Oxford Brookes F, they are done for this session. And Trinity St David crossed the line. They cannot improve their time. Very few people improving out there. Kingston A just improved up to 16th place with a 45.1. Loughborough B improve just as they're crossing the line as well. Manchester A, I think the only team out there who are likely to challenge, unless Loughborough A can really pull a lap out of the bag here. They have yet to cross the line, to be fair. No, they can't improve. So the only question is Ocean Beach on a flyer for Manchester? And he's not. In fact, I think he got held in traffic on that one. So University of Wales, Trinity St David A, take the pole position for race number 6 later today. Oxford Brookes C are in second with Manchester A in third, provided there are no exclusions. We've seen a few, actually, through the sessions. So I'm just looking down here. Yeah, so the exclusions are for... We've got drivers who are underweight, which is a bit of a concern for me, because if you're underweight, it could be a genuine mistake. But it could actually mean that you've not... One of the logistical challenges I haven't talked about yet is your drivers all have to be 75 kilos or over with all of their gear and the lead ballast. If you've got several teams competing, and as a club you have X amount of lead, you've got to make sure that you've got all the lead in the right places for the right race. So if you've not got your lead in place for your qualifying session, have you actually bought enough lead and arranged enough lead such that you're going to be able to solve that problem come the race? Is the question I would ask. Because you would have thought of all the times you would go, I've really got to get the lead right, would be for the qualifying session, because that is quite likely to be checked. So I'm a little bit worried when I see teams having exclusions for being underweight. It's worrying no matter what, because they're jeopardising their chances later on, because they'll start at the back of the grid. But it's also, okay, you've got this thing that violates the rules and you've been excluded from this timed session. For the one that really counts later on today, the race, have you actually got the solution? I.e., have you actually got the necessary ballast to be compliant? How does that manifest itself? I could certainly talk from experience that a few years ago at the BUKC 24 hours, the University of Birmingham, with whom I was competing, had an issue where bits of lead were breaking out on circuit, and by about 18 or 19 hours into the race, there literally wasn't enough lead owned by our team to keep our C kart, our third team, the one that was running the lowest in the race, we didn't have enough to keep it compliant. So we just had to take the hit and declare it to the race officials, which is applied slightly differently in 24-hour kart racing than it is now. It's not like, well, you're just excluded from the result. You get demoted and you get deducted a certain number of laps, depending on how underweight you are. But we just had to sort of take that hit because we couldn't get any more lead at 2 a.m. in Middlesbrough. These are the kind of things that can hit you. So, yeah, that would be my main question, is if you're being excluded now in qualifying, have you got the ability and the resource to solve that problem come the race? Because it's really going to hurt your qualification chances if it's not sorted. we're going into our last practice qualifying session.
We are indeed. Bear with, the scroll is being naughty and it keeps skipping some teams, but it'll get there, honest guys. What we're going into now is this
Practice Quali 7.
Practice Quali 7. Have we got a Quali 6 result? No, we
Not
haven't got a Quali 6 result, so we can't bang that data in at the moment. But this is going to be the last session. If you have enjoyed the stream, we are going to stick around.
It's been an unusual one from us here at DDMM so far, but perhaps a bit of a behind-the-scenes look as to how things are running back
this
here.
This is normally how they run, just to be clear.
Yeah, to be fair, okay, this is particularly
chaotic.
But
hello to E-Die. Thank you for subscribing here on the channel. If you haven't already done so, please click that button. It really does help us out. But yes, we are going into the last quali section. Then there'll be a bit of a break before we then go into the races, and the tension, I think, will really start to rise in terms of, oh heck, this is it now. And it's one shot for each driver, which is going to put them under a bit of pressure.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be interesting. It really is this afternoon, and there's going to be some teams that are elated and some teams that might be going home a bit disappointed at the end of this one. But that's, as we've been saying so much so far today, that is the nature of the beast when it comes to BUKC qualifiers. And yes, we will still be keeping the comms box cam going. Do of course go over to the Alpha Live stream over on their YouTube channel, where you will hear our hopefully by that point slightly more coherent voices being put alongside the brilliant pictures that they're able to provide there. Keep this going on a separate monitor if you've got it. I would usually say if you've also got an additional device, go over to live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on BUKC, but most of the elements of that page are now represented here off to your left as you're looking at this over here. So you know, hopefully that should provide what you're after. But if you do want to, maybe you're there following a particular driver, haven't done the bit about how the driver tracker works, you can head over to live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on BUKC or British University's Karting Championship, and you can click on the number next to a team name, and it will highlight that team on the driver tracker, so you can sort of see where the kart that you're supporting is relative to the other karts around it. Is it in clean air? Is it in a bit of traffic? Is it battling, wheel to wheel with another competitor? You can click that twice as well to get different coloured dots on the driver tracker. So if you click it once, it goes blue, and I think if you click it again, it goes red. So you could highlight the kart you're supporting and the kart that they're chasing. Are they gaining every lap? And stuff like that. If you're here to support a particular team that may be of use to you, I mean, if you're an Oxford Brooks fan, just highlight each of the Brooks karts to know how that's all going, for example. Could be a very useful tool, because as much as we will try, and as much as the Alpha crew will try, there's 36 karts on track at pretty much all times here. It's just not... We're not going to be able to cover absolutely every single battle that happens out there. So if you do have a third monitor spare, head over to live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. Or maybe that's the one that works best if you've just got a phone and you want to have the two monitors playing Alpha Live, us, and then you can check things on your phone. However you want to go, and stuff is happening in my headset as he changes things on the soundboard. So yeah, that's all the ways that you can follow it live. And I am only coming through my right ear, if that's something that you've just done. The other thing that you can do is, if you are looking for confirmed results afterwards, head to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on British University's Karting Championship, and that will be the official scoring for that. So if we talk about penalties, and we're going to,
Oh yes.
if we talk about penalties, that will all be confirmed in the final result that's posted on results.alphatiming.co.uk. So if there's loads of penalties amongst the top 5, and it's like, well, what order did that all shake out in? That will be the place to go to check up on that.
You've got a qualifying result.
I've got a qualifying result.
I'm just watching Team Scroll because I think it's having a bit. I think we had 2 Team Scroll instructions running at once, which is why it was having a bit of a moment. Some strong drivers going out in this. Let's log kart number 12 as being very ineligible because I just saw Adam Sears going out there. And yeah, he definitely does not race for the University of East Anglia, so that's an X for him. Long-time viewers will know how much I adore ineligible drivers, but hopefully, now that we've made the spreadsheet of doom a little bit more user-friendly, it won't be as annoying anymore. Right, let's shift us back to that. Thank you to those of you still watching. I don't know if we covered the point from Alistair, who was shaking his head about Jacob forgetting all about Coventry. Yeah, we can't get the staff these days. I haven't forgotten about Coventry. I wouldn't be. I would back into the city if I did. But yes, practice 7 now underway. You know the drill by now. This is 10 minutes of free practice. Will not count towards the grid. And then in 10 minutes' time, the green flag will fall. And Howard, your experiences from these kind of qualifying sessions, because in mains we won't. When we get to it in February, we won't see any of this. This will be the last timed qualifying for teams in mains championship or going for mains championship this year, but it will be in the intermediates.
Yeah.
Your experience from this kind of session when it was known as the rookies, please.
It's a tough one because, incidentally, this stream, I'm so old. The format that he's asking me about was new towards the end of my racing in the BUKC rookies because there was a time when it was just a practice session and they used random grids for rookie races. However, it's an interesting one. I think the important thing, the reason I mentioned that is not just to make myself sound old. That means that I didn't ever experience this format coming into it as a first year, I've never raced before, which meant that whenever I headed out on track, it was very much a thing of how does the kart feel, getting your eye in for the circuit. The 10 minutes of practice actually feel really nice compared to when you turn up for a mains championship day and it's basically get in the kart, right, you're racing now. It was quite nice, the idea that you were speccing, okay, who in this session is fast because they're going to be on the grid for my race. So I can see who's fast, I can see who's quick. And it gave you confidence as well for the start of your race to know you weren't on a random grid. You were around people who were on pace. It means that you can trust the people a little bit more around you at the start of a race because you go, okay, the person in front of me was marginally quicker in qualifying, but I'm probably able to keep up with them. The person alongside me and behind me, they were slightly slower. I've got everyone behind me is sorted. Whereas if I was starting in a particular position on a random grid, there was always this sense of, well, what's the lay of the land going to be in the pecking order of this field? So this practice quali format I actually quite liked because you had that additional information. If you're a new driver coming in, it's usually just get used to the car, get used to the circuit, whatever it may be, although we have had test days, obviously at Whilton Mill here, so a lot of these drivers will have got their license to race if they're new drivers around Whilton Mill. But for the more experienced drivers, it is about gathering data, as we have seen quite a hefty hit to one of the cars. The driver's fine, but there has been a significant contact with one of the karts out there in this session for Manchester D.
Karts number 112. Again,
I've never seen the side pod bumper of a Club 100 kart.
The thing is, it's still attached to the chassis, so I think the chassis rail's bent there.
Has it just rotated around the bar? Or Oh, you think the chassis
I
bent
think
then?
the chassis bent, which means it must
So
be
up at
some
Christmas
heck of a
corner.
hit.
The driver looks pretty
driver's
chill. So information, useful data. The qualifying session though difficult. 36 karts on track. I don't want to say no point, but very often people can go in with the philosophy of I've got to find the clean air. I've got to find the clean air. It's an 800 meter circuit with 36 karts on it. There is no clean air.
Right. I've just seen some great impact engineering, or
Yep.
at least an attempt of. To cut across you, because I've been working on it so hard all week. Spreadsheet of Doom is now coming alive, ladies and gentlemen. We now have 27 teams who have completed their qualifyings. So we have a top 27, but it's going to change pretty quickly. So that's why anyone basically who's showing P28 for their projected at the moment, I'll fix that, is in this session. That's why they're P28, because they've not got a projected score yet. But for example, everybody else is now showing that they're in the top 27 on projected and what that projected score is. But this session will change things a lot. Which team was it? It was a little bit wonky there. Was it Manchester A?
No, Manchester D. 112.
Okay, we'll come back to that one as to why someone was showing as X num. But yes, you started to see a score like that there for Oxford Brookes E. 171 points is their projected score. That's pretty good, but I think it is. Excuse me, it is starting to be the case that you're going to need a very high score relative to recent years, even years at a normal sprints round to qualify in this top 27. See UEB there on 149 based off what were their grid slots, 10th, 4th, 20th and 20th. That might not be enough today to get in. Warwick A are showing a little bit dodgy at the moment. I can see which column it is now. That's had a wobble. 1 second, folks. Let me do that. And hopefully that is now not having a problem. No, it's still having a problem. Come back to me, Howard.
Hello. So yes, as Andrew will, and this is what he'll be doing throughout the afternoon. Well, not staring, hopefully, as his computer, wondering why it's doing what it's doing.
Why?
But it's a big thing for us here that we're able to give you the additional information about whether these teams have qualified, because this is, as we keep saying, this is big news for each of these teams, and is a good point actually made by Jacob that we probably haven't covered so much was the unknowns, because the pecking order is so, well, we think we have no way of knowing what the pecking order is actually, because you had teams who weren't able to compete in the previous season because of complications, and also the really good point that I liked from Jacob was international students.
Yeah.
Couldn't compete. So that's a really interesting thing coming into today. So we really don't know what we've got some qualifying sessions, but it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this all shakes out. And also something that we haven't spoken about yet, mate, here today is the idea of teams who may be splitting drivers across teams and how you want to structure your teams. We've seen teams in the past. The conventional way of playing a qualifiers is you put the best drivers in the A team, you put your B team is a B team, and so on and so forth. And sometimes, you'll get it wrong because you all went testing around Bayford Meadows and someone was phenomenally good around Bayford Meadows, so you put them on the team for this, and then they've never been to Whilton Mill before, and actually it turns out that one of your B team drivers would have mathematically been better to have on your A team or something like that. But there is the alternative deliberate strategy which you can come a cropper on, which is I want both my teams to qualify. I don't really care about one making it into the Prems and one into the Clubmans. I just want them both to qualify. So what we're going to do is we're going to split our good drivers deliberately across the teams. And there would be a particular temptation to do that for this one because it's not counting as a round of the championship. So you don't really harm your championship scores. You just ensure that you get into the championship that you mean to. But that's not going to work quite so well this year. Or you're more likely to end up with egg on your face if you try that strategy. Because every driver's only got one race, and if your star driver has that bad race, then crumbs, your team has now lost its ability to qualify. So if there are universities who have done that, that's going to be a bit of a difficult moment for them.
I think straight up you can't do it today. It's too competitive out there. There's too many teams that are strong.
Yeah.
You can't risk splitting drivers. I was having a chat with some of the guys at Southampton about this, and they assured me that for them tomorrow, they are not doing that. They're making their A team their A team, B team their B team. They're not shuffling drivers around for squads because they know that if they don't do it, and we have seen, sorry Northumbria, I'm going to use you as an example. I remember them one year. They were one of those teams that were on the up. And they came into a qualifiers and went, we've got enough drivers to, split across an A and a B team, and neither of them qualified because they just didn't have that strength of results in depth.
Yes.
To get either of those teams into mains. And as I say, that was when we had the 6 of 8 races counting and a lot more opportunities to get those points on the board. Less races to do the business, more teams that can knock you out in the field today. So for me, you can't do it. You can't risk it because you may end up with 2-3 teams in, but you may end up with 2 less than you should have in reality. We've got a qualifying session.
We do have a qualifying session. We do indeed. It's just about 2 minutes in. Oxford Brookes D, your early pace setters, but I'd still say that there's some time to be found out there because the fastest time at the moment is a 45.1. At the moment, so that can definitely be bested. I just spotted that, and I'm now confused.
Ignore that.
I'll ignore
have a chat with Willie about that.
Oh, okay, fine. So, track limit warning for Oxford Brookes D. So they've got to be careful of that because if they get, they'll get their best lap time deleted if they do that. So we could even. We could call the order across the line at the end of the session, and if they've got their lap time deleted because of track limit violations, then we'll call it wrong and we'll be personally offended. Is how that works. So yeah. Yes.
Hopefully, I've fixed the macro.
I'm hoping you have as well.
We have lots of.
Sorry.
Where am I going?
Could you turn me
off? There he goes. Yeah, projected order button had some instructions to start running team scroll within it, so pressing it made the team scroll start about 3 different times. My bad. Oxford Brookes D are currently on provisional pole position 45.146, which is a bit off the pace of what we've seen so far today. And it's something that I don't think we've mentioned yet, often happens in these qualifying sessions. I remember myself when I was racing in rookies back in 2014. You often get a few minutes of chaos as drivers see that green flag and go, right, let's go. And you get a lot of incident activity, shall we say, in iRacing terms, which means you can't put a fast lap in early on, and you've just got to be patient. Oxford Brookes C have put in a 44.722. I'm just having a look at what they've got so far. They've got an 8th, 3rd and 1st. So that is very strong for Oxford Brookes C. It's often something we say about the Oxford Brookes teams. Yes, they are a squad. Yes, they are a club. But effectively, they are championship rivals within themselves because the AB and I think the C team as well this year are given equal opportunity to win the title of their own merits. And we have seen that in years gone by. Oxford Brookes B are... a former champion, of course. I've just actually, yes. Ask Luke what the situation is, because yes, queue in the cafe is a bit long today. Take your time, folks. He's typing messages to me. It's all good. 5 minutes to go. Loughborough A, what have they done so far today? It's been a bit of a mixed morning for them. 6th, 1st and 10th. The second in this one at the moment. Yeah, I don't quite know what to make of that. It seems a bit off for where I expected them to be. And I need to fade you back up.
Fade me back in, mate, and yes. And you may need to fade me back down again now.
Yes.
Aha. Maybe there's a guy.
There's a former champion in the room.
Yeah.
Hello, Piers. In fact, give him a microphone. Give him a microphone. Here's a man who can talk. Welcome to DDMM Comms Box, Piers Pryor. Whilst Howard goes and sorts out lunch, qualifiers.
Yes.
As a day, what are your memories of a qualifiers racing for Loughborough?
I love a qualifier.
Yeah.
That's great fun. Just because it's the only race of the year you actually get to qualify, so you don't get plonked right in amongst the crap unless you have been good at qualifying.
In your time session.
But it's great fun. Zulu Circuit, I actually think, is a great circuit.
Yeah.
I used to love it. It flows so nicely.
Mm.
It works really well with traffic. And also, like, timing your passes through the Zulu sections is difficult because obviously it's the one into the other into the other, so it generally makes the racing quite tight. But no, love it. Great. I love the qualifier. We tend to be pretty good at the qualifier, Loughborough. So hoping, even though I'm technically no longer a Loughborough student, haven't been for a year or so, but still here supporting the boys on Alpha Live duty today, which is why I'm around, just helping out with the stream today. But yeah, see that Tom's out in this one. He's currently third, isn't he? Doing pretty well. He'll want me to mention that he's running overweight in this session. So.
He's getting older. That's what that is.
Yeah, exactly. He's funny. Actually, he said to me earlier on, he was like, "Yeah, I didn't think I was going to be racing this year, so I just let the weight go." And then he's like, and then about 2 weeks before the season started, he was like, "You know what? I actually fancy it."
Yeah. In terms of weather conditions, I'm pretty jealous of them today because I can't remember qualifiers with weather for mid-November as good as this.
Yeah, it's generally been dry. I think from my qualifiers that I did, it's generally been dry, or it's been normally it was sort of wet in the morning and then dries out as the day goes on. But yeah, it's very mild today. I can't even take my probably just seen if you're watching the stream. I have to take my coat off. It's warm in here.
It gets very warm in this comms box. We don't know why. In terms of obviously you've had some really good results in qualifiers in years past. As I hope you don't mind me saying, a faster driver. What are some of the big pitfalls going into the qualifiers? Because the spread can be one of the biggest that we see across the year.
Yeah, it is in qualifying. It's just, even though you think it's a long session, how long the qualifying session is? 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, even though it sounds like a long time, especially with the spread of the field. Obviously, as a Premier driver in the Premier Series that I've been through the whole time, you get the top half of the field, so generally are pretty good, and obviously there's no qualifying. Whereas the qualifier, there's people who have potentially not even driven an outdoor kart before, and it's a big step up. So there's people firing off, and if you set a purple, sector in the yellow, then you get that lap deleted, and then so it's just making sure that you're getting yourself in a good position for the race. You don't need to actually bang it on pole because again, the races are 20 minutes, and also you're around quick drivers, so you don't have to potentially make up 7-8 positions on lap one. If you get a decent lap in, you're probably going to be in the top 5, and therefore you can just work for that 25-minute race. Is it 25 minutes today?
30 minutes.
It was 30. It was 25 when I used to do it. So then you could just pretty much work with the guys around you because you're all quick. So it's a very different mentality to a normal BUKC race where you might be starting 38th or something stupid, and it's weeing with rain and it's dark and Jacob Harris has insulted you on the grid and it's a lot of it's very much different. But then once the races start, the first few laps is actually like what I would consider like a standard normal race. Yeah. It's the front guys all running together, and then halfway, normally about sort of laps 7, 8, 9, you then start getting into the midfield, and that's when things start to break up a bit. So it's just making good decisions in traffic, not getting contacts or cone warnings or anything in the traffic, because it's quite easy to think, oh, I'll go up the inside here, and then someone who's not so experienced takes a very different line that you might do. And then you end up in a collision. So it's just, erring on the side of caution, but also not obviously then letting that dictate your race too much.
Something I've spotted over the years, I can't remember whether you did it yourself. I bet you didn't, because you're a very good driver.
If it's a penalty, I probably have.
When owner drivers come and race in this series for the first time, say they're a fresher and they're brand new into it, I get the sense that the racecraft, it's a different kind of racecraft, especially on this qualifiers day, to say, a club meeting here in a week's time. What's your experience on that bit, and what would your advice to any, experienced driver in karting
An
coming
experienced
into
driver
this, but not experienced in the BUKC?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
We, as a team at Loughborough, actually used to, when I was captain, and then when I was captain with Tom as well, who's still racing, we always used to have actual sit-down sessions with all the new drivers, and often a lot of them have done a lot of owner-driver karting, and they've raced at a really high level. We were lucky at Loughborough; we had plenty of drivers join every year that were actually of a good level in the British karting scene. But it is, you almost had to say to them, look, they think they're going to jump in and be right at the front because they're good enough to do that. But racing, if you've raced Rotax or X30 or anything like that, the driving style is completely different. You in those karts, you're really going in hard. You've got a lot of grip. You use the front tyres a lot. Whereas notoriously, as you have and I have driven these karts a lot, we don't have a lot of front grip. We're not blessed with front grip in a Club 100 kart, which is great for the drivers that are obviously not so experienced, but it means that you have to drive the kart very differently in these and carry the speed, and you're on the throttle very early in the corner to keep the speed up, whereas that's complete opposite what you're used to. So the speed might not come as naturally as they think. I definitely, towards the end of my BUKC career, was definitely faster and more consistent than I was at the start.
Yeah.
And that's just through these karts. But also, it's just the way you go about racing is completely different. It's all about, especially the first half of the races, just get through the first half cleanly and let the race come to you.
Yeah.
A lot of the guys that are coming from sprint karting, the longest race they've ever done is 14, 15 minutes. We're about to enter a half an hour sprint race. That's what would be in class as an endurance in some some arenas. So it's a very different format. And also, again, going back a few years, it shows our age, I suppose, is the direct drive days.
Yeah.
Before the Rotax engines, we used to have the TKM engines, and especially when it was wet, we used to say in the morning, if you don't spin, you will finish in the top 5.
Yeah.
That was the reality. Because our teams were lucky enough, we had all drivers that could drive. If you didn't spin in a wet race, you'd be in the top 5, almost guaranteed. And if you had 4 top 5s, you'd probably be on the podium.
Yep.
And if you did that 4 times throughout the year, you'd probably be in the top 3 in the championship.
Yep.
And it was just consistency. That was all it was. Because it's very easy to push hard and get a few places, but then you get one cone and that, you lose a place, or back in the day, it would be lose 3 places or something for an ABC, and you could win the race by nearly a lap, and then you finish 4th.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what's the point? You might as well have finished 2nd and gone 2 seconds a lap slower.
Yeah.
So it's a very different mentality to the out and out sprint racing that you might find in MSA racing.
In terms of plans for yourself, 2022, any that you want to reveal, or are you working away on anything that you're going to be pedaling next year?
I would love to give you a scoop, Andrew, but I actually don't have anything at the moment. I was racing, as you might have seen, in some X30 at the beginning of this year. Situation changed throughout the year, and I'm now actually starting a new job on Monday. So cool. I'm in a very transitional phase, as they would say, in my career life, whatever. At the moment, have absolutely no plans for racing. Not through not wanting to do it, but I can't commit to anything at the moment, both time-wise, finance-wise, and everything like that. And obviously, once the UKC's gone, the what's the word? Convenience of it is gone. So I need to sort of get myself sorted out, and then I can reprioritise my racing, because I love it. I'll be back. I'm probably never not going to race. I love it, and as you've seen, I've been doing BUKC for the last 5 years and loved it. So it's racing like that is whether I'm with my mates, it's good. Yeah. It's good quality racing, but also the what's the word? The atmosphere is right as well. I really, really enjoyed racing the BUKC. It's just the right atmosphere. Everyone's there for the right reasons. Everyone races for the right reasons. Especially at the front, we race hard, and it's there's a lot of competitive drivers, which is what I enjoy as well. But it's trying to find something that fits in with my life. So unfortunately, no scoop for you. Unfortunately,
That's all right.
I'll keep you updated if I do find something. But I'm sure I'll be back at some point in some sort of kart or car or something in the future.
Fantastic stuff. Just to round up on that final qualifying session, it was the Oxford Brookes show again.
Oxford Brookes F on pole.
F on pole.
Wowzers.
C team second. Loughborough A, good qualifying there on row 2.
Tongue thick penny.
So that's quite
running again, only half a tenth off pole, and he'll like me to mention that he's running 10 kilos overweight.
Brookes A alongside, that's a tasty second row.
And
then
Loughborough
C, Brookes D, row 3. Gloucestershire A, good qualifying from them, from the debutants on the 4th row of the grid. Brookes B, also on that 4th row. Loughborough B and Bournemouth A. That is going to be a very tasty last race, when there's going to be teams that need a certain score. There'll be teams in the clubhouse going, we need this team to not have a good race. That's going to be a bit of a spicy finish to the day.
Tell you what always surprises me is that, every year it seems like it's almost always, with the occasional team that pops up and then a team that drops out, the top 5-6 teams always seems to be the same teams, and yet the team that Loughborough's have got now is completely different teams when I was in Loughborough, but it's still the same group of guys. So it's quite cool to see that obviously the different unis always sort of seem to breed the top teams. Obviously Loughborough A, we've still got quite a lot of the team that we've had for the last 4 or 5 years because of the masters, and then in the placements, and then the graduate clause that we've now got because of COVID. So it's good to see. But Oxford, Brooks, Loughborough. Loughborough, Gloucestershire, Loughborough.
Fantastic stuff. We're going to take a break, guys. We're going to keep the stream rolling because, we should be good for a number of hours. But that is the qualifying complete. We'll keep everything live. We are due to go live on the Alpha live stream in 7 minutes and 43 seconds.
Not long.
So we're going to take a short break, grab something to eat, and then be back for race number 1, I reckon about 10 minutes' time. Cheers, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Cheers, Andrew.
I'm sure we'll be there or thereabouts. I think we've got a good team still.
You qualified yourself 10th. How have the rest of the A team got on this morning?
James was on pole, Charlie's 6th, and Gilo's 3rd. So, got some work to do. Me.
And obviously 3 races count towards the qualifying today. Each team will have a race for each of their drivers, and the 3 best results count towards whether or not you qualify. It's obviously looking good for you guys qualifying for Premier Championship again.
Yeah, I think a big thing today will be keeping out of trouble. It's a half-hour race. It's been a lot of penalties and a lot of carnage probably. So the main thing today is just keeping out of trouble.
Commentators, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's the best way of moving up.
Yes, we can.
Where I'm starting anyway.
Fingers crossed for some good clean racing, and all the best, Tom, for your chances today and your title defence.
Thank you very much. I'll see you soon.
You will indeed. Tom Thickpenny there from our reigning champions, the number 1 plate.
Commentators, can you make sure our mics are unmuted?
As you can see in the shot behind me, drivers have started making way out 2 carts.
Copy that, Adam.
Race number 1. Is this pole side? This is pole side, so the man who's going to jump in that vacant cart will be our pole sitter. I would admit we've had a little bit of an issue on the timing and we haven't got the names of the people, so we'll be figuring it out as we go along. To the right hand side in second place though, we have from Oxford Brooks, Mr. Page. Just let him get his
Audio
plate
check,
on
Adam.
over the
Check
side,
1
so
2.
that,
Check 1 2.
Check 3 4 on my headset, Adam.
So each team has control of their own
Yep.
number plates, as you can see on the front of the cart, and transponder, which he's putting on now. Transponder goes on the side of the cart, so we can track how many laps they've done, how fast they're going, and exactly where they are on track. And once he's pinned that in, we'll have a quick chat about the Oxford Brooks title chances this year. He's ignoring me, but he'll come over eventually. Come and have a quick chat. Come on, do your seat insert before you jump in. P2 to start the day for which is this, Oxford Brooks A?
Yes, that's correct.
And are we looking to go better than P3?
Mate, if we can improve, we're going to improve anyway. So
Absolutely.
the goal.
And Brooks have brought a lot of teams to this year's BKC.
Teammates. Yeah, it's a lot of teams. Yeah.
How do you go about recruiting so much talent every year?
I think we just attract the best and only the best. That's the Brooks way. I don't know, to be honest.
I'm sure I'll get to the bottom of the secret at some point because I will stop interviewing. You've got about 9 teams or something. Your chances for this race, do you know who's on pole?
I don't know, to be honest, because either way, I'll be giving it my best. So
That's exactly what you like to hear. Well, the man who is on pole has just shown up, so I'm going to go find out who it is for you. Any words of encouragement for him?
just let me pass, mate, and that'll be very nice. I'll PayPal him later.
I'll see how he feels about that. Well, thanks for chatting with us. We have the number 120, which I believe is a Royal Holloway driver. Let me jump this side of the cart and have a chat. I don't believe we've met, have we?
I don't think we have.
What's your name?
Matt Luff.
Matt Luff. I know the name. Matt, what are you doing on pole position in your first ever BUKC race?
Whoa, I've done a lot before this. Not in BUKC, but I've done a lot of karting and cars in the past. So being on pole position isn't exactly new for me. Although it is in the BUKC. But yeah, I'm excited to give it a go. See, I don't really know what the field is like tomorrow because, like you said, I've never done it before. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Should be a good race. Yeah.
Well, you got Oxford Brooks lined up alongside you, Archie Hobson of Warwick in behind, another Brooks driver then, that's Angus Fender in what would be 5th place. Just having a look back down the grid now to see who else you've got. Ed Tansley by there. I'm not altogether sure who that is in 4th, but usually get the field, especially later in the season when we mix the teams together, because we've got half our good drivers racing tomorrow, shall we say. Tell us a bit about yourself then. What other formula have you been involved in?
Well, I started off in rental karting when I was a little boy. I won the Saudi World Karting Championship twice. I went on to do a lot of British TKM, and then I moved to Genetic Juniors in 2017. Spent 2 years in Genetic Juniors, then moved to Mazdax 5 Championship, spent 2 years in that. Got a few wins here and there, and this year we did the Civic Cup, on the Civic Cup, and we come 2nd. Got the awards evening tonight, so after this I've got to rush off. But yeah.
It's quite a CV, to say the least, and it's great to have you here at BUKC. Hopefully you can transfer all those skills you've learned in those other championships.
18 kilos over the weight limit, so it's a struggle. I'm 92 kilos of gear, so
That's my excuse for being rubbish, so I can't have you winning. I'll have a word in time about that. Good to meet you, and enjoy your seat racing.
cheers, man. Thank you very much.
Let's go have a chat with Archie, who's up here in third position. Archie, are you captain of Warwick again this year?
No, that was 2 years ago.
Wow, that shows how well I keep up with current affairs. You're still in the 18.
Yep, still in the 18, still going strong.
Third place, surprise for you, or are you expecting to do this well?
I was hoping to be there or thereabouts. Be nice to move forward, but there's not far to move forward. So
You've got Brooks driver to the right of you, Brooks driver in behind. I'm going to have a word with Angus in a second. And this man in front of you's just reeled off the most impressive racing TV I've ever heard. So you're in good company.
yeah, no, it should be a fun one. Lots of competitive drivers, so hopefully not too much carnage, and we can have a nice clean race.
Absolutely, that's what we're all hoping for. Right, as I said, I'm going to have a quick word with Angus. Any words for him in behind?
Don't punt me off.
That's what most people say. Cheers, Archie. Angus, how are you doing?
At least it's dry.
You're usually a man who's done something interesting in the time in between BUKC rounds.
It's been a bit of a different year. No like full-time GT commitments, but done a bit of things here and there, driven some really cool stuff. So yeah, it's been alright.
You didn't, drop some names. Come on.
Well, I did a couple of rounds for Praga in Brick Car and got 2 wins at Alton Park, which is a good start. Praga cars, not karts, I should stress. Done 250 shifter at Shellington Super 3, won that too. Yeah, it's been a different year, but still enjoyable.
Sounds good. And bringing it back to BUKC, I've mentioned to your team over there, Brooks have brought a lot of drivers here today. Which of the Brooks teams is the one to keep an eye on? Which one's going to come out on top?
Me.
You're in which one? Remind us. Number 6.
I'm in Brooks B. We had a last minute change, so we brought in F3 driver Risa Shijima to C team, and I've been bumped up to B. So I'm only going forwards in this one.
I did have a quick look at Reese's Wikipedia page last night when granting him a race licence. But no, it was exciting to see how well you get on, and all the best.
Cheers, thank you. Yeah, and Risa's lead is fantastic.
All right. Yeah, Tsujima, keep an eye out for him later on. I'm going to wander back, probably grab one more interview before I pass over to our cameraman. Let's dive in. Big number 50 here. It's Backstage Academy. First time on the live stream?
Indeed, yeah.
And are you going to give us a performance to... How's qualifying gone for Backstage Academy?
It's gone all right, yeah. Most of us, we've got 2 drivers in the top 10 and 2 within 20, so yeah.
Whereabouts are you here? How far back are we? What, 12th?
13th.
13th. And what are you hoping for, a top 10 finish?
Hopefully, yes, hopefully we can make up a few places, but yeah, just see what happens really. Stay clear of the carnage, 30 minutes is a long time, so yeah.
Absolutely, that's the right attitude to have. Right, we're going to wrap this up here, and we're going to hand over to our commentary team.
If you are ready, Andrew and Howard.
Motorsport Media. You and I know them well. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell. Over to you guys in the comments box. Tell us a bit about yourself and read us through the grid for race number 1, please.
Thank you, Jacob. Hello, everybody, from the comms box here at Whilton Mill with myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather. Together, we are Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's going to be our pleasure and privilege to take you through the action today, nay, this weekend. Hello to those of you around the circuit as well, because I believe we're going out on Tannoy as well. So hello to all of you. It is qualifiers day 1 for the 2021-22 chip. High pressure, high stakes for the qualifiers as teams bid to get themselves into the championship that they see themselves naturally fitting into, and into the classes within that those championships that they naturally see themselves being destined for. But it all hinges on just 4 races per team. Here's your grid for race number 1. It's going to be Royal Holloway on pole.
It's not going through correctly. You'll have to just wing it.
So apologies for those of you watching on the stream with the graphics there. It's going to be Royal Holloway A on pole, Oxford Brooks A alongside Warwick A and Oxford Brooks E on the second row. Then it's another Brooks kart, the B kart on row 3 with Oxford A alongside. Manchester A and Brighton B are on row 4. Row 5 is UCL A and University of West of England B. It's the University of East Anglia A and Swansea A on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Backstage Academy A. Then it's University of Wales Trinity St David B alongside them. De Montfort A and Brighton A are row 8. Leicester B and UED are row 9. Loughborough C and Swansea B round out your top 20. Then it's Leicester A, King's College B, York A and Edge Hill A. Portsmouth A and King's College A take you out to 26th. UCL B and De Montfort B are row 14. Row 15 is Swansea D and Manchester C. Then it's Edinburgh C and Manchester D, York B and Leeds Beckett B, and Kingston B and Newcastle B. We're going to have to get used to saying grids that long because it is an absolute packed house here in the BUKC ranks. And Andrew, we are looking good for the go with race number 1.
Here we go then. BUKC 2022 is... go for the first time here at Whilton Mill this weekend. We are racing 30 minutes for all of these races here today and tomorrow. Into turns 1 and 2 they go for the first time. A few stragglers towards the back of the field. Royal Holloway, though, this is a big opportunity for them to get some points on the board, Howard. They lead through Christmas Corner for the first time.
Yeah, Matt Laffar, pole sitter on that one, talking to Jacob Down on the grid. We should stress that we're not... completely fleshed out with all of the drivers' names as we're talking through this for today. So if you're used to that on the BUKC coverage, we're working on it. They head through Zulus for the first time today of this national layout here at Whilton Mill. Allows us to go racing into the darkness, which we very much will do later today. Yellow flag out at the last corner, though, as Royal Holloway A come through. Not quite sure what that's there to clear. And there's a cone penalty early doors for Royal Holloway A. And that means that they cannot take the win because that is going to be a one-place deduction from wherever they finish. In all that early exchange, though, Brooks E has come to the fore of the Brooks carts up into second place as there's a look here from Brooks B, I think that is, on Warwick A into Christmas Corner at the sharp end of the field. Oxford A have clearly run into some issues. It's great to see Oxford A back in the BUKC after not being able to fully contest in the previous season, but they've had an unfortunate start here, down to 36th. Shout out to our biggest mover of the first lap, which is Portsmouth A, up to 19th place on that first lap. So good effort from them. Side by side, Warwick goes with Brooks B.
So that is already not the start that Oxford A wanted. Just to go over some housekeeping, each team will compete in 4 of the 7 races held this afternoon here on your Alpha Live stream. They've only got 1 dropped score, though, so the best 3 results of those 4 races are what count towards the team's points total at the end of the day. So Oxford A, on lap 1 of race 1, have effectively already used their dropped score, and we've been talking a lot in the week and this morning on the DDMM data centre stream, Howard, how you can't afford to have a bad race because it's so competitive out there. There's so many strong teams going for one of those 27 places on offer today for getting into the Mains Championship. Can't quite believe I'm saying this, but Oxford A and their qualification for Mains is already in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about, usually we have a 10-race format for the last few seasons. We've had a 10-race format to our qualifiers days. Each driver would have 2 races. Different format this year does indeed mean, mate, that if one of your 4 races falls over, you're already up against it. You are already under pressure here as to whether or not you're going to make it into those crucial top 27 spots. That's the key number here, folks. The top 27 from today are going to qualify into that Mains Championship. The remaining teams out of the 63 that we have here today, as Brooks B puts a move in on the sister team of Brooks A, they're not going to want to hold each other up too much. In fact, we've got a bit of a Brooks motorcade forming here, second down through to 4th. Loads of teams here from Brooks. I'm sure we'll talk about that plenty of times today. But the top 27 going into that Mains, the remaining teams are going into that intermediate championship. Great championship, as there's another cone penalty for Royal Holloway A. That's another position being deducted. But yeah, nothing wrong with the intermediate championship, Andrew. Great championship. One very close to you and me is how we got started when we were kicking off with BUKC with what was then known as the Rookie Championship. But that's basically morphed into the intermediates. But if you had your heart set on the Mains, that's what you had your heart set on. Yep. And this will set the mould for the whole season.
It will indeed. Curb warning for King's College A. A couple of track limits for folks to watch out for. On the exit of the Zulu corners coming onto the back straight, driver's right, the monster curb on the inside of the last corner, And there we go. There's our first track limit
and that
penalty of the day. It'll be plus 2 positions because well, let's say there was a bit of a chat after the qualifyings.
Yes.
The timed qualifying sessions, I should say, for drivers not respecting track limits. So it's now 1 warning. You then get a penalty on your second offence, and it's 2 places. So that's what Manchester C have done there.
And if they get a third one, it's an instant black flag.
This corner in particular, the last corner,
yep,
is where we're going to be monitoring track limits. But it's a top 3 breaking a wave now. Royal Holloway A still leading on the road. Oxford Brookes E and B in second and third places. And they'll try and work together now, mate, to bridge that gap and consolidate some strong points for their teams in this early race.
Absolutely. Good battles happening in the midfield as well whilst this is going on. Backstage Academy A have just got by on 2 King's College carts, the A and the B team, to get up into 16th place. And Loughborough C have just got by on Portsmouth A as well. UCL A have acquired a penalty for contact, so that's going to be 4 positions docked at the end of this race. I want to give a shout out to any drivers, by the way, today, because it is for quite a few drivers out there. It will be their first day competing in the BUKC. Welcome along for the ride. It's always a bit of a stressful moment on qualifiers day, but bear your briefing in mind and have fun out there. Was that a stationary card? Let me just keep an eye on timing for this one. I'm wondering if something's happened out there to Swansea D.
Swansea B have just had a call in the cone penalty.
Okay.
So they will be demoted 1 position at the end of this race. And we should say as well, that's a point as well.
Replay.
Let's have a replay here. This is the number 23 at the inside of the 35. Good move there by the 102. So that was Swansea B, Trinity B in a bit of a cross-Wales battle. And Montfort A returning to the championship. All over there. That was for 12th place.
Yep. Absolutely. So Royal Holloway in the lead, but as there's another penalty for the 58 of UCLA, and that's the second time I've seen a contact penalty. So I'm not sure if that was a re-showing of the same penalty, but the black flag for Newcastle B for taking out a fellow competitor.
So we're getting to that stage of the race now, 7 minutes in, where traffic will start being a factor for the front runners. We on the DDMM stream this morning for qualifying had Piers Pryor in the box with us for the final qualifying session. He was saying at this particular point it's very, very key to get your racecraft right. And we often see at this stage of the year, there's a spin out there, and hopefully that's not going to collect any of the front runners.
Yeah, I think that was a battle, by the way, going on for a 29th place. I think that was De Montfort B, York B and Edinburgh C who all came together there.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for that driver to get round. They're going to beach themselves and hit the cone. That's not how we want to execute
and this
turn in the road.
What they're doing now that people can see on the stream, this is kind of counterintuitive. There aren't that many forms of karting in the UK, and you really want to pick that up. I know what you're trying to go for there, but you pick up one of the axles.
And so wing it round.
It often feels weird, but actually what I think you want to do in this situation is go around to the back of the cart and lift at the rear bumper and pull. It feels counterintuitive because you go, I'm getting closer to the cart. But that's what the yellows are there to cover you for, and it's about getting used to that. That's part of learning your craft. Bizarrely, you wouldn't think it's so, I shouldn't be getting out the cart. But every once in a while an incident happens, you need to be able to confidently get out and get your cart back underway again.
Penalty towards the front of the order. University of West of England B, the team based in Bristol, have had an overtake under yellow. I think that may have been through Christmas Corner there. So that's going to be a number of places demoted for the number 34 carts, currently in 7th place.
Mm-hmm.
But Piers was saying this morning, especially for new drivers into the BUKC who have experience in, say, owner racing, this stage is where it gets very, very different for those guys because they're not used to traffic. They're quicker, but it's not perhaps the kind of racecraft that they would expect from owner racing, and you've got to be a bit more patient. Here is a battle for the race lead on the road. Looks like we've got Angus Fender there in the Oxford Brookes B cart.
We do indeed.
Really hassling the back of the Royal Holloway cart, and effectively already leading the race, of course, because Royal Holloway have a penalty. But Angus Fender back once again, looking on really, really good form.
Yep, absolutely. So this is going to be an interesting one. Obviously doesn't want to throw it away with the silly move because, as you say, net he already leads this race.
Oh, that's a brave
what
one.
a move, though.
Brilliant.
Round the outside of Oblivion, effectively there. Where did that one come from? That was brilliant. And Lufford's trying to fight back up the hill here. But Fender's going to just squeeze a little bit. But down the inside goes Royal Holloway A back into the lead. Now they'll be heading towards Inkermans now. This is where the national loop diverges from the international loop. It's still with Royal Holloway A as they come through the Zulus this time around.
Track limit warning for Royal Holloway. That was on the last corner, battling it once again. And Angus Fender trying to go around the outside into the boot. Can he get it locked down? No. Royal Holloway fighting back here. This is coming into play for Oxford Brooks E. They're pod to pod. A bit of contact through the last corner there. Fender runs wide, but he was kind of forced into that. There is a contact warning for Oxford Brooks A, and finally Fender has got through.
That was inch perfect there on the apex of the crook there, because Fender came just to deter any run up the hill there for Royal Holloway A. It's a good little battle, that, I've got to say, but leads us on. Here is the replay. This is into the boot on the last lap. Round the outside here goes Brooks B, goes Angus Fender. Matlove trying to find the space on the third apex of boot, finds it, but then side by side through paddock. Not really. It's force majeure there for violating the track limits there for Brooks B, as we've got a driver off. It's the number 86, which makes it Leeds Beckett B, who are recovering to the circuit. There, I'm going to guess one of our new drivers there. Black flag shown for Swansea D for an ABC takeout, which I imagine may well be on that Beckett B kart, because I'm pretty sure they were occupying a very similar piece of road, as this is exactly what we're talking about now. Going through the traffic, that was Edge Hill A, just minding their own business for the most part. As there's a black flag for Newcastle B, that's a re-showing of the one previously for a different takeout. As there's black flag for the race leader. Royal Holloway A have been issued with a black. Well, I say the leader, excuse me, second place, of course, as of a couple of laps ago. But either way, they now have the black flag, and it's for an advantage by contact bump and pass. Happening twice, whilst Backstage Academy have also received a black flag. This is what it's all about. And for the first time, I'm going to say the buzz phrase that we always say in the BUKC, particularly the qualifiers: it is about getting through quickly but cleanly. That is the key.
Yeah, and that Backstage Academy one, I think, could be something that they look back on at the end of the day with a bit of regret. Just to bring up our projections. So this is the DDMM projection of who's in, who's out. This is based on the qualifying results from this morning, and currently Backstage Academy were the 15th best performing team in qualifying, so that potential of a strong result has gone now, and it's going to drop them down the order. Here come Royal Holloway into the pits. I'm going to be honest, Royal Holloway's chances of qualifying based off their
other qualifying,
their timed qualifying results this morning was particularly low. So that is probably Royal Holloway done for the day. Although they could fight back. Their second, third and fourth drivers could fight back and get the results they need to finish in the top 27 here today. Here we're looking at a battle going through Inkermans, which is the tight right-hand hairpin today, before we go down into the Zulus. This is first time in a while we've had an Alpha live stream on the Zulu format.
I believe that was Edge Hill A battling away with the University of West England D for 25th, I want to say.
Yep.
Bear with us though, folks. We're learning a lot of teams today.
Yes, all brand new number boards for the teams.
Good little battle here. Manchester A leading the fight over 5th place between themselves. UEB, Swansea A, and Brighters. That's Archie Hobson putting a lap on some of the traffic further down, as that is... I'm trying to see who was making that move. I think it was Portsmouth A on the move that we just saw up at Christmas Corner. But a good battle going on nonetheless in amongst the top 10. Brooks 1-2 at the moment, with Brooks B and Brooks E leading the way, as there's a look on the 72, but I think that's to put a lap on them. Is this the battle over 5th place coming through on the battle for 25th place that we were just talking about? It is indeed. And now it goes to a Brooks 1-2-3. Archie Hobson has been passed by the number 3 Brooks A kart, so it is Brooks 1, 2, 3, and Andrew underlying the depth of talent. We always talk about it, but this year it's particularly pronounced, I think, with the 6 teams that they have here at Qualifiers. My understanding is that the record is to get 4 teams qualified for mains. That is the record, and it is held by Brooks. I'm fairly certain, although Loughborough have also achieved
Yeah, I think
that,
in
I
years
want to
gone
say.
by.
But make no mistake, if they can get 5 or
wide.
even 6 teams through, as we do indeed go 3 wide into the boot section, this again is the battle over 5th downwards.
Cone penalty for Oxford Brooks A. So that will be a place demoted for them at the end. You've seen the 86 there going through shot in the middle of all those leaders, and that is of course Leeds Beckett B, who've had their issues in this race. They're currently in 33rd position. Down the inside there go Manchester A, who had their best season in the BUKC in 2021. Finished 5th in the mains championship, hence why they've got plate number 5. 15 minutes to go in this first race of 7 here today. Each team competes in 4 of them. Each driver in a team races once each. It's been a good start this from the Oxford Brooks squad. They've seen the challenge from Royal Holloway diminish. Warwick A still there in 4th. It's a decent position this for Archie Hobson. We've been mentioning this morning how Warwick A always tend to run well in the qualifiers. Always, I think there's a piece of debris in the middle of the track there at Christmas Corner, but this is good to see Archie, who... This is going to make me feel old because he's been saying this. He's much younger than me. Bit of a veteran now in BUKC terms.
Don't say that. You're right, but don't say that.
But it's a good start for them. Very
Absolutely.
good start for them to get some strong points on the board, take the pressure off later drivers to race this afternoon. And Archie's leading his team very, very well. Who else is leading their team very, very well? Brighton. We've not talked about Brighton a lot in this race, and we should, because they've got 2 karts currently in the top 10, running in 8th and 10th position as the number 35 looks down the inside. That's Swansea B putting a lap on the 86. Let's just put the spreadsheet of doom in the order for Brighton. How are Brighton looking? Yeah, they're looking very nice. Off their qualifying. Both of their teams in the top 20 in terms of qualifying performance from the timed sessions earlier this morning. Contact warning for Warwick A. Leicester B have just overtaken King's College B for 18th position. That's the number 69 going past the 108.
Contact warning for that Warwick A kart, but crucially a warning, not a penalty. But there is a penalty for Swansea D. That's another track limits penalty being issued. And this, to be clear, I'm not sure, apologies, not entirely sure if Jacob covered this for people on the stream down on the grid. A particular focus here on track limits after what was a fraught qualifying, a fraught series of qualifying sessions, I should say. Oh, and that is, well, we'll have to double check who that is actually, because
I think.
It does look like it, doesn't it? Double check for that. Keep an eye on who's tumbling down the timesheet, or if they're going to turn it around. It's the 39, Newcastle B.
Yeah, that's not good news for Newcastle B. I get the feeling that they were... Yeah, they've had a difficult day so far. Qualified 36th, 34th, 29th and 32nd of their races so far. But it is something that we see in the qualifiers. You have some brand new teams in terms of their driver lineups. And they'll use this. This will be the first race experience a lot of these drivers have had ever.
Yep.
So it's not a problem if they have a little spin.
We should say as well, there is as that's the 110
Kingston
that's gone
B.
stationary. Yeah. Drop score. There is one across the 4 races.
Yes.
Indeed. So when we're talking about these qualifying. Whether they're going to qualify. That's a big off there. That's Newcastle B again.
Now, I suspect that may have been as a consequence of wet tyres and then trying to push flat out. But, yeah, Newcastle B have had a big incident. Driver's okay.
Yeah. But that's
Don't worry, son. I've been there. A few weeks ago, in fact. Yeah, he gets run wide. And the grass is so slick at that point. It's quite a hard lick into the wall and into the bank there.
Yeah, no, and that's again, that's not how you do it. I know that a lot of these drivers may be doing this for the first time. Don't push the cart from in front of it. You're pushing against the entire resistance of the engine effectively, because the rear axle is connected at that point.
I've had to say that is a track limit warning for
Yes.
for the number 39. And,
I mean, I
he's
think
on his way
I
again.
don't think they can argue that wasn't in any way a violation of track limits. But we've got just over 10 minutes left of this one to go. Still a Brooks 1, 2, 3, but there was is it the A car that has the cone penalty hanging over it? So at the moment, Archie Hobson in that Warwick A cart. I don't think I've seen any penalties come in for the Warwick cart. Will be in third. But yeah, there's the drop score of the 4 races the teams do. There is a score that will not count for their score come the end of the day. So why are we worrying so much, you might think? Well, if this was the race where you had the good grid position, like we were talking about with Royal Holloway A, you can't have another mistake. You just can't have another mistake. And that level of pressure, having so much consequence for your season, I can't think of a time when we've had that in the BUKC in quite this way.
Good news for Swansea. I've just done a quick comparison of where a lot of the drivers started.
Yep.
Both the Swansea A and Swansea B drivers have moved up significantly. Swansea B running in 11th on the road at the moment started 20th. Swansea A started 12th and are up to 6th. That's the kind of performance that you want at this stage of the day. You know, you're taking a decent qualifying and making it a really good race result. You're gaining on the expectations from before this race.
Yep. Should just mention Angus Fender controlling this one well. 5 seconds the gap now that Brooks B has in hand. As there's the 43 of Brooks E going through to put a lap on, I think that was King's College A.
Keep your comments coming in on the live stream, live streams I should say today, because we've got 2 of them running. We've got the main live stream here on Alpha Live. There's a black flag for an ABC takeout for Loughborough C, but we've also got our data centre over on the DDMM YouTube channel. Thank you for your continued support, and if you're enjoying the coverage on both of those channels, do give that subscribe button a press, but especially on the Alpha Live channel, because they're very, very close to 20,000 subscribers. Thank you for your continued support. 8.5 minutes of the race to go. Just keeping an eye on this battle for third place between Oxford Brooks A on the road and Warwick A. And don't forget to get in touch for interview requests. Let us know who you want to hear from, and Jacob will do his finest work to poke a microphone in their faces.
Absolutely. Royal Holloway through on Portsmouth A for 16th place in what is effectively now a bit of a recovery drive for Royal Holloway A, but they still have penalties to be applied. Even though they got the black flag, there were still some penalties forthcoming before that, which means that where they finish, there will still be some positions docked for them. All penalties in the BUKC are position penalties, aside from the most egregious offences, which I suppose are a disqualification from the round and you go home. But for the most part, 99% of the penalties you'll see are position penalties applied at the end of the race. So yeah, I think we mentioned the black flag for Loughborough C for ABC takeout. What are we talking about? They haven't gone and taken a takeaway. What are we talking about with takeout? That's when you... ABC is advantage by contact, so if you hear us say that, that's what we're talking about there. But then there are different flavours, if you like, of advantage by contact. There's bump and pass. You didn't cause your competitor to crash out, but you did get through a little too robustly. That is ABC pass. UCL A get through on De Montfort A, that's for 12th place, but almost to balance it back up again. De Montfort B have just got through on Edinburgh C, so it's good and bad there for De Montfort fans. Hello to Harry Jones, who's got in contact on the DDMM stream.
good to see. Drivers coming through. 6 minutes of this race to go. There's the number 58 at the inside, UCLA. The droopy GoPro. This is why I need to get that video out to show people how to set up their GoPros on 1200 cars. Get a screwdriver out. A very interesting video of a front bumper. Oh, bit of a turn in there from the driver on the outside. Manchester A, by the way, have got past Warwick A. Number 72, and amongst this is Edge Hill A. Oh, what a big moment there. For I think it was the 108 of King's College B. As well, Holloway making their way back through. There's a penalty for the Montfort A. Team based not too far from here, up in Leicester. But that'll be +4 positions for them at the end of this race. 5 minutes to go. Still Brooks B from E from A. In a BEA beautiful display so far from Oxford Brooks.
Thank you
very much.
Not even ruined by the fact that Brooks A has a penalty. Manchester A is waiting in the wings in 4th place. And there's some karts spinning off there in the middle of the Zulus, and I think, is that Edge Hill involved? I think that may be more someone's putting a lap on, so we could see someone dropping down from quite high up the order. Keep an eye on that one. There's
on the inside of there's 2 of them.
Yeah, that's my point, and I'm wondering, I
real.
think that was the driver in the black overalls, black and blue overalls on your screen, putting a lap. Or was it? That's York A, the 77. So that's going to be expensive for them dropping from 19. But who else is dropping down? It's the 24. And that... Oh, no, that's Look for C from further down. So apologies. I got the drivers the wrong way. That is most costly for York A, unfortunately. Who I think have been running this one fairly cleanly as Royal Holloway goes through there, putting a lap on fellow competitor there. We're within the last, inside the last 5 minutes now of what is, I want to say, the longest sprint format that the BUKC's ever used. These 30-minute races, we've had 25-minute races, we've had 20-minute races before counting a sprint. But these 30-minute races just leave you that little longer time. It means that it's important to be patient. And if there's one takeaway from this first race of the day, I think it's got to be, Andrew, that it's about keeping it clean. It's about not getting those penalties. I know it sounds like we're doing the boring housekeeping stuff when we say it, but these teams are going to have to, take heed of that, or they're going to learn the lesson very painfully by way of having a very hard time or an even failed attempt at qualifying for the championship or the class that they see themselves naturally being in.
I'm going to give a shout out again though to the York A drivers to say that until that incident it was a really strong run. They started 23rd and were up to 16th. All good learning, and still not over for York. 15th place in their next race is a good opportunity for them to improve their score. 2.5 minutes to go. Here we're looking at the squabble over 7th place. Someone's going round there through Christmas Corner and may get collected here. Get on the pedal. That's a decent recovery. Get back underway. You've got the University of East Anglia in there. Performed brilliantly last year. Most improved team. But here is your race leader, Oxford Brooks B. GT racer Angus Fender with the McLaren logo on the back of his suit. Great to have him back here. 4.7 seconds is his lead now. And he's just coasting this one home. Doesn't need to push too hard. Doesn't need to take any risks. Well in control of his race, and it will be a job well done for Angus here.
Absolutely. UWTSDB up into 13th place, past De Montfort on that last time around, and University of West England D are a team who are on the move as well. I think they've just got by on Leicester A, and then both of those Appalachian teams have both got by on King's College B as well. Last time, so there's a little battle going on there. Or, as I say that, no, King's College B haven't. I think there was an instance of King's College B on that last lap because they lost some 18 seconds on that last tour of the circuit. So go for Brooksby. Penalty for Newcastle B for track limits again. Going to be a costly one there for them. And I know, I appreciate there are new drivers out there, so it seems very hard to sort of, I've got to put another penalty in them, but there's no point, the leniency should be, the line that I always think is the leniency early on should be with pace. It shouldn't be with standards and safety. That's the stuff that you want to get locked down, and then the pace comes to you over time. Obviously, some things are learned with experience, but that's really the key thing. There's always a thing of, if you're running one of these university clubs, I know certainly when I was looking at new drivers coming in, you're looking for the ones who have the head, they're savvy, they've got the heads up, they're looking down the road, they're spotting the risks, and they are keeping within the rules as well. And then you look to see if the pace is there. One man who does have pace, though, is Angus Fender. He's coming round now. The boot for Brooksby. He's going to be saved the trouble, I think, of going by on any of this traffic, because he's going to come round now and he's going to take the first checkered flag of BUKC 2022. Angus Fender with the win for Brooksby in race 1, and it is going to be a Brooks 1-2-3 on the road, because Brooks E will finish in second, Brooks A in third, but they do have a penalty to be applied. I believe it's just a one-place penalty for a cone. So a 1-2-3 on the road, but it's going to be a Brooks 1-2 in the end. Manchester A finished 4th on the road. Warwick A next. Good drive there from Archie Hobson. Swansea A in 6th. 7th for UEA A. And then 8th for UE B. We will get used to saying those names together. Brighton B and Brighton A with solid drives from both their teams to finish 9th and 10th. And Swansea B, Royal Holloway A on their recovery up to 12th in the end. University of Wales, Trinity St David B in 13th, and it was UCLA, De Montfort A with a good drive there, 15th, Portsmouth A, decent drive. These like mid-team drives are going to be the crucial bread and butter that gets some of these teams through. Make no mistake about it. Leicester B in 17th, King's College A, University of West of England D, Leicester A rounds up the top 20. Then it was York A, King's College B, Edgehill A, UCL B, Backstage Academy A, Manchester C, Edinburgh C, Manchester D round out the top 30. Then it was Leeds Beckett B, Newcastle B in 32nd, but definitely with some penalties to be applied. Kingston B, Swansea D, York B, and Oxford A with it all to do now, because they had, in some way, they had some issue at the start, which meant that they finished 2 laps off the back of everybody else. So that is going to be one to keep an eye on for them as they try and regain that momentum. That was race number 1. We've got 6 more of them to come today. Let's head down next, though, to Jacob on the grid.
Don't worry, he's just going to get an interview.
Okay, drivers, take your fuel caps off, please. Numbers and transponders. And drivers from race number 2, let's see you on the circuit, please, getting ready. Fuel caps off, please, drivers.
I'm down here on the grid with race winner, at least he assures me he got no penalties, Angus Fender. Spoke to you on the grid, you started about 5th, was it? And a good race from there.
Yeah, it was alright. Nose clean, pretty much. Like, you have to fight the first lap a little bit, but from then, like, you might as well just wait. You might as well just take your time. The races are so long. So I'm just like, I don't need to scrap around early on and get the places immediately. Like, I have enough speed to just wait and pick a moment. So pretty much story my race after that. It was a case of managing traffic and not getting any penalties, which I didn't do, so it was all good.
Excellent. For any drivers who are watching the live stream, that's the exact kind of attitude we want at BUKC HQ.
JB loves it. JB loves it.
Exactly.
He bribed me to say that. He bribed me to say that. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I will make sure he transfers you that cash later on. But no, Angus, congratulations. It's a good start for Brooks. You had E and A in behind you as well. So great. It was a BEA, yes. BEA beautiful, some would say. But yeah, good start for Brooks.
Yeah, mega. Let's keep it up this way. Let's see how it goes for us today.
Thanks, Angus. Speak to you later. Angus Fender, their race winner of race number 1. And our man Matt Luff from Royal Holloway unfortunately suffered a black flag, I think.
I know. Some back marker just braked like 100 yards early. I went straight into the back of him and they said, oh, bumped a pass. So, I mean, it is what it is, but I feel like it's a bit unfair. But, you know, I was having a good battle with Angus and the front pack up until then. And the pace was good, surprisingly. So, yeah, I had a good race overall. I don't know where I finished. Do you know?
No idea, sorry. But no, you sound exactly like a standard BUKC qualifiers first time, not realising that the back markers are very much back markers. It does get a bit different after Christmas in the main championships, but did you enjoy yourself?
Oh, mate, I had a great time. Yeah, I don't do a lot of karting anymore, so it's good to get back in it.
That's the thing. The motto of the BUKC is if you had fun, then you won.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Good way of looking at it.
Well, thanks for chatting with us, and hopefully see you again after Christmas.
Thank you.
Matt Love there, Royal Holloway, our pole sitter, unfortunate to get himself a black flag for that incident that he was describing there. Pole sitter for this second race is Manchester's Michael Grebe. He's just putting his pins in his number plate, and I'm going to have a quick chat with him once he's done so, or even halfway through.
I'm almost done. I need one more pin.
Almost done. You need one more pin. All right, I'll let you have a look for that, and I'll jump over to Kyle first, who's also doing his pins.
I'm bent over.
Yes, isn't that a shame? How are you doing?
Yeah, all right. You?
Yeah, good. What'd you get up to over summer?
I lost some weight. Have you noticed?
I didn't want to assume, but you know.
It's not tight. It's not skin tight anymore.
Yeah, on the treadmill or?
Yeah, all good. All good. Shame about the weight limit today. I would have been on 82, but 75. So.
You're ready for after Christmas?
Well, I've put it back on by then.
Not too much turkey. And you're a working man now, aren't you?
As of Monday, yeah. Well, yeah.
I've already liked the page. I thought you'd already had a job.
Well, I did. It was karting, Formula Fast.
Yeah.
But no, yeah.
Wait, so you got another job? Wow. Tell us about this.
It's at Cosworth. Trying to help. Yeah. So we'll start that Monday.
Excellent. Kyle obviously taking advantage of the rule we mentioned earlier where we're allowing graduates, or at least people who graduated this summer, to race. And you put yourself P2 alongside Michael Grebe. Do you fancy your chances in this one?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's obviously a long race, so just got to circulate for a bit and we'll get through the traffic when that comes in a few laps.
Well, that's Bond on, and I'm going to go speak to Michael. I'll see you again later. Grebe.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Pole position, so you should.
Yeah, I'm out of race. So we'll see how it goes, but hopefully it's going to be a clean start so I can get a chance to.
The truck is going to push back down there, Josh. But yeah. Okay, we're back. We're struggling with signal down here, so let's wander up the grid a little bit and speak to. Let's go for Ed Tansley. Ed, I'm sure I saw you on the grid a second ago in race number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I was putting the number board on. Miles was P6 in that one.
I see. And this is the return of Oxford, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, we got 116. Like, you know, we need to lower that number hopefully this year.
Oxford, the University of Missed due to local COVID regulations, I guess.
Yeah, no, exactly that. It's quite a team together, but when you're, you know, not allowed to hold any test days.
That's all done. You're back in force and you're here to win.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You know, am I quick enough to win this one? I don't know, but you know, we're going to go for it.
Not that attitude, you're not going to be quick enough. You know, let's have some positivity and self-belief, please.
Oh, I'm in it to win it. Don't get me wrong.
That's what I like to hear. That's exactly what we want. Right, I'm going to quickly have a chat with Harry Farnhill behind you.
Nice. See ya.
Ed Tansley. Harry Farnhill's a former drivers' champion, but he's way back here in what, 10?
Yeah, it was sorry, isn't it? A bit of penalties and stuff like that, but see what happens in those.
Well, you are in the number 10 plate of the UWTSD team. You guys looking to improve on that this year?
I don't know, we've had like 11, 12, 13 and now 10, so we're having a good collection of the just outside the top 10, but yeah, it's just number in it.
We'll rattle through the grids.
I think they're waiting for me to finish. He's eyeing me up, so I'm going to get off your side pod now and let you race.
Cheers, mate. Have a good day.
Harry Farnhill there, UWTSD, Swansea. As you can hear, engines are fired up, race is ready to go. Andrew, Howard, back to you in the comms box.
I've got grids this time.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take a look at the grid then for race number 2 of Saturday qualifiers for BUKC. Manchester A will start this one on pole with Brooks A alongside. Warwick A and University of West of England B are on row 2 with Edinburgh A and Loughborough A on row 3. Row 4 will be De Montfort A and Brooks C. Oxford A and University of West of England A round out your top 10. Then it's University of Wales, Trinity St David A and Edinburgh B on row 6, Oxford Brooks F and Leeds Beckett A on row 7, York A and Manchester D on 8, Newcastle A and Oxford Brooks E on row 9, Kingston A and Swansea A round out your top 20. Then it's Warwick B, University of Wales, Trinity St David B, Loughborough C and Swansea D in 24th, Bournemouth A, Manchester C, UCL A, Warwick D, King's College A and Leeds Beckett B to round out your top 30. Then it's Brunel B, De Montfort B, Derby B, Newcastle B, UCL B and King's College B rounding out your 36 kart grid. As we are good for a race, so I'm glad I went through that as quickly as I did. It'd be really, really awkward if they went round for another rolling up lap. Few penalties being applied to Brooks. It wasn't actually, I think we called it as a Brooks 1-2 on comms. It wasn't even that. There were some other penalties for Brooks karts. It's important these drivers try and avoid these penalties. How's it going to go with this one? Manchester A to lead us away in that number 5 kart. Brooks A in the number 3 alongside. Into Oblivion Corner they go for the first time in race number 2, and they'll come through the crook and head up the hill for the first time. And it is our pole sitter of Manchester A who is at the head of the field and has the dream start, in fact. Quite a few kart lengths as they go 3 wide, 4 wide, even possibly 5 wide into Christmas Corner at the top of the hill, and then stream their way through the left-hander at what we colloquially known as Boxing Day because it comes after Christmas, and through at Inkerman's here. Relatively clean start. I'm impressed to see that one. In fact, I don't know why I said the word relatively. That was a decent start from the field there to get us underway, but Manchester A have the early bragging rights, but Oxford Brooks A have stayed with them. It is as they were from the front row at the end of lap number 1, but Edinburgh A have managed to advance up to 4th place. So it's now Manchester A, Brooks A, Warwick A, Edinburgh A, your top 4. Loughborough A as well, rising up into the top 5 on that first lap. And it is Edinburgh A going for the move on Warwick A there at Christmas Corner over 3rd place on this second lap. And that is job done. So Edinburgh A on the move here.
Yeah, Edinburgh A, well, this is their first race. They only have 3 eligible drivers in the competition today. So by that we mean their 4th race is a driver not counting for points. That is their drop score because they're going to get 0 in that race. So this is quite a key race for Edinburgh A. They harbour ambitions of being in the mains this year. They had decent qualifyings, 5th, 3rd and 15th of their point-scoring drivers, 11th best performing team across those timed qualifying sessions. They'll be looking to convert these points, but at the front of the field, Manchester A and Brooks A, 2 very experienced drivers at the front of this field. And you can see Carl Morby there having a little look down the inside into Inkerman's. It's a place where you can overtake. You've got to get it right. It's very easy to overshoot and collect another driver in that situation. Fastest kart out there at the moment is Oxford Brooks C on a 45.802. Will be beaten for sure as the race goes on. We saw lap times down in the low 44s this morning in qualifying, in the timed qualifying, and sure enough it's starting to tumble. Trinity A have had a good start. They're in 8th place. Car number 10 is once again bit of defensive driving there from Manchester A, not seeming wanted to work with Oxford Brooks A at the moment. Can Carl Morby find a way past Michael Grieve there? No, not quite at the moment. Down through this Zulu section, slalom-like. You've got to have the kart balanced on the front end, making sure you've got good grip through the final part of the Zulus and onto the back straight. Unsurprisingly, both of these drivers at the front of the field dealing with it very well. Hands up, yellow flag must be out on the last corner for maybe something down into turn 1. Number 46 of Edinburgh A is catching up though, was 4/10 quicker last time around. There's a cone penalty for Loughborough A. They're currently in 4th place. troubles early on in this race for King's College A, Leeds Beckett B and Newcastle B. They are all towards the back end of the field. And it's a difficult day so far for Leeds Beckett B. The drivers at the front of the field have already caught up to traffic. That's the number 79 being lapped there, UCLB. Well dealt with by, as I say, quite a few very experienced drivers in BUKC racing in this particular race. So Manchester A still leading. Oh, it gets worse for Leeds Beckett B. They've just received a black flag, so they'll have to come into the pits and have a stop-go penalty. It's still Carl Morby. This is a good chance. Side by side through Boxing Day. Can he hold it to the outside? Yes, he can. So through go Oxford Brookes A into the lead, and here come Edinburgh A now as well. Instruction there from Carl Morby. Let's work together. Let's try and pull away. And to be honest, at the moment, he is not needing any help. He's got a big lead now over Manchester A. That was a good move, that, Howard. You saw it being formed up. Carl sticking to the outside, switching back. And this was the key moment, getting side by side at that point. The move's done.
Yeah, absolutely. Great little move there. None too many that we see. Effectively around the outside of Boxing Day. It was already done by the time they were stabbing the brakes, as they do briefly for Inkermans. So Carl Morby showing a lot of his experience in the kart there. And now a lap on from where he made that move. He's looking to stretch his legs a bit at the front of this race. Newcastle A have just got by on Oxford Brookes F. That is over 14th place. And if that sounds like that's not at the sharp end of the field, as we've been saying already today, those little, battles in the teens, those are potentially going to be the real clinchers for those who end up being on the bubble, as it were, for qualification to the mains. If you can put in those consistent results, then that's going to be crucial. Brookes C looks for a move on Loughborough A into Christmas Corner and makes the move stick. So Brookes C up into 4th place. One of the, should we say, long-standing rivalries of BUKC is Loughborough and Brookes, arguably perhaps one of the longest-standing ones, certainly the most successful rivalry, with the most BUKC championship wins for those two at the top. Good little battle going on still in that sort of mid-teens battle. Newcastle A and Brookes F getting by on Edinburgh B on that last lap. So good little battle going on there. And as I say that, there's a move for 11th place as well. Leeds Beckett A by on De Montfort A. On the stream, we're looking at Manchester A and Edinburgh A in 2nd and 3rd. They just went through your shot there. Here they are again, going through Inkerman's Corner. And they'll swoop through the Zulus. 1, 2, and then 3. Looks so simple, and yet quite an unusual sequence of corners. They all feed downhill, so the car accelerates more than it would naturally as it heads down towards the back straight. And there's effectively the way that the curb's set up, particularly on the 3rd part of the Zulu, means it's effectively an off-camber corner, which can feel very odd as you're coming onto that back straight and really wanting to plat your foot down, and you very much want to, because you want to carry as much speed as possible through onto that back straight. There have been a couple of black flags in the last minute, I'm afraid to report. Leeds Beckett B and Newcastle B have both, although for Leeds Beckett B I think that's a re-showing, so important that the driver goes in to serve that. Do not ignore your digi-flag signals from race control. You definitely need to observe a black flag if it's issued, no matter how frustrating it is. But those two with a black flag will need to report to the pits. Oxford A having a better race than they did in race number 1, by on Warwick A into 7th place, as we've got 7.5 minutes, we're 7.5 minutes in to this one.
Steady now.
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. But University of Wales Trinity St David A through on Loughborough. I think it's because there's so much has happened already in this race. I just sort of think, we must have been going for 20 minutes. No, we're still inside the first 10 minutes of this one. There's been so much so many movers and shakers as York A advances to 17th place as well out there. Here we're looking on the stream at, that was Oxford A, I believe. And here coming around the boot section, that is University of Wales Trinity St David A in the number 10. Reigning champions Loughborough A in their wheel tracks there. But they're not gaining at the moment. At the moment, Trinity St David doing well to hold the reigning champions at arm's length. Edinburgh B still battling away there in the mid-teens. University of Wales, Trinity St David B and Brooks F by on them in the last lap. Here we go with Leeds Beckett A chasing University of West of England B that we're looking at on our shots at the moment. Onto the back straight. And this is looking good actually for Beckett A. An experienced squad now in BUKC is Leeds Beckett, which also makes me feel old because I can remember when we were saying that they were a fairly young team, but such is the way. We've got to stop making comments of how old we're feeling. We're going to be out of sorts with these.
turn BUKC streams into two grouchy old men.
I was going to say we're going to be like the two guys from the Muppets at this rate. But there we go. Beckett's A.
Oh, we were that years ago.
Oh, it's true. But still, the battle goes on here, and there's the move from Beckett's A down the inside, and UEB is going to try and keep their foot in it, and they actually held on there. So fair play, and actually. Did that give the opportunity? It did. Gave the opportunity for the sister team to sneak on by. So it's now University of West of England 9 and 10 out there. That was a good little cheeky move there. As De Montfort A homes in on this battle as well.
Yeah, Phil Craven driving for them here. Very distinctive get-up that he has. Good to see him back once again. And De Montfort, one of our returning teams for 2021-22 season.
There's a switch for University of West of England at the top of the hill, but it's going to allow Beckett through as well on the B team. The 60 now ahead of the 34. And Craven, as you say, Andrew, in that De Montfort car, going to try and get by, but can't quite make the move stick. So it's now a different UE kart that's frustrating the endeavours of Leeds Beckett A. But now it's the A team. Further down the order, Loughborough C are through on Swansea D. There's a penalty for King's College B as well, which is a ABC BAP, a bump and pass. So that's going to be 4 positions docked at the end of their races. Here is Leeds Beckett tucking underneath the University of West of England A now, but doesn't convert it at the corner. Interesting, they keep their powder dry for now. Further up front, Brooks A still leading this one by 1.8 seconds as traffic starts to come into play for this battle for 9th place here. 2 of them navigating that well. But Brooks A lead by 1.8 seconds. Manchester A in second by 1.3 seconds over Brooks C. Although, as I say that, change for second place. There's been a change out there on the circuit. Brooks C are up into second place. The 14 now ahead of the 5.
There was a spinner.
Here it is.
As down go the Edinburgh A up on the inside of Manchester A. This is over 3rd place. This is where Carl Morby got through past Manchester A few laps ago. And likewise for Edinburgh A. Or is it? No, Michael Grebe fighting back there. There was a spinner, Howard. I think it may have been King's College B, just as Leeds Beckett were making the move past there. For me, it wasn't Leeds Beckett's fault. Oh, Michael Grebe back down the inside for Manchester A. And I think through as well has gone Loughborough A. So, yeah, good move there from Loughborough A.
Yep.
Who do have a penalty in this race, remember. They got one from very early in this 30-minute sprint Giro. But opportunistic driving gets them to 4th on the road.
Yep, absolutely. Good stuff there from the reigning champions, who are now looking to see if there's an opportunity to get by on Manchester. So it's a good little battle going on here over 3rd place. And then the next battle that's particularly close is the one that we were looking at a couple of laps ago for 9th between Leeds Beckett and the whole of the west of England, basically, in the UE ranks.
Very fast lap times just gone in from Oxford Brooks C, who are clear of this battle now. 44.135. That's one of the fastest lap times that we've seen so far today. There's a penalty for Newcastle B for track limits as some of the back markers getting embroiled with one another.
That's salt in the wounds, I'm afraid, for Newcastle B. They've already had a black flag in this one. Having a bit of a tough day of it so far. Newcastle just got to focus on the track limits the raising, observing the yellow flags not spinning out, getting those basics down, and they can advance from there in terms of the pace. Also important not to get, we should say as well, for the less experienced drivers, not to get spooked if you are being lapped. It's the job of the driver behind you or coming up to lap you to do that cleanly. And it's always that rule. We see this, Andrew, in endurance sports car racing as well. Hold your line, allow the faster vehicle to go through on you cleanly. Don't get spooked and start running wide. There's no need to fear that.
Or do as the 58 did there and make it very, very obvious what you are doing and what you want them to do. So that was good driving from the UCL A driver there in number 58. Just holding to the left of the road.
Top tip if you're used to doing competitive karting. You indicate with your hand what side others can overtake you on.
Yeah,
it
it's
is not
a point of you go there.
Yes, it is not an old-fashioned indicator on the road thing of I'm turning this way, I'm pointing. It's no, you go to this side of me because I'm going off to
the other way.
Off the other way.
15 minutes of this race to go. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Still early days in the race section of this BUKC qualifier for the 2022 Mains Championships. Here's the number 34. I don't think this is for position. It's UWEB. And they're just navigating their way past. I think that's De Montfort B there. So, yeah, De Montfort B in 31st position. A lap down at the moment. I know I've been saying it all day, but I do like this UE squad this year. Based down in Bristol. They're putting in some good work. They've really stepped up a gear in student motorsport in the last few years. They've got a very competent and well-run former student team. And they're improving yet again here in the BUKC.
Switch around for the Swansea carts. A now ahead of D. That's in 23rd place. That is a key one to get down in this situation, is it, mate? You do not want sister carts holding each other up. You want to get these things sorted nice and quickly so that they can advance on up the order for the good of your university as quickly as possible. As plenty of battles going on down throughout the order, and that is a moment up at Christmas Corner.
I think that was Manchester C on Swansea D, and yeah, that may be a penalty for the 88 of Manchester C. I just want to give a shout out to Trinity B. Yep, there we go. ABC takeout for Manchester C. They have just lost a position to Brooks F, but this has been a very nicely put together race from the driver in kart number 23. Started 22nd, which was their weakest qualifying as a team, and is now up to 14th. Once again, another team improving their point scorers side by side for third place here. Manchester A and Loughborough A both going out a little bit wide. It's fine though. You can run drivers out wide now. Max Verstappen did it. Well, I'm not even going there.
I'm not sure JV agrees with that analysis.
They were a team, I want to mention them because they were a team that were kind of in that wobbly zone of 20-something. So decent qualifying, but still got to deliver it on track. And they're doing exactly that and solidifying their spot in the top 27.
That was a costly exchange for Loughborough that we just saw on the stream, because they've dropped now behind the Edinburgh A and the Trinity St David cart. So bit of frustration there for Loughborough. They've got a bit of work to do to get on up the road as much as they can. Well, in the interest of that's the name of the game, but also, as Andrew's been saying, they do have a penalty hanging over them, being as their position penalties. Every position gained negates your penalty just that little bit, just mitigates against it. Damage reduction as heading up the hill there. That was Brooks C putting the lap on some carts. And Edinburgh A goes side by side with University of Wales Trinity St David A and gets the job done. So that was Edinburgh A up to 4th place, I believe.
You just saw there, one of the natures with these Club 100 carts, not a lot of grip on the front end, which Piers Pryor was saying earlier is one of the things that when you own a driver, say you've done a bit of X30, a bit of Rotax, coming into this form of series, you've got to get used to that front end isn't necessarily there. 12 minutes to go. But Edinburgh's driver dealt with that very well. Here come Manchester trying to go around the outside. Cutting through the traffic. especially on a day like today. This is key if you want to make that progress, and that's good work from Manchester 8.
Yep.
Clearing the back markers, not picking up any silly little contact warnings on the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. Going through on, I think it was Brunel B that they were just putting a lap on there. Running in 26th place. Is not too, absolutely not in any way to take away from some of these drivers who are being lapped. They're all out there finding their pace, and because of the rules that have happened around graduates being allowed to compete for a time after graduation, because of all the complications that we've seen over the last 20 months or so, it does mean that we've got the widest spread across the BUKC field of experience that we've probably ever seen. So drivers, to be clear, shouldn't be disheartened. There's a move from University of Wales TSD8 on Edinburgh and side by side through the Zulus, and that's going to be costly for Edinburgh, and Loughborough sees the opportunity and go up into 5th place with Trinity St David now up into 4th. But yeah, the drivers shouldn't be disheartened. Everyone starts somewhere. I can certainly vouch for the fact that I started in a position where I was lapped multiple times for probably a lot longer than some of these drivers are going to go being lapped. So it's all about working on your pace and improving from then on. Oxford A battling away. Or not battling away, actually. They're having a bit of a quiet one at Oxford now. 2 seconds behind Loughborough, 2 seconds behind the Loughborough A battle, so Edinburgh clearly found their way back past Loughborough A in the latter part of that last lap, but 3 seconds, or even 4 seconds now it is, up the road from Warwick A. So Oxford A having a quiet but steady drive here. Andrew, a performance that and they need it after a difficult first race. They need these results to be good that they're putting in here now, because every single result counts effectively for Oxford, because if their first race result isn't their drop score at the end of the day, then they've got big problems for qualification. But Oxford A so far doing a sturdy job. De Montfort A getting by on Trinity St David B for 14th place. Loughborough C getting by on Swansea A on that last lap as well. So a few moves going on throughout the field. As we, this time I'm correct, folks, are inside the last 10 minutes of the race. I haven't lost my sense of time completely. It's a Brooks 1-2, but we were saying that in the last race, and it wasn't really so. We should be clear. Head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on British University's Karting Championship to see all of the confirmed results, but I can tell you, because I've got it in front of me, that race number 1 was won by Brooks B. So Angus Fender did bring home the win for that, but penalties for the A and the E team, which means that it was actually Brooks B in first, Manchester A in second, and Warwick A in third. So that's how penalties can come into play on this one, and there were a fair old few in that first race.
This is a really good performance from Lead Beckett A. I think it's Bradley Shears currently in for them. 9th place at the moment is the black flag for King's College B. On qualifying results, they're on the outside looking in. So when you see Leeds Beckett A flash up on our teams tracker on the DDMM data centre stream, you'll see that currently their scores are red. They're out of the top 27 in the points standings, both counting right now and on the projection. This performance and moves like that, if it can be pulled off, no, not quite. Shears has moved forward in this race, which is helping the rest of the team. This has been a very grown-up drive, I'd say, so far. From Shears.
And this is really the only event of the season where you can look at it and go, yeah, I went forward, and be particularly proud of that one, because you had qualified on pace for where you were. So to move forward is an achievement.
Started 14th, is now 9th. They've got room for improvement in the very next race as well, because Leeds Beckett A start from 36th. I think that was because of an exclusion, if I'm not mistaken, in the third qualifying group. But this is a really good drive from Bradley Shears, and he just needs to bring this home. If he can gain another place, great, but don't risk getting a penalty between now and the end of the race in 6 and a bit minutes' time. Kyle Morby, though, I mean, we've watched him for many years, Howard, and a year older, a year wiser, and seeming at the moment, dare I say it, a year faster. Because a 40.066 last time around, he is stomping the rest of the field into submission.
He is. I'm not sure he's really allowed to get faster. He really should have discussed that with us first. But but no, yeah, it's absolutely brilliant, and well done to from what Jacob was talking to on the grid about as well. Well done on the employment as well. Yep. So that's great news as well. So
hello
living
to his dad Andy as well. I'm sure he's watching.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, all good. Living the dream at the moment. As gosh, there are also already some lights on around the circuit. As nearly 2 p.m. here. So yes, we are going to be losing light within the next couple of hours.
De Montfort B was his spinner there. Number 103, currently running in 30th place, or they were running in 30th place. Cone penalty for Newcastle A now. Where are they in the order? 11th at the moment.
Yep.
No reason to panic for Newcastle A. This was the race with their lowest grid start from the time qualifying earlier. Side by side, De Montfort A trying to get through and gain a position. This is a good scrap over 14th place with the number 23 of University of Wales Trinity St David B.
And yeah, that got nice and close on the apex of Christmas corner. They're still keeping their foot in it. Trinity St David down the inside of Inkermans. They'll be able to hang Phil Craven out wide on the exit, and yes, indeed, they do. And that allows, is the 73 for position, or no, it's just Brunel B driving its own race there, as there's yellows out at the boot. Is that for a driver that's come off? No, it looks like the cone is just being replaced on the apex of boot 1. But good little move there for the University of Wales Trinity St David B kart, and they are confirmed now up to 14th place.
Oxford Brooks A leading then from Oxford Brooks C. Carl Morby has there's a near miss there for the number 39. That's Newcastle B. Manchester A still scoring points, and that was a cone. That was a Stonewall Trinity B cone knockage. So that will be a place penalty for Trinity B. And the reason why that cone's there, it's quite a drop-off on the far side of the curb that the Club 100 staff understandably don't want their carts running over the top of and damaging the chassis. 4 minutes to go.
So is that the fastest lap we've seen of the day from Brooks A?
Yeah, I think it is.
It's got to be one of the fastest we've seen. Very impressive pace there from Brooks A.
Trouble for Manchester D on that last lap. Dropped a couple of positions. Trinity A have also taken third away from Manchester A. Just caught sight of Brooks C. There is your leader. Oxford Brooks A. Oh, now maybe I need to get my eyes tested because the cone penalty's gone to De Montfort A. 3 minutes 20 to go. Lead is now 5.6 seconds for Carl Morby, and he knows the game here. Just needs to take his time. There's no reason to push his way through the order. He's got a comfortable gap ahead of the rest of the field. Just pick off the back markers efficiently and cleanly, one by one.
Recovering King's College A kart there on the straight up to Christmas. Sorry, Andrew.
Keep your comments coming in. Alpha Live ask, where is everyone watching from today? Hello to Sebastian, who's watching from Kingston University, and a friend of his is in the next race. How are Kingston doing in this particular heat as the back markers?
Running 20th is Kingston A. I don't think Kingston B are out in this one.
No, I think you're right there.
They were out in the previous race.
Matt's watching from London. Lucy from Bristol.
Hello to you all.
Of course, hello to anyone watching who's here tomorrow. We do all of this again for day 2. Looking for another 27 teams to qualify through to the mains championship. Revisiting a great array of circuits across the course of the winter and early spring. Head across to www.bukc.co.uk for more information. Swansea A have just got past Kingston A. That's them up into the top 20.
Should say as well, if you're watching from a university that doesn't have a team in the BUKC,
get involved.
Get involved. Obviously, very popular championship at the moment, but definitely the opportunity to get in touch, see how you can get involved. Maybe your university doesn't have a motor racing club. Get it going. Get in touch, get in contact with your local kart circuits.
And another university teams as well.
Yes.
It's something that's great about this competition is how friendly the paddock is. And I know from previous experience, if you are a university and you've got a group of 5 or 6 friends who want to form it, get a map out, find whichever team is closest to you, and drop them a note to say how did you set up your team, how did you go about it.
Absolutely.
What's your experiences? Everyone's willing to share that information.
Yep.
Carl Morby, 39 seconds away from the end of the race on time. I think he'll get another lap in. And we'll go past the 40 lap mark.
Back off, Kyle. Make it keep it at the 40.
8 seconds is now his lead over his teammate in BUKC. Track limit warning for Leeds Beckett 8. Not a penalty at this stage though, so don't worry. Supporters of the number 60 car. Yeah, car's going to come round and start another lap.
And he could actually have backed off but it would have been a bit tight. Bit risky. Would have been a photo finish there. Formation finish, you could say, between Brooks A and Brooks C. But Brooks C being kept fairly honest by Trinity A at the moment. Manchester D and Swansea D up past Loughborough C. That's in a battle over 22nd place out there. As Leeds Beckett A accrues a track warning. A track limit warning. They should probably know that there's a track. Don't need to be warned about that. This man here, though, Kyle Morby, is going to come round to take another brilliant win for Brooks A. And goodness, don't they count on qualifiers day. Here he comes to take the win. Kyle Morby wins for Brooks A. And it'll be a long and quite impressive gap then back to second place, which will be, it's a drag to the line, and they get it at the line by 23 thousandths of a second. University of Wales, Trinity St David A get themselves into that second place. Brilliant drive there. So it's Brooks C then in third, Manchester A come home in fourth, Loughborough A for fifth, Edinburgh A in sixth, Oxford A in seventh, Warwick A get by on Leeds Beckett A on that last lap in a battle over eighth place. That was close across the line as well, just 59 thousandths of a second separating those two across the line. UEA in 10th, 11th for a close and closely following there, Newcastle A, UEB in 12th, and it's Brooks F in 13th, Trinity B in 14th, De Montfort A in 15th, Brooks E, York A, Warwick B, Edinburgh B, and Swansea A take you to your top 20. Kingston A, Manchester D, Swansea D, Bournemouth A, Loughborough C in 25th, then it's Warwick D, Brunel B, UCLA, Manchester C and King's College A to round out the top 30. De Montfort B, Derby B, Leeds Beckett B, UCL B, Newcastle B and King's College B round out your 36 finishers on that one. Don't forget though, there are some penalties that will be applied post-race, so that is very much a provisional result for how they finished on the road. It remains to be seen quite how things go with that one, but we're fairly confident here in the box that Carl Morby kept that one clean, took the win for Brooks A, and I imagine it's probably from him we shall hear when we go now down live to the grid with Jacob.
You hear me? Chappers, are you there? We're live. I've got Harry Farnhill first and foremost, who came in second. A great drive from 10th place, Harry.
Yeah, cheers. It was pretty good fun, that one. The back markers caused a bit of chaos, but yeah, that was good enough.
Lots of traffic, obviously. This is qualifiers and 8 karts to overtake, but you managed it.
Yeah, I didn't think. Like, I thought I might get a couple of positions, but I didn't think I'd be that high up. But yeah, that was really good fun, and the battling was pretty fair as well. So yeah, that was good enough. That was.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on pipping them second on the line. I got race winner Kyle behind you, so I'll get on to him. But see you later. And Kyle's been slightly distracted, and I will go and tap him on the shoulder. Stop talking to him. I'm more interested.
Hello, sorry.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We can have a little hug as well for
we
that
can?
now that it's legal.
Do we have to have clothes on?
Not later on, no, but on the live stream, probably for the best, isn't it?
Is it not like PG rated or something?
There are some children who could stumble upon the link to the YouTube, and yeah, we don't want them getting any wrong ideas about us.
That would be unfortunate. We don't want that.
What about the racing? A fantastic drive. You had a bit of trouble early towards getting past Michael, and a challenge from Edinburgh A behind you.
Which one was Edinburgh?
You were behind him for a few laps. Come on.
Oh wait, Michael. Oh yeah, that was good. Oh sorry, yeah. Yeah, it was good. He started defending a little bit, and I honestly didn't know where I was going to get. But the only sore place was at the top there, which he sort of left the door open a little bit, and I was like, no, we'll go for it. Thankfully, that was enough. So then it was just managing the time to the end. Oh, I could have fell asleep about 10 minutes to go.
It's a long race, isn't it? It's not our usual 25 minutes, and even that's quite long. Race.
It's very long for a sprint race. I don't know, it just seemed like it went on for ages. I thought we'd got like 20 minutes in, and I looked at the it'd been 10 minutes, and I was like, okay, we'll have to keep going. But no, it was good. It was good out there. Yeah.
Maybe you should put a bit more weight on so that next time there's a bit more competition to keep you entertained.
I'm not putting more weight on again. I enjoyed actually being able to overtake people for once and not having to like struggle on it. So that was good. But no, I'm hopefully, well, actually no, I don't need to lose anymore for the heavies when that comes back in, so that'll be all right. But no.
You have it. The Kyle Morby fitness DVD in all in stores by Christmas, I imagine.
Chicken, what is it? Chicken, broccoli and rice.
No, they're not going to buy the DVD.
And dust.
Dust, of course. Lots of plenty of dust. Right, well, congratulations, Kyle. All the best for the rest of the day with Brooks.
Thank you. See you in a bit.
Kyle Morby, everybody. Let's dive straight in to pole position for this next one. And Matthew Graham sits here for Yui. Matthew, how are you?
Not too bad, you?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, thanks. How was your summer?
Yeah, it's okay. Not too bad, you?
Been on holiday to Greece and got some sun. How about you? Have you been away?
Definitely not. No money for that.
Of course, students don't have money. I forget these things.
Racing, so.
Of course, yeah, you got to save the pennies up for that. And it looks like you're getting your money's worth pole position.
Yeah, I'm gonna maybe even try and send it for an extra lap at the end. Stretch the time out enough. Yeah, get the maximum value for money here.
Yeah, I mean, if you come round and you see like, let's say 1 minute on the timer, you've got to at least be round. You don't want to be slow on that lap. You got to power round and get another 45. You do it at 45 seconds lap. So if you see 46, you know you really got to get your hammer down and not make any mistakes that lap.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Exactly. Speaking of not making mistakes, how are you, UE? I say UWE, not UEA, doing?
Yeah, not too bad. On the whole, pretty good. We've got some new drivers. Anderson Chilcott, he's coming through. We used to be teammates, so we've got some good new drivers, and hopefully this is the year.
Bodes well for you. I'm going to go see who else is on the grid, but good luck for your race.
Thank you very much.
Matthew Graham there of UEA. I've actually had a race request for an interview in this one, so I'm going to wander quite far back down the grid, and I wanted to say it's number 110. Keep with me, Josh. I think it's towards the back of this one, and I want to say it's Kingston B. And here is the man here himself. I've had an interview request for you, young man. What's your name?
My name's Gabriel.
And do you know someone that goes by some sort of username related to grapes?
Oh, I think I do.
Well, they're watching on YouTube. Have you got any messages for them?
Hello, Extreme Grapes. How are you doing?
Extreme Grapes, that's the one. Are you going to put on a show for Extreme Grapes and the other viewers watching at home?
Well, starting from 30th, and seeing as how I am 100 kilograms, it's going to be difficult, but hopefully I can do it.
Yeah, I have a similar affliction in terms of weight myself, and it is quite hard to overtake, but temperatures are quite cold, and it does help to have a bit more extra weight to, really get the tyres gripping.
That is true, yeah. With the extra weight, you do get more traction.
There it is. There it is. So you're going to use that traction to get us up into the top 10?
Hopefully, yeah. Especially in the second corner. That's where I crashed out in qualifying.
Best of that then in the race, all right?
All right. Thank you very much.
There we have it. There's our man from Kingston B. Let's dive over here and see who we've got in this. Lovely. Who have we got here?
Jack Lewis, Swansea C.
Swansea. I haven't spoken to Swansea yet today. How's Swansea's day going?
It's been very good. A couple of good performances. Hopefully chuck another one in.
And often we see in qualifiers C teams beating B teams, B teams beating A teams. How's Swansea C getting on in terms of the Swansea Championship?
At the moment, we're all in roughly about 20th. So hopefully we can break some top 20 results.
Do you think Swansea C can be the best of the Swansea teams today?
Easily.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Well, good luck making that happen. I'm going to wander further down the grid. Let's go to someone we've skipped over through the middle of that. Corey Richards is there, but we've had Yui. And in fact, we are out of time, unfortunately. We'll be getting going for this. I think this is race number 3 now. Back to you guys in the comms box, Andrew and Howard.
Thank you very much, Jacob, and hello once again to Extreme Grapes. What a name. Only in the BUKC. Let's have a look at a grid for race number 3 out of 7. UWE A starts on pole position, Oxford Brookes E alongside on the front row, Brighton A and Newcastle A on row 2, University of East Anglia A and Backstage Academy A on row 3, Trinity B and Loughborough B on row 4, Brighton B and Hertfordshire A on row 5, Brunel A and Oxford Brookes D on row 6, Derby A and Leicester A in an East Midlands battle on row 7, Warwick B and Edinburgh B on row 8, Swansea B and Manchester B on row 9, Uwes D and B on row 10, Leicester B and Loughborough D on row 11, Swansea C and Gloucestershire A on row 12, Manchester C and Kingston B on row 13, Derby B and York B on row 14, Newcastle B and Warwick D on row 15, Beckett B and Edinburgh C on row 16, Coventry E and Edgehill A on row 17, Leeds Beckett A and Brunel B on row 18. There were a number of exclusions from the qualifying session that set the grid for this third race. There could be some big shifts up and down the order. Away we go, 30 minutes on the clock. Matthew Graham takes us from pole position there, sweeps across and retains the lead. It's a good start to the race for those on the pole side of the grid. Through Oblivion and Fair Lady they go for the first time in this one. They have not all made it through because there was a yellow flag out there on Marshall Post A. Good start though, Howard, for Matthew Graham. Oh dear. That is not a good situation for one of our drivers towards the back of the field, and someone is going for some rallycross.
That's got to be from quite high up, Andrew, because they were on the grass for a while before we saw the whole field streaming through. So we'll be keeping an eye on who that was. Didn't quite catch it then, but it is still Matthew Graham in that number 17 UEA kart, who's going to lead them round for the first lap. They come around here for the first lap of the half-hour race. It is University of West England A. Good start for Brighton A as well. As is it Brookes E who dropped down the order? It looks like it might well have been. They lost 15 positions on that first lap, and I fear it was Edinburgh C we saw out on the grass at turn 1, recovering themselves back onto the circuit. Early battle here though going on between Loughborough B and everybody else in the top 10, it must feel like right now. That's the 23 of Trinity B scooting along out front ahead of them. But then it looks to me like Loughborough B, have they got through on Backstage Academy A? I think they might have done, because I think the 20 is now ahead of the 50 there. And indeed, yes, it is changed. Loughborough B now in 4th, Brighton B in 5th, Hertfordshire A and Brookes D, and actually Backstage Academy A, costly lap for them, down 7 positions to 11th. But it's that kind of thing right now in these sprint Duro races, certainly early doors. If you get taken offline, your rhythm is upset by a move that someone pulls, you're not going to lose 1 position, you're going to lose several as the battles amongst the lower part of the top 10 continue through the Zulus. As we've got a driver off at Christmas Corner. Getting going there. We'll keep an eye on timing for who that is. Another lap completed though by the University of West England A. And on that lap, East Anglia got by on Brookes D. That was for 7th place. That was the main exchange in this battle that we're looking at here. The 20 of Loughborough B leading Brighton B into Christmas Corner for 4th place. Hertfordshire A in the 107. And then it's University of East Anglia A in the number 12 with the 13 of Brooks D. Resuming a bit of a battle that was quite close last season, as is hinted at by the closeness of their kart numbers. Manchester B falling down the order, but it looks like there have been incidents on that last lap for University of West England D, Newcastle B, Derby B, and Manchester B. All with Warwick D as well, actually, all with quite hefty lap times there, which suggests that they've had some kind of issue, whether it be a spin or otherwise. UEA A under pressure from Brooks D up the hill and up towards Christmas Corner, as the Brighton B feels the need to go defensive on Hertfordshire A slightly further up the road. And they come on to the back straight now in this battle. And there is East Anglia having a look down the inside of Hertfordshire A, I believe. Yeah, the 12 by on the 107. And Brooks D are going to look to pounce as well. And so is Newcastle, in fact, in the number 19 kart going through there. And still side by side as they go into oblivion. And I think it's gone the way of Newcastle A there on Hertfordshire A. Hertfordshire A now the team that must be feeling a little bit punch drunk after that lap, as Brooks D goes down the inside of UEA A and gets the move done. So Brooks D up into 6th place now, having got by on Hertfordshire in that last lap. Further down the order, Warwick B passed on Loughborough D. That's for 19th place, and UED by on Brunel B. Just to be clear, we're kind of trying to A when we're talking about UEA. Otherwise, we just end up going UE all the time. It sounds like we're talking about throwing a U-turn, or we're doing our best police siren impression. Battle going through Christmas Corner. That was Coventry E and Newcastle B we just saw on the stream, who are further up the road from the battle in the top 10 that we've been talking about. And this is, again, entering that phase of the race where it's crucial for the leaders to get by cleanly on traffic, as the 72 reports to the pit lane. And that is for Edge Hill, and that is for a big no-no, folks. That is for restarting off of the grass. That is a big, big no-no in these Club 100 Rotax Evo karts. You do not want to be causing damage to your Club 100 kart, and John Viger of Club 100 and the rest of his crew want it even less. Hertfordshire A finding their rhythm again, getting back past Newcastle A, having been passed a couple of laps ago. The gap at the front is not all that much. It's only 0.8 of a second between UEA and Brighton A. They're going through the middle part of the lap at the moment, is the 17 and the 22. And then there's a gap of some 2.8 seconds back to Trinity B, who are having a bit of a quiet one now. 3.4 seconds up the road from the battle that we followed the most on your stream so far, the Loughborough B, Brighton B, UEA A and Brooks D battle, which is just coming on to the start-finish straight now. So that's Loughborough B now starting to break away from this battle, and then comes just everybody else, and this time it was Trinity B whose turn it was to be feeling a little bit worse for wear, because they dropped down 10 positions on that last lap. In fact, they're dropping down further. There's an issue out there for Trinity St David B. They're going to drop down heftily here, so I thought that was just another instance of them having their rhythm upset and dropping a few positions down. No, they have now crossed the line, but they've lost 17 positions, down to 20th place there for UWTSDB. Costly moment there, as there's a move there by UEA to get by on Brighton B, which takes them up into 4th place.
Yeah, that's kind of put a bit of a stop to the momentum for Trinity B. They've had 2 good results so far, a 10th and a 14th. This was their highest starting position, started this race 7th, now outside. As you say, the top 15 is a monster penalty. That is not for drinking too much energy drink. That is for hitting or clipping or making contact with the large curb on the last corner. They'll be them demoted a couple of positions.
Oh, we've got a driver stationary. Oh, there's an issue. Oh, no, sorry, that's a Club 100 kart tester. Sorry, I thought we'd cut dramatically with the cameras. It's all fine. Don't panic. So, UEA leading Brighton B now through the boot. as Warwick B are also through on UEB. That's UWEB further back. A few penalties coming in as another penalty. Is that a re-showing of the monster penalty or another penalty coming through for Derby A? And Manchester C as well getting a penalty for forcing a driver wide. That will be, off the top of my head, a 2-place penalty come the end of the race. Fastest lap of the race from Brighton A in second place. It's hotting up at the front of this one as the leaders come around to start a new lap. UWEA and Matthew Graham lead this one, and they've responded with the fastest lap of the race, but that in turn is immediately beaten by Brighton A. So we do need to keep an eye on the battle over the lead of this one. This is still the battle for third down. And there we just saw it go through the shot. I think the 17 followed by the 22. And they've gone through Christmas Corner now. And then coming into shot will be some 10 seconds down is now the 20 in that third position spot, leading the battle, which has been raging all race long here between these two. And there's the move from UEAA down the inside at Inkermans. And that is job done there as there's a black flag for Edinburgh C4. That is going to be dealing, playing around with your radiator. That is some big no-nos that I'm seeing being infringed upon in this one. We've seen restarting on the grass, which is definitely a no-no, and yeah, messing with the radiator is you do not play around with these Club 100 karts. And this is another driver who you gotta just take it on the chin.
Yep.
Go behind the back of the car, lift up the car. Oh, you got to be careful because this is how you get restarting on the grass penalties. You'll be all right with that one, but you are better to get out of the car, go round to the back of it, and pull it onto the circuit. It feels counterintuitive. I remember the first time I did it, I was like, "What on earth is going on? Why am I standing outside my vehicle on a live circuit?" And it's true that you shouldn't dally. You know, the kart is the safest place to be because you've got bumpers all around you, but you also are safer by only being out the kart for 10 seconds by picking up and dragging the kart onto the track than you are, stood for 30 seconds, a whole minute trying to push your entire kart on from the front in a sort of weird reverse gear whilst you try and sort of steer it over the nose cone. Not going to work. Don't give it a go. You want to pick it up quickly and drag it to where it needs to go, as there is another driver there out on the side of the track. I want to say it's the 73 potentially
Brunel B,
and they are dropping
positions.
Yeah, that would stand to reason. Brighton A still pushing here to try and reel in UEA at the front, but they're both 10 seconds to the good up the road. I mean, they're looking for a good haul of points either way. The battle in the rest of the top 10 continues to rage. Hertfordshire A getting by Brighton B on that last tour of the circuit. There is your race leader, the 17 of Matthew Graham in the UEA kart. And there is Brighton A, who, as we've picked it up, is biding their time to get by on some traffic. So there will be some time gained for the leader on this lap. But it's always advantage to the second place kart. Well, not always advantage. It's generally useful for the second place kart because the race leader has to introduce the concept that leaders are coming through, if you like, on traffic. If people are engrossed in their own battle that they're having, then the race leader has the job of sort of going, "Hello, I'm here. Please don't fight me too much. It's not for position."
Have we talked about Leeds Beckett again?
No.
This is a really good race for them again. They're up to 13th place. This, as I say, they were one of the karts disqualified from qualifying, I suspect, for being underweight. This is just what they need. They've moved up through the order. They're into 13th place with this kind of performance combined with what they had in the previous race. They're getting there. They're getting there and moving themselves into contention for being in that top 27 at the end of the day. 18 minutes to go. UEA still leading this race very nicely as they finish lap number 16.
Yep, absolutely. And then soon into shot, we're going to see the battle still going over third place. Here it is, now headed up by UEA. Hertfordshire A, Newcastle A. Oh, that's a spin from quite high up.
Is that the Leeds Beckett?
That's Leeds Beckett, yeah. That's big.
That's big. That's the kart that we just talked about was making good progress. I'm afraid to say, I think Beckett have been hit by the commentator curse cannon. First victim of the day.
Yellow flags out as that driver recovers back onto the circuit. And it's important to have the yellows down there at Oblivion, fastest part of the circuit.
Unless it was Beckett B. Okay, they maybe
might have been Beckett B. We'll wait and see.
A little glance to the squad there.
Hey, it's bad news either way, right?
Yes.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Brooksy have just gained 2 positions on that last lap, Howard. I don't know if you've mentioned that. Brighton B and Brooks D were the carts that they displaced there.
Good battles going on in the lower teens as well. Is that an issue for the 35? That was,
I think it was a yellow
coming
flag. It's okay. It's the other Beckett cart. It is Beckett B. Beckett A still running in 13th place. Just saw the number 60 come through there. Apologies for any scares put in there.
But if you're a Beckett's B fan, that wasn't good news.
Yeah. But again, it's a lot for teams like Beckett B. This is about learning today.
Yes.
And there was some good progress from the Beckett B driver up to that point.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually, because I suppose we've been focusing on the pressure. There are some teams who are just here, they're not expecting to get through to the mains, per se. They're here to cut their teeth, as you say, and sort of get themselves set up ahead of their intermediate campaign. Changes in the team still. Edinburgh A past Derby A and Warwick B past Brunel A. There's a driver here again struggling to recover their kart onto the circuit. And again, this ain't the technique. This isn't it. Because the moment you try and get back into your kart, it's going to start rolling down the hill again. And now you're facing the grass. And you get away with it. But
Swansea B has... Oh, that's a mechanical. And that's an unhappy driver. I think that is Swansea B. Oh, and this is one of the pains of qualifiers sometimes. Swansea B were running up they were just outside the top 10. And they are out of this one. Now, there are precedents and rules in place that if you suffer a mechanical, and it's not your fault, you can be awarded the points down to the jurisdiction of race control, of course.
It very much is, and it's also the case that we're only halfway through the race, and that makes it a bit of a, And also, when we say that, by the way, before everyone starts crowding into race control, there usually has to be some mitigating, like some we don't want someone hitting the monster in the cone.
It's Brooks, Beckett B.
If, for example, you've been doing that and you suffer a mechanical, don't expect the stewards to, see your,
Contact warning for Loughborough B last time around. Gap at the front has closed back up again, Howard. It's 0.9 of a second between UEA and Brighton A.
Yep. Been keeping each other honest, really, throughout the race. When one sets a new fastest lap of the race, the other one responds. But it is indeed inside of a second for the first time in a while. In fact, it's really closed down now between these two as they head on up the hill. It's down to 0.4 of a second between the 17 and the 22 as they approach Christmas Corner now. We're looking here at the battle still going on over third place. And this might be why, Andrew, they've hit so much traffic. Our top two are in amongst all of this as they head into Inkerman's Corner. And then here comes the battle over third place. Cutting back to the lead. There is Matthew Graham, who's now cleared that traffic in the UEA cars. There's a penalty for UEA for track limits. That's 2 positions to be docked at the end of the race as there's someone spinning. I think they're just ahead of the top 2 battle. And that's going to have been a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment there. But yeah, okay, the gap's going to go back out again. As Brighton A continues to work their way through the traffic, and that would explain why the gap went down before as well. So UEA A leading that third place battle, but now with a penalty to be applied. Hertfordshire A in 4th, 5th is Newcastle A, and then it's a bit of a gap, 7.5 seconds in fact, to the Brooks E, Loughborough B and Brighton B battle, and Brooks D actually a part of that as well. That is the battle for 6th down through to 9th, and then 1.5 seconds back is Backstage Academy A to round out your top 10. How are Backstage Academy getting on, I wonder?
Backstage Academy, in the terms of their qualifier, they are currently a projected finish of 19th, event position 51 because of their DQ from race number 1. So finishing 10th, that'll be okay. They've got some good grid slots coming up as well, 17th and 5th in their 3rd and 4th races. It's still very much
in their hands, but they could do with just having a nice, quiet 12 minutes between now and the end of this race to get those points on the board.
So
did I just say have a quiet 12 minutes in a qualifier race? I think I did.
Yeah, you must not be feeling well there, mate. UED and Newcastle A both accruing cone penalties there as well. They're going to have positions to every position counts, right? These things are costly, as there's the race leader going through there, putting a lap on a very courteous UEB who lets them go on through and clocks what the situation is. So now clean air again. So going to be interesting to see what the pace is like on this lap, as that battle over third place is spread out a little bit now. Hertfordshire A still on the tail of UEAA, Newcastle A close with them, but then it's 5 seconds back to Brooks E, who have found themselves in a bit of a gap now because it's 2 seconds back then to Loughborough B. So spreading out a little bit in amongst the top 10, which may be for everyone's benefit, because I couldn't keep track of it. So it's nice and simpler now as they spread out just a little bit. Looks to me like Swansea B may be circulating again, Andrew, but now 4 laps down. It's not what they wanted at all. So yeah, going to be interesting to see. Clearly some kind of mechanical issue that's really put the thorn in the side of their day's effort. Matthew Graham now back through traffic again. The 17 goes as there's another driver off at Christmas corner.
The reason why, for new folks, clutch damage is why drivers are not permitted to start from the grass.
Absolutely, as Swansea B retires to the pit lane, unfortunately. Gutting for them. And there's a black flag for University of West England B for restarting on the grass. These are not off-roaders. Two seconds now, the gap out front. This is your leader, but that is not second place running behind them. So it will be UEA who crossed the line. Still good pace from Matthew Graham, a 44.4. Pretty decent, solid pace from our race leader. I will say, this does have that feeling, Andrew, of perhaps a little bit intermediate and even before rookie championships of old. If you can just keep it clean, you're on for a really decent finish here. Because I'm just, UEB getting that black flag. They're running in 16th place for restarting on the grass. Now,
that
in
means
order
everybody behind them has had some form of incident.
Yeah, because you were restarting on the grass means you had some kind of issue, right? So it does tell me that if you can just have a clean run here, it really is going to pay off on the result that you have. As that is a lap being put on Derby A, I want to say, by Hertfordshire A. Yes, it's Hertfordshire A pursuing UEA, albeit remember that they UEA kart has got a penalty to be applied, but Hertfordshire don't really want to wait for that. They're going to go for the move here at Christmas corner, and that is for third place, but UEA fighting back here and into Inkermans. They'll have the inside line. They won't be in the mood to give any racing room on the exit of that corner, and it goes back to how they were, but there is a 2-place penalty. Swansea B take back to the circuit after Andrew an 8.5 minute lap. That is one to forget for Swansea B. We're going to have to wait and see how that all comes out in the wash in their day. Battle for third place goes across the line. And officially, nothing happened because they didn't swap. But we know what happened. They battled quite intensely, as indeed is happening there between Edinburgh B and the 91. And
it's over 14th place. It's Brunel.
Yeah. Look at this. The battle in the top 10 is having to go through now. Newcastle A leading the charge of the top 10ers up through this pack of carts. And Newcastle A have to be so careful here because they're the first leader on the sea. Loughborough B will be licking their lips for the opportunities that are being given to them in amongst all of this traffic. You can see Brighton B having to navigate their way through as well in all of this. So difficult times here for some of the drivers in the top 10. They want to get through cleanly.
Brunellet through, confirmed into 14th place, doing the number 56 plate proud, which means they're automatically my favourite team this year. 7 minutes to go. And a quick sight of Derby A there. It's been a decent run for them. 16th place. Swap here for 3rd place, isn't it?
Yep.
So Hertfordshire, Jake Taplin. Is a younger driver. I think this is his first time in BUKC. I mean, I've seen him race many times before.
Could
I think this might be Jake's
yeah.
first time for Hertfordshire. I don't remember seeing him in a BUKC race before. Apologies, Jake, if I'm incorrect on that piece of information. He's applying himself well. Confirmed now in 3rd place. And Hertfordshire, another team. It's great to have Hertfordshire back. I mean, they've got a lot of history in this competition. Weren't able to join us last year. Had a very good morning in the qualifying sessions. Everybody did well. And but I say that, this is another example with Taplin. It has moved forward, started 10th, it's up to 3rd, scoring some big points. Oxford Brooks D have had a black flag, and that's from quite high up. That's for an ABC takeout. So 9th place is going to be lost for Brooks D.
And this is exactly what I wanted to just talk about now. We were looking at that big body of traffic that the leaders were having to work their way through. That Brooks E-led battle for 5th was hitting upon that traffic. And that's where it's all come to tears. Brighton B has seized the opportunity and got by on Loughborough B. Brooks D got by on Backstage Academy A, but then have made contact with one of the back markers. Unless we go on to see someone tumbling down the time, but I don't think that they have knocked out one of their fellow lead lappers. And that's how it's all come to tears. So costly moment there for Oxford Brooks D. And they will need to report to the pit lane and spend the necessary time serving their penalty as Trinity B gets a visor warning. Fairly unusual one there, but the driver not. You can see it there flashing on the digi flag on the shot for those watching on the stream. Yellow flags out turn number 1. Or covering 1 and 2. And that is for a driver who's spun out to driver's left. That's
that's an
very
unusual.
Place. Very unusual to have lost it that far around turn 2, as that is Brooks D reporting to the pit lane to serve their black flag. That's a very, very unusual. Even the way they're facing Andrew, it's unusual to see them that way. Good recovery, though.
Very good recovery.
They've got out the car, they've picked it up by the bumper, they've turned it round. That's how you do it, but that's probably a small consolation to Kingston B, who that is.
Right up away, and away we go. I didn't need to mention there's a poll on the Alpha Live page, which I feel is trying to drive a rift between ourselves and Mr. Harris. I don't like this. We're all sharing the love here.
Yeah.
But for what it's worth, I mean, I can't blame them because he's a great guy, but Jacob Harris is currently winning the favourite BUKC presenter competition by 67%.
I'm really touched by the 9% who've gone for me.
Anyway, 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go of this one. UWEA and Matthew Graham. The meme train is in full force, leading by 4.5 seconds. Brighton A second, Hertfordshire A holding the fastest lap of the race as well in 3rd. And Kingston B have come back out again in 30th place, but lost some 40-odd seconds or so there. Hello to everyone watching on the comms box cam as well, over on the DDMM YouTube channel. With the points coming in, more information. I think we will, unfortunately, see our first non-qualification after this race, because I should mention Kingston B, this is their last point-scoring race. They've got 2 ineligibles today.
Incidentally, by my count, at the end of race 4, there's only one team who will have done all of their racing, and that's Leeds Beckett B.
2, I think there's 2. I want to say, I can't remember whether it's a UE or a UEA team that will have done all 4 as well. But you're right, Leeds Beckett B will be one of the first teams to finish their day's racing, and will set the early pace in terms of what score you need to get through here today. I think a lot of people racing tomorrow will be watching those scores intently, because it tends to be, a point here or there.
not too far off year to year.
It is UEB.
Yep, UEB.
What happened there?
Spinner there. That was right in front of the leader as well.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a hearty mouth moment. Gets it going again. It is the number 72 of Edge Hill A.
Yep.
Track limit warning for Leeds Beckett B.
UEA has done a good job of, as there's a track limit one for Brighton A, they'll want to be careful they don't get another one of those, as there's a sideways moment there right in front of the 4th place battle, and UEA A has to navigate that one quite carefully. Possibly a bit too robustly, actually. But the reason why is feeling the pressure, I think, of a Brooks E kart that has just taken 2 seconds out of them. The top 10 have spread out a lot over the last few laps going through the traffic. UEA now leads by 4.5 seconds over Brighton A, who in turn are 9.5 seconds up the road from Hertfordshire A, who in turn are 4 seconds up the road from UEA A. So it's had a very distinct cooling effect on our top runners as this traffic. Swansea B gets a penalty for overtaking under yellows. Not a good one either. There's Newcastle in the number 19 kart running in 6th place. Decent haul of points coming their way, but trying to chase down the Brooks E kart. As further behind, that's Loughborough B now ahead of Brighton B. The 20 now ahead of the 29. As we are going on to, will this be the last lap that we go on to now as Matthew Graham comes around? It is indeed the last lap here for our race leader in that number 17 kart, the UEA kart.
Just want to give mention to York B. They've had a very... There they are. Well, perfectly picked up on the screen. 1, 2, 6. Up 8 positions and into the top 20 are York B. Apologies, I don't know the name of the York B driver, but that's a pretty good run in my book. I suspect it's a newer driver. Great to have York back again. Been a perennial team in the Intermediates Championship. That's a good drive there. But your leader, Matthew Graham, is going to start his season here in the BUKC off just the way he wanted, with a race victory at Whilton Mill. Round the final corner, here comes Matthew Graham. 60 points for the University of West England, and P1 for Matthew Graham indicated on his number board there, covering the 7. Very good result for Brighton A, 59 points for them in 2nd. It's going to be Taplin at home in 3rd place for Hertfordshire A on their return to the BUKC. 4th place is going to be close on the line, is it not? No, that's a back marker, so it's a good haul of points for UEA
before I go to Jacob this time, please.
And Oxford Brooks E wrapping out the top 5. Newcastle A, strong again. They're having a good day. They're in 6th place. Loughborough B 7th. Brighton B in 8th. These are all big results for teams looking to get in that top 27 at the end of the day. There's Backstage Academy 9th. Leicester A will be the last kart over the line on the lead lap. That shows the pace that the front of the field had there.
Yep.
There are only 10 karts finished on the lead lap. And I say that 10th kart are Leicester A. Warwick B 11th, Leeds Beckett A 12th, Brunel A 13th, Edinburgh B in 14th, 15th for Derby A, 16th for Trinity B, University of West of England D finish in 17th place, Leicester B 18th, Loughborough D 19th.
Okay, we can go to Jacob whenever you're ready.
York B in 20th. And let's head down onto the grid and join Mr. Jacob Harris and the grid forming up for heat number 4.
What an excellent victory for Matthew Graham of the University of West of England, based in Bristol. He's just being congratulated by a teammate over there, but I'm sure he'll be over momentarily for an interview. In fact, let's go wave frantically at him now. Dive in here. Mr. Graham. Not too bad, lights the flag?
Yeah, not too bad. It was a bit stressful at points, I'm not gonna lie. Gave me some heart attacks with the back markers there, but I'll tell you what, it was good money worth, I think.
That's qualifiers for you, isn't it? You do get the back markers, and you dispatched them relatively well.
Yeah, fairly well. I mean, I almost got killed by one near the end, but that would have been ideal. But yeah, relatively clean. It was a good race, yeah.
And obviously, great points for the UE title challenge that we spoke about before the race.
Yeah, of course. As I said, this is the year, so we're going to keep it going like this, I think.
Qualify for premiers and challenge for that top trophy, is it?
Fingers crossed.
Good man. I'll let you get your stuff. Matthew Graham there of University of West England.
the race winner of race number 3. I did want to find the driver from Brighton A. I'm not 100% sure who it was, but without the number plates on show, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to find them. Josh, if you just come this way whilst they refuel, we'll dive in at the front with our pole sitter in the number 8 cart. Who have we got here? It's Matthew Hudson. And he's just putting his transponder on the cart now, and once he's pinned in that and the number plate, I'm sure he'll be more than willing to talk to us. Here he goes. We're moving a cart for a technical fault out there behind from 3rd place. So 3rd place jumps back 1. And I'm not even sure Matthew's noticed we're here. Matthew, come and have a quick chat. Pole position for this one. Remind me which team you are.
Warwick A.
Warwick A. Good start for Warwick A. Then Archie did pretty well earlier.
No, he had a good race. I think he finished 3rd after penalties. So a good solid result.
A 3rd, another top 3 here, and you're on for Premier Class again, I think.
Yeah, that's the goal, just to get into the Prems and work from there this year. So
glad to hear it. Can you go any better than 8th as you did last year?
I think so. Yeah, we've got a good team for this year. So I think if we can have some good solid results and not many bad rounds to drop, we should be fine.
Who else have you got besides you and Archie?
Joe Perkins and Sam Stevens, last year's captain.
And who would you say is the star driver of those 4?
Probably Sam.
Interesting. Not going to give it to yourself. Very humble of you.
No, Sam's been doing really well. He was a bit unlucky there. I think he had a bit of a bad cart, but he still had a good result. Finished 8th.
Oh, we don't do bad carts, only bad drivers.
No, he still had a good result.
Good. And can we expect to see the same from you?
Yeah, hopefully. It should just be it's a long race, so just try and get a decent start and then just try and clear off, really.
Excellent. Well, good luck with that. I'll let you get back to prepping your cart. Let's wander further down the road. We haven't been far back yet. We went to Kingston, I know, but let's try and find some people that we have to, I believe, Hertfordshire?
Yeah, Hertfordshire, right?
And who have we got in the cart?
Alessandro Serenetti.
Alessandro Serenetti. First time we've spoken, I think, on the live stream, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my first time here as well, so...
Oh, wow. What kind of... I mean, it doesn't look like your first time in a go-kart, I'll say that much.
No, I normally do senior X30 in Europe and Britain, so yeah, I do my fair bits of karting.
Have you won anything?
Yeah, I have actually.
Tell us.
Huh?
Tell us about it.
So this year I won the first round of the British Championships at Shennington. So yeah, that was a good race, I suppose. And I've been a front runner at the World Finals, so been good.
And can you carry that form into BUKC, do you reckon?
Yeah, of course I can. I think the drivers here are equally as good as they are in Europe. So
better.
Yeah, exactly. So you got F3 drivers and British GT drivers, so can't get much better than that. So
exactly. Well, it's great to see Hertfordshire back on the grid, and all the best for your race.
Thank you very much.
We are Hertfordshire back on the good chat then. Another reasonably new team. Who have we got here?
Sam Sanders for UEA.
And I think last year was your first year in mains proper, wasn't it?
Yeah, first year in the BUKC as well. We went straight into mains, so it was a big challenge, but pulled it off in the end.
And how's the second year shaping up?
Yeah, it's been all right. Again, we've had good pace today. A little bit unlucky in qualifying. I got knocked down from 4th to 8th for track limits, so just got to keep it between the lines this time, and hopefully we'll have a good race.
That's exactly what we want to hear. Sam, good luck with that. Let's have a wander back, shall we? We haven't spoken to anyone from Leicester. My good friend John is down here. John, how's things going with Leicester?
Well, we just had a good result. The first race might be our write-off, but we'll see how it goes.
And what about yourself in this race? Where are we? About 12th, 13th?
15th, unfortunately.
Are we getting this as a top 10 or?
Probably not, but if I can hold on to them with my claws, I'll try.
John, I was admiring your knee pads earlier. Can we have a little look at these knee pads? Essential karting wear, would you say?
Yeah, if you lean on you can lean on it, and if you ever get T-boned, to help.
Okay, well, I might look into investing in a pair myself in the near future.
You can borrow mine if you need.
I'll actually have a go, yeah, if you don't mind lending me them one day.
When are you next racing?
Probably next season now, but I'll give you a message on Facebook and we'll sort something out, shall we?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Nice one, John. Good to speak to you. All the best for the race.
Take care, mate.
That's John Woodhead from Leicester. Let's dive back for one more interview. Who have we got here in the number 58?
Lawrence for UCLA.
UCLA, we haven't had an UCLA either. Fantastic. How's UCLA's day going?
It's been a bit of a mixed day. I think we've kind of stayed where we qualified or maybe moved back a bit, but we're looking to change that in this race.
Good stuff. A very well organised team, I will say that. You turned up to the to sign on. You knew exactly what races you're all in. One person had a bit of an issue with the licence, but I want to see you guys do well this year.
Yeah, well, let's master racing. I think sign on we don't mind that much about.
And you got quite a nice helmet design, actually. Who's done that for you?
Oh, thank you very much. I did myself. I kind of like the more classic, simple designs, so thank you.
I'm very much of that fashion ilk myself. The understated look is what I go for.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Good. Have a good race. UCLA team there. We got time for one more, have we? Who am I going for? I'm going for the man with a Honda sticker. I'm here in my ear, that's it, but I've got to talk to you now. Who have we got here?
Jake Barmer for Warwick C.
Warwick C. We've spoken to a Warwick driver on pole position. He's doing a bit better than you are.
Yeah, it might be. It's my first year doing it, so made a couple couple penalties in qualifying, but hopefully make some races up, yeah.
Are you enjoying your first year? That's the main thing.
Of course, absolutely. Brilliant.
Are you improving each time you jump in the car?
Yeah.
Exactly what we want to hear. All right, I think the racing is just about to get going, so I'll leave you to it, but enjoy your race.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the whistle is about to be blown. It's in Jimbo's mouth. So engines will start. This will be race number 4 of 7. We're halfway through, or at least we will be in 15 minutes' time. Andrew, Howard, back to you guys in the comms box.
I should very much hope so that his whistle is in his mouth and not elsewhere. Right, race 4. Here it is. Here's your grid. Warwick A and Oxford Brookes A on the front row. Oxford Brookes C and Newcastle A row 2. Oxford Brookes B and Hertfordshire A on the third row of the grid. Leeds Beckett B and UEA A are on row 4. Brookes D and University of West of England D on row 5. Swansea A and Brighton B are on row 6. Brunel A and Loughborough B row 7. Leicester A and UWE A are on the 8th row of the grid. Backstage Academy and Kingston A on row 9. Kingston B and UWE B on row 10. Oxford Brookes F and UCLA on row 11. UWE C and Loughborough D on row 12. Warwick C and Loughborough C on row 13. Swansea C and York B on row 14. Coventry E and King's College A on row 15. Swansea B and Edgehill A on row 16. Derby D and Leicester B. Another East Midlands Derby there on row 17. Royal Holloway A and Swansea D on row 18. 36 carts in the field.
Well done, mate.
Yeah.
We should say what's to do it. We have our first...
we have an
Do
F.
we want to report this? Sorry, no, we have
Kingston
got a team who...
B cannot qualify. They are the first team formally out of qualifiers for 2022. Here we go. Under starters orders. BUKC, BUKC, BUKC. We're going racing, NASCAR style of sorts, into turn 1. Very good start there from both on the front row. P2 holding it in there. Oxford Brookes A, but that's gone wrong. That's gone
Warwick
very
A.
wrong. And they've both run wide. And that's really put a kibosh on both Brookes A and Warwick A's races straight away. I think they're down to about 12th.
Well, Brookes A will recover. Warwick A had the most costly thing. I think they lost an additional 8 or 9 places. There's several carts stopped at Christmas, quite a few. Can't quite make them out on this shot behind the marshal post, but I think at least 2, possibly 3 carts have come to a stop there as the main pack heads their way through the Zulus for the first time. It looks to me like Brookes B may have got to the front of the field in all of this as they come round to finish the first lap. No, it's not Brookes B at the front. Apologies. They're in second, I believe, because leading them across the line is going to be Hertfordshire A, Brookes B in second, Newcastle A in third. Then it's UEA A in fourth, and Brookes A, as you say, Andrew, costly for them down to fifth. It wasn't as bad as I feared for Warwick A, as that is Newcastle A on the grass from third place. Costly moment there for Newcastle. They managed to keep their car under control, and that is a ABC bump and pass penalty for UEA, but that's not related to what we just saw with Newcastle because they're significantly black flag though for Brookes D, and that is for an ABC takeout, and I'm going to guess that might be for contact with Newcastle A potentially there.
So here is your leader, Alessandro Terranetti, very well-known driver on the owner racing scene. He just had Piers Pryor pop into the comms box. I said, and he spotted it first of all, and I was like, oh no, this is making me feel old. I remember commentating on Alessandro when he was not old enough to race in the BUKC, shall we say, and now he is.
But another key point, I think, for us to look at in this race, very quick driver, very well-known driver, got to the front of the field, now pulling away. That's not the difficult bit for a driver like Alessandro. It's in a few laps' time, when you start to get the traffic. We saw this with Royal Holloway A in race number 1. Very accomplished driver. Nothing bad to say. No ill can be said of their pace. But their experience is mostly in owner-driver series, where they are used to all of the drivers out there being competitive and experienced kart racers. And here you've got some drivers who are cutting their teeth. And you have to be ready and anticipate, this driver's going to break a bit earlier. This driver's going to be a little out of sorts compared to my current pace. As Brunel A, I think that is Brunel A getting through on Oxford Brooks B. So that's the challenge for the experienced drivers here. It's not getting out in front necessarily and having good pace. It's conducting yourself cleanly through the traffic and anticipating what lesser experienced drivers are going to do.
Here's a driver in the Brunel A kart who's very well versed in this machinery. Seb Algieri, championships for a good few years past. He's also been doing a lot of racing in BPEC. We saw him earlier in the year at the British 24-hour. But a driver who's, I say, relatively recent addition to Brunel A, but I remember racing against Seb all the way back in 2015 in the Lightweight Sprints Championship. Good to see him here in the BUKC, and he's had a good start in 3rd place.
Yeah, Club 100 Sprint Series, the main series run by Club 100 themselves. This obviously is a Club 100 series, the BUKC, but they have their own portfolio of championships, which you don't have to be a student to compete in, and drivers can take part in that one. We get drivers as young as 14 taking part in that Club 100 Sprints Championship. All of this, by the way, being enhanced with last year the start of the Young Drivers Championship, and indeed going into next season with the cadets, the cadets Club 100 Championship. And these drivers coming up through the ranks who, I've got some experience in Club 100. I've been racing in the junior category for a while. That's going to be a really interesting one, I think. I don't think we've got anybody in that category. Obviously, you've just mentioned Seb, but he's come up through the standard, what's now known as the senior championship within Club 100. But that's going to be an interesting one to see in the next few seasons.
News coming forth in the next few weeks as to which bits of those championships will be streaming. Here's a battle between Leicester A and Swansea A. This is over 12th position, heading up to Christmas Corner. They've got the number 34 of University of West of England B ahead of them.
Who were in their last race of the day.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good point. Let's have an assessment of what do UEB need. Oh, they're right on the bubble, mate. They are currently projected to finish 27th, as University of East Anglia A have had a bad lap. They've fallen down all the way to 32nd. They are running again, though, and they've got a good amount of time to pull their way back up. So, okay, this is the first kart and team that I think we are going to be talking about in terms of they are in a bit of danger but could still make it. So, at the start of this race, the projection had UEB in 27th on a score projected of 140. Started this race 20th. Where are they now? They're in 11th. I mean, that's going the right way. It's going the right way and moving themselves further up the order and further towards safety.
How about Leeds Beckett B?
Leeds Beckett B, unfortunately, I think are going to be short. They've had 28th, 31st and 28th of their results so far. This is their best driver and their best race in that team in this race, but I don't think a top 5 or a top 10 is going to be enough for them to qualify.
That's the battle we're watching now, the number 86 there. And
it's Bradley Shears, who should be ineligible anyway, because I've already seen him race.
In that case, fair enough. That would be day run for Beckett B. A reminder, as we start to enter the latter half of today's running, if you have a spare monitor or device that you could also watch a stream on, in addition to these pictures from Alpha Live, then do head over to the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel as well. We have a stream there going where you can see us in the comms box, which probably isn't the highlight if we're being honest, but around the edge of the screen, we've got loads of things on the graphics around there. It's the nerdy stream if you want to know the details that are going on in the background. We've got the live timing over to one side. We've got the driver tracker. These things are available on the Alpha Time website as well, we should say, but at the bottom, the real sort of value-added thing that we've got for you there is a little ticker that is ticking through the teams and giving you a lowdown on how they are looking set for qualification and what their projected position is based on where they've qualified in this morning's qualifying sessions.
Brooks D, keep an eye out for them. They had that black flag very early in the race, but are currently the fastest kart out on circuit, 44.413 last time around. So, and they are a good deal quicker than karts around them in the order, so they could come back through.
Yep.
Just to visit back into the UWEB situation. Now, they have just lost 2 positions to Leicester A and Swansea A. A 7-point improvement on their current projection. I reckon if we're talking it in like a driver outside in Q1 and needs to hop into such a position to get through to Q2, UWE are doing the equivalent of jumping up to about 11th place on an F1 qualifying. That's how I'm going to put that one. They're doing okay.
Mm-hmm.
They could do with more, but they're at least giving themselves a shot of being in that top 27 come the end of the day. But they're looking a bit nervy here.
So maybe not hitting 11th, maybe hitting 10th, right at the dying moment. They're sort of on the bubble. They might make it, but we've got to see what the others do.
If a load of cars are really, really quick on their laps, they could end up back outside the top 27. But for now, they're doing okay, and they're moving themselves forward.
I don't think we mentioned all of that there was a black flag which has now been served by Derby B. That was for an unsafe release, so not too happy with how unsafe release is to do with coming back onto the circuit and doing so in a... It's similar to the restart on the grass, but it's not necessarily trying to start on the grass. I mean, it's fair to say we've got 63 teams here today, and it's only the top 27 who go through to the mains. So when we're talking about teams who have not qualified, as we've already said a few times, there are some teams here today who maybe aren't aiming for that. You know, they're getting themselves set up for the intermediate championship, and the majority of teams who we see racing won't make that qualification. So that's important to bear in mind as going for a rotation there at the boot.
Might be Kingston B, the 110. We'll confirm that in a moment.
I think you're right. Hertfordshire A lead by 3.5 seconds to Warwick A, and then it's a further 1.7 seconds back to Brunel A.
What I quite like from this drive from Serenetti so far, yes, he's having to still get through the traffic cleanly, but he gave himself a nice buffer at the start of the race.
Yes.
A really nice buffer to not have to worry about being overtaken whilst overtaking karts a lap down. It was a very good early start from Serenetti.
I think it was Royal Holloway A who spun at
the
boot.
120. Apologies. There is your race leader. Warwick A behind as well, having another strong run. I wonder, a Warwick A on here for a... I know that it's all about getting in the top 27, but still setting the pace for the season.
Mm-hmm.
Warwick A could be on for an event podium if they keep this kind of form up. There you see not Mika Hakkinen, UEA A, as... now, was that... I think that was Brunel A up to second place on that brief shot that we saw there. But no, that's UEA and Sam Sanders.
Far
had a
down
great
the order.
debut. Yes, I think he had an incident on lap 1.
Ah, yes.
And he's still very quick.
Mm-hmm.
Had a great season last year. Another one of our relatively related addition to our iRacing Legends of Club 100 and BUKC Championship. Very good performances on there.
Change for second place, Andrew.
Confirmed.
Brunel A past Warwick A. Newcastle A past UEA as well for 7th on that lap. And the battle that's been going on, it's been a race-long battle, hasn't it, so far, between Swansea A and Leicester A. over 11th. They've just swapped positions again. Still plenty of time to go in this one, though. 18 minutes, just over.
We've got our first situation, I think, mate, of if teams want to start playing tactics, they can do. UEB are falling down the order a bit. They're down to 16th, but they've got 2 of their teammate carts tucked up behind them in relatively close formation. I don't know if they have the means of communicating to those drivers, but they might want to think about acting as rear gunners now, especially with that rapid Oxford Brooks D cart coming through the field. So we'll keep abreast of that situation.
Yep. Brooks B falling down the order now, Andrew. Down on timing.
Ooh, yes.
Something's happened to Brooks B out there, the number 6. Can't see any black flags or anything, so they're not losing time to that. But that was a 109, that last lap.
Okay, so it's not a transponder issue. And, ooh, that's going to be an interesting story then, because Oxford Brooks D had a 22nd place finish in their first race. After qualifying in the early few races, Brooks have been on for breaking the record. Most teams qualified through to a mains based on projection, but that might start to fall away if Oxford Brooks D keep having these problems. There's
it's the B. It's the B cart that dropped down.
It's the B cart.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be fine. They've already got a race win on for themselves.
Just keeping you on the toes, Brooks.
Still the same thought, because Brooks D are currently in 18th place, so they need to get going. There's Aidan Lee on your screen, driving the number 3 cart for Oxford Brooks A. It is a very interesting season, I feel, for Oxford Brooks A. I think it's fair to say they were not at their best last year, but they were in transition, and we all knew they were in transition. Blooding in some new drivers in the A and the B teams, and they're showing once again, as I'd expect, they are going to be a factor in this championship.
Totally. Absolutely. I mean, they're never not, but I know exactly what you mean when you're talking about their performance last season. It was not up to the ridiculously lofty standard,
yes,
shall we say, that we hold Brooks in, which is basically, where's the championship bid in some respects. So,
and it may not always be the A team that's there. As I say, they've had the strength of 3 teams going for the championship in years previous, and I think we may be in that situation again based on these performances. Sam Sanders and UEA A have got past Kingston B. Kingston B are ineligible for this race, so that is why we're counting them out of the hunt for getting in the top 27. They cannot score any more points because they've got ineligible drivers in this race and their last one. A penalty for Oxford Brooks D, FDW, which is for forcing a driver wide.
2 places to be docked at the end, if memory serves correctly, I should say. So the charge up was still with the fastest lap of the race so far for the number 13 kart, not proving too unlucky for them so far, as that is Brooks C in the 14 going on to a new lap. 7.5 seconds now that Alessandro Serenetti has in hand in the Hertfordshire A kart, doing exactly what we said he needed to do, dealing with that traffic very cleanly. And as you say, mate, gave himself a good buffer, as there's a penalty now for Kingston B. ABC bump and pass. 4 positions to be added to the end of their race result. Brunel A in second. Very close proximity to Warwick A here. The best drive I think we've seen from Brunel so far today, I want to say. This is the highest I can recall seeing them run today. That battle just going on to a new lap now, although we've got a driver who's round at Christmas Corner. Needs to be careful how they swing this one around. Doing the right thing and looking for that gap can often be a difficult one to judge this. And is that a separate penalty?
No,
that's a re-showing penalty for Brooks D.
Now, advice to any new drivers that I would have hopped out the front there and pivoted the kart round and got the front of the kart facing forward in terms of track direction. I can understand why the driver is sitting there doing absolutely the right thing to not pull out into traffic. But, for anyone watching at home who's racing tomorrow,
they're still there.
They're still there.
They're still
this
there.
is the thing. This field is now spread out.
Yep, driver spun at Inkermans as well.
And you're covered on your... Oh, that's a spin of one of our front runners. It's the number 31, Swansea A, who were in the top 10.
Yep.
So they're going to lose some positions. But just to complete that point for, say, new drivers watching ahead of tomorrow, hop out, be brave, front of the car, pivot it round, get it pointing forwards, and then you're just pulling off in a straight line. You're not having to do a tricky 180 turn and wait for a gap in traffic that simply isn't there.
Or you can all pick up the rear and pivot around the front. Either one works in that situation. But you are entitled to. It doesn't have to be that you're off in the grass in order to do that. You are entitled to make the judgment call of, I've come to a stop. What is the safest and quickest way to get me going? And that's not because when we say quickest, that's not Club 100 thinking, oh, how do you competitively get going again so quickly? It's the safest thing for you to get underway again and cease being an obstruction on the track.
Yes.
So get yourself out that kart. And as I say, since we've moved to a clutched system with into the Rotax Evo era, you see drivers, particularly new drivers, being more wary about doing that. Because back a few years ago, if you spun out, you had to do it. You had to get the kart facing the right way because you had to get a bump start. You can go back and watch older rounds of Club 100 events. That's what you had to do. Because drivers do it less now, so they don't have to do it when they spin out because the engine doesn't literally stall every time the kart spins. They end up doing it less, and it means when they actually get into that situation where it's the right call to get out the kart, they're more hesitant about doing so.
Swansea
got to be
Leicester.
careful. Yeah, lets them back through. That's the sensible thing to do to avoid the penalty there, because I think that was a little bit of a bump, pod-to-pod contact there. But yeah, it sounds so strange, but don't be backwards about getting out your car and turning it the right way around, even if you happen to be on the tarmac. If you're facing the wrong way on the apex of a corner, just like that, it's best to get out.
UEB Watch, doing good. 13th place at the moment for kart number 34. The reason why, if you're just tuning in, it's like, why are you talking about 13th place so much? They're going to be the first team to finish their qualifying day with a score that's representative for getting into the top 27 come the end of all 7 races that we've got scheduled here at Whilton Mill for your Saturday qualifier. They're going to set that benchmark for everybody else to beat.
Yep.
And they've had a good race. They started this race 20th. They've moved themselves forward to 13th. Just over 10 minutes to go. Sam Sanders is desperately trying to pull as many positions back for East Anglia. They're back up to 23rd place. They've just passed Coventry E. We'll see the other Coventry teams here tomorrow.
And it's difficult because it's apart from tomorrow, it's the shortest day of the year. Are your inexperienced drivers going out in the dark?
I wouldn't put them out there. I'd try and get them out whilst the conditions are a bit easier.
It's not an entirely different skill. It's not a different skill set in the way that driving in the wet is a different skill set.
Change for second place. Sorry,
yep.
Howard. Warwick A have got back ahead of Brunel A.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Still a great day's racing from Warwick here so far, as Andrew was alluding to, potentially on for the... I think the right term to use here is the honorary round victory, because it's not meant to count as a round of the championship, but
I've heard to the contrary now.
Oh, is it counting?
I'm not sure.
We're not sure. That's why I like the term honorary round victory, because we don't know. But
we'll know tomorrow.
Yes, a slightly different skill set going out in the dark. I know it sounds silly, but slightly harder to spot your apexes. The shadows can play, not tricks on your mind, to that extent, but it is slightly different racing in the dark. There's no two ways about it. So that's going to be an interesting one as we go into the darkness. Probably in an hour's time, we're not going to have all that much daylight around here.
Yeah, it's 3:15 already. Just to praise this drive from Seb Algieri and Brunel A. Brunel A are one of those teams on projection on the outside looking in, but not far off. They've already got a 13th place in, solid. Now what was going on there with one of those?
Was that contact? Brunel was right next to them,
but it was. I mean, Seb Algieri wasn't changing his line. That was a very bizarre incident. I don't know if we can get a quick replay of that one. I think it might be. Yeah, it might have been the 110 of Kingston B. I'm not quite sure what the back marker was doing there, but there we go. He's up 10 places, is Algieri, for Brunel A.
Yep.
They're getting some really, really good scores on the board and taking a bit of the pressure off their drivers coming up, who start 24th and 21st. Now, there's a contact warning for...
It's not Kingston B.
It's not Kingston B. There was a
that.
contact warning for Brunelay there. To be honest, I think that's a bit harsh, because I don't think Brunelay did much wrong there. The driver who span off was weaving around. Anyway, 7 minutes and 45 to go. As you pack racing around for a spot in the top 5. Leeds Beckett B are in there, but they're ineligible in this race. Oxford Brooks C are not. In 4th place at the moment, as it was the 120 of Royal Holloway, who are now going again.
That's the second time we've misidentified the 110 as the 120.
Yeah, we're getting old, mate.
This is our annual eye test, is reading all these number plates for the first time. Swansea A with a penalty now. Track limits, that's going to be 2 positions docked from their result. Currently running in 19th place and in quite a close battle with Oxford Brooks B and UEC. So a bit costly there, as that looked like a yellow out up at Christmas again. So something's happened up there. But Warwick A in second with that Brunelay battle through the traffic. We're looking at the next battle down. This is Brooks C and Leeds Beckett B. Yes, Newcastle A are close in this as well. And indeed, it's changed. That's what was throwing me then. The 19 now ahead of the 86. So it's now Brooks C in 4th. 5th is Newcastle A and Leeds Beckett B in 6th.
The curious way today's working. 2 teams, you know which one of them is going to be, on that bubble, are involved in a fight for 13th place. Warwick C have just taken it. This is their first race of the day. Their opponents, UEB, of course, it's their last.
Right.
So keep an eye on that one. They're both at opposite ends of their situation, but in terms of the grand scheme of things, quite similar. For Warwick C and UEB.
Battle for second, just coming onto the back of some traffic here. Warwick A in your number 8 car, the 56 of Brunel A. But yeah, I'm not sure I'd want what Warwick C have got there. I don't think I'd want to wait till race 4 to get... Actually, would I? Would I rather have that than
know what you need to do?
And know what I need to do rather than UEB? Yeah, but I think it's very difficult to keep track. It's very easy for us in a comms box to know what you need to do.
That's why we've got the DDM
That's why we've got the
Centre.
Well, that's true. They should just watch the stream. But I don't know. It's difficult. It's a difficult one. You probably want a bit of an even spread, to be honest. But yeah, very odd one. And when we say they're on the bubble, and you're going, well, how do you know Warwick C are on the bubble if they've only just started? This again is going back to what's projected based off of where they've qualified on the grids for their races. We assume the most boring race in history is about to transpire, and everyone finishes where they started. And yes, that has generated some references already to a certain Premier Racing Series where sometimes you get no overtakes as the battle for second comes upon some traffic, and that's well done by Warwick A there. Seb Algeri in that 56 Brunel car looking for the opportunity, but actually, if anything, I mean, he's done a good job as well there, to be fair, but nothing gained, nothing lost really between those two there as they continue their way through the traffic. This is how you do it. You've got to pick your moments carefully and try not to spook the drivers who are maybe still getting up to speed. Into Oblivion in the crook. Now, this actually might be an opportunity this time. Algeri's going to be in the wheel tracks of the number 8 Warwick car. Is he going to see an opportunity as they go by on York B into Christmas Corner? Algeri does have a better line through there. Is he going to try the move into... No, he keeps his powder...
Hello to Ed Hardy. He's cheering on Cerenetti at the front of the field. He's continued to do a great job. This is a very...
Brilliant.
I know he's got a great record on the British karting scene, but this is a very impressive first performance from someone in the BUKC. He's looking comfortable here.
Yep.
And that's quite rare. That's quite rare in the early stages.
Yep, absolutely. And this is the thing. This is what we love about the BUKC. And something else we were just talking to Piers about in the box ahead of this race. The fact that you can have drivers from, totally different, someone like someone like Serenetti, who's so well, experienced in karting, and you can have complete novices who have gained their license to race in the BUKC, but for the most part are here trying things out for the first time. And I certainly remember some of the drivers that I raced against in the BUKC who have gone on to do those, some big things in motorsport.
Weigh in at the end of this race.
But they'll all be, in the BUKC. I say all these, but all of these drivers who you sort of know who've come through the ranks of this series. It really is. It's a brilliant sort of, melting pot really of racing experience and prowess, and that spurs you on as someone who's entering the championship to go, okay, I've got to go faster, or how can I work this out? If these drivers who are getting lapped today, I keep saying there is no shame in getting lapped today. All these drivers are at various different bits of experience, and the thing to do when you're being lapped is not to despair about it, but focus. What can you learn from the person who just got by? Why are they quicker than you? How are they doing the corner differently? And that's the key thing to do if you're being lapped, is go, okay, what do I do to get on terms with them? What can I spot that they're doing? Oh, they're not braking for this corner. It doesn't seem like they're braking for this corner. I'll try that the next time. I'll try lifting instead. All these different things. That's the key thing. It's getting over that feeling of feeling swamped and starting to focus on what makes the difference between the pace that you perhaps currently have and the pace that you want to have.
Second and third place battle, just negotiating their way past UEC there, who are a lap down. Cone penalty for UEC. Just to refer back in on their stablemates finishing in this race for the day. They're still holding there in 14th. That's all right. That'll do. 60 seconds or thereabouts to go. 11.5 seconds is the lead for Serenetti and Hertfordshire A.
Brooks D just by on Kingston A now for 9th place. Cone penalty as well issued for UEC, so they'll be docked a position from wherever they finish. UEA A have got by on Brighton B as well. And just ahead of them, actually, Brooks B have got by on Leicester A as well. Plenty of position swapping hands in the last few moments of this one, and it is the last few moments now, Andrew, because this battle for second included is on the last lap of the race. So if Seb Algieri is going to pounce here, now is the time, and he is having a look here. Warwick having to go defensive here against Brunel A. Two of the most experienced teams in this championship are Warwick and Brunel. Behind them, there is a battle as well going on between Brooksy and Leeds Beckett B. We've got to keep an eye, though, because Alessandro Serenetti will be coming through now. There he is, Hertfordshire A take the win in race number 4. It's a brilliant victory, so well controlled there for the Hertfordshire squad. Warwick A are going to come around the final corner. They've held off the pressure from Brunel A for second there. Newcastle A can't quite reel in Brunel A
this race, so
on that last lap. Brooksy will be in 5th. Leeds Beckett B in 6th. Oxford Brooks A in 7th. 8th is University of West of England A. Then it's going to be, we anticipate, yes, Brooks D with the fastest lap of the race and a good run up through the field there for Brooks D. Kingston A in 10th. 11th, Loughborough B. Oxford Brooks F in 12th. Then it was Warwick C in 13th. University of West England B in 14th. They're done now with their racing for the day. They can't do anything more to qualify. They've given it their best shot. One of the first teams to finish their racing for the day. Oxford Brooks B in 15th, and it's Leicester A in 16th. UEA in 17th. Brighton B in 18th. Backstage Academy A in 19th. UCL A rounding out the top 20. Then it's UEC, Swansea A in 22nd, Swansea C in 23rd, Kingston B, Loughborough D in 25th. King's College A, Coventry E. Then it's Loughborough C, UED, Swansea B in 30th, Edgehill A, York B, Leicester B, Derby B, and Royal Holloway A. That was race number 4.
Weigh in, so we'll have a bit of time just to kill whilst this weigh-in happens. So for those new to the BUKC, what's going to happen now is every single driver is going to step on the scales and see whether they meet the minimum weight requirements. So some drivers will be meeting
Jacob's
that,
ready when you guys are, I believe.
just as they are in the car, kitted up. Drivers who are a little bit smaller, a little bit with less mass, will have oodles of lead with them, and they'll be making sure that they've got enough lead on the carts to meet what I should think still 75 kilos.
It is 75 kilos. An impromptu part ferme gets set up for that.
Yep.
So I think, are we ready to hand out to
We are,
Jacob?
we are.
Yeah, Jacob,
make sure no
Let's
one's
sit down.
playing with wings down there, Jacob. It could get very expensive for some of these students.
Thank you. No one is playing with wings down here. They're all getting weighed, actually. So we have a minimum weight of 75 kilos. That's driver, number plate, transponder, and any lead that they need to carry to get themselves up to that 78. We're just waiting our race winner from Hertfordshire. He's at the back of the queue now, so we'll be chatting to him in just a few moments' time, making sure, of course, that he weighs that 75, because if he doesn't, it goes to the next man, who I don't actually know. So be interesting to see that happen. Yes, we are 4 or 5 drivers away from rowing. This young man here, Matthew Hudson, finished second. I take it you weighed over 75 kilos.
I did, yeah.
And tell us a bit about your race. How did you end up in second place?
We just got shunted a bit wide at the first corner, so had to come back through, and I'm assuming it's Alessandro who won.
It is, yes, Alessandro, our new guy from Hutcher.
Yeah, he had a nice little gap after the first lap, so that's all we could do, really.
Well, still a good result. You, as you said, Archie had a third, and you've got a second now, so not too bad at all.
Yeah, shame we didn't get the win, but a decent point, so not bad.
Good man. I'm going to grab Alessandro over here. Alessandro, first race in BUKC, first win.
Yeah, it was a good race. It was a good race. Managed to take the lead early on, and managed to pull away and get away with it. To be fair, so yeah, pretty good race.
Is this going to get a special write-up on strawberryracing.co.uk?
Of course, on their main page, of course.
Okay, so what is Strawberry Racing? Is that like a blog, or just about all your endeavours, or?
It's the race team I race for. Okay. So yeah.
I look forward to browsing later on tonight in bed. But no, congratulations on your first race win. Hopefully the first of many.
Thank you very much. I hope so.
And as I say, good to have Hertfordshire back on the grid as well. Right, we are 4 or 5 drivers away from finishing this one until we get on with
Jacob's
number 5.
finishing
Let's
up.
have a quick chat with the team from Manchester.
Oh, no, he's not. He's going to find someone else.
From Manchester. Kane, I take it you're going out in the next race?
Yeah, I think so.
Wait, do you mean you think so?
Yeah, I am.
Comes, let me know when you're ready.
Where are you starting?
I'm starting 8th.
Okay,
Yep,
good job
ready.
that you at least know that much. And how have Manchester got on so far today?
The A team done really decently. We've had a 2nd and a 4th, and the other teams, I'm not sure how their results, but I'm sure they've done well in spirit.
Better than Ocean did on the chase, at least.
Obviously, that's easy though.
Yourself in 8th place. I won't come talk to you on the grid now that I'm talking to you. What's your plan? Do you reckon you can get up to the top 3 maybe?
Yeah, if I get a good start, and there's a half an hour to go after the start, anything can happen. I'm sure I can do it.
It is a long race, so I think it's important to keep calm on that first lap and make sure you've got yourself in a good position to 25 minutes of time on the track to boost your position and points.
Yeah, and I'm just going to take it in. It's a lovely day.
It is a lovely day, isn't it? And we always have a lovely time here at Whilton Mill, don't we?
Yeah, obviously.
Good stuff. All right, then, I think we're nearly done with weighing, and you probably need to grab you've got your number plate and transponder. Do you need any lead?
No.
Okay, fair enough then. Well, yeah, last guy's on the scales now. I'll see you this side of the fence in a second.
Yeah, see you there.
Kane Shepherd there of Team Manchester. Oh, there is one more for the scales.
Let's go for race number 6. Please.
And that's gone. Out they come. Let's wander over to the grid with them. See who we've got on pole position for race number 5.
Race 5, guys.
Jimbo's erroneously announced that this is race number 6. He wants to go home soon. Look at the race suit we've got on here. I'm going to grab this man here. Can you, before you go to your car, tell us where you got that race suit? It's fantastic.
Where did I get it? It's my dad's.
Oh, yeah. No wonder. I love it.
Very kindly.
Is he watching at home?
Maybe. He might be. I don't know.
Give him a wave. Say hi.
He is. I say hi. But, yeah.
And sorry, who are you and who are you racing for?
Ambrose, I'm racing for Kings. Qualified 21st, so not too strong, but we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, it's good to have Kings back in the BUKC.
Yeah, it is. Last year we didn't do much. And this year, hopefully we can get 2 teams qualified, so we'll see how it goes.
Good luck with that, Ambrose, and I'll see you later. Lovely, lovely race suit. All right, then James Mills is on pole position for this one. He's just going to put his lead on the kart. I haven't spoken to anyone from Loughborough since Tom Thickpenny earlier, I don't believe, so it'd be good to see how these guys are getting on. I'm also going to have a chat with Mr. Bessel in 5th place after this, but first, our reigning champions and a multiple BUKC race winner is Mr. Mills. He's putting the last of his pins on the kart now. He's noticed that the camera's here ready and waiting, and pretty soon he'll turn around, look me in the eyes and tell me how much he loves BUKC. James, how you doing?
Absolutely love BUKC so much.
I thought as much. Yeah, it's weird that you say that because I didn't prompt it at all. How's Loughborough doing? I spoke to Tom earlier about your fence, but we haven't seen much of you.
Yeah, we've only had one driver out for a race so far, so we had Charlie out earlier. He finished 6th, so that was a reasonable result. And we've got me, Tom and Julio now in the final 3 races, so hopefully we can get something from them.
Well, there you have it. Those who were wondering if Loughborough's title challenge was faltering, turns out they've just only had 1 race so far. And James, can you win this one?
I think so, yeah. Pole position. It was fast in qualifying and it felt comfortable, so hopefully just do the same, stay out of trouble, avoid...
It's a bit of that Mills magic, and I'll hopefully speak to you after the race. We've got Kyle Knight over in 2nd place, and I haven't spoken to anyone from Newcastle today, so I'll pop myself down on the side pod. Kyle, how are you doing?
Yeah, good.
I believe you won qualifiers 2 years ago, racing qualifiers at least 2 years ago, didn't you?
Yeah, I think I did.
Oh, I see. That's why they pay me the big bucks for this.
Good memory.
Can you win another one today?
Hopefully. I'd rather be on 2nd than 1st, starting here, being honest. Better side to be on, I think. But
James Mills, a long winner himself, does that worry you at all?
Not really, no.
I like that. I like that. Good man. So what's the plan then? Just stick it at the inside of the 2nd corner, is it?
Yeah, just keep it flat. Keep it flat, keep it going, and then stay in 1st the whole race.
Good man. Well, all the best with that. Hopefully speak to you after the race.
Hopefully.
Kyle Knight of Newcastle. I promised I'd jump in with Dom Bessel as well. Dom, how are you doing?
Good, thanks. Yourself? I'm cold.
Too bad. It's cold. I got gloves on. I wasn't expected to need gloves, but it is Love Actually Day after all, which means we're in the midst of winter.
You want to be my summer?
Sorry?
You want to be my summer?
I would love to. I hear you after a shout out.
Yes. Is it mod or is it GRG on this side? I forget.
GRG on the front.
GRG here. So
All over.
yeah.
Mod by there, GRG.
Mod there, GRG.
everywhere else.
Yeah, GRG Esports. It's a up-and-coming community. We've got 2 races on right now. My team is competing in the RWB 12 Hours of Bathurst in ACC and the VISC 12 Hours of Sebring on R Factor 2. Big team, but if you just go to GRG Esports and Chrome, your favourite browser extension, got a lot of races going on, but you know, everyone here is watching racing. We all like a bit of racing, so if you want some virtual racing, it's the place to go.
Exactly. Tune into that after BUKC and not a moment before. How are you doing today as well for De Montfort? I haven't spoken to anyone from De Montfort yet.
A team's going well. B should get into Prems hopefully, which is the idea. But yeah, it's going well. P6 best qualifying, so can't complain.
You can make up a couple of places from here, can't you?
Yeah, can try to, but driving standards have been a bit questionable. Seen a lot of loading into Christmas, like always. On the inside, thankfully, but I mean, do I trust anyone around me? Not really.
Yeah, I know you got Keen Shepherd behind you. I had a chat with him before, and he was a bit clueless as to whether he's even in this race. So I'd worry about that if I were you. Right.
Oh, sorry, I'll try and, yeah.
That's all right. It's just shocked to see JV double checking your card. I'm going to have a quick chat with Hirsch before we go, but all the best for your race.
Cheers, appreciate it.
Hirsch, I'm conscious I haven't spoken to someone from Edinburgh yet, so I'll dive in on you. Decent starting position this for you, 3rd place.
Not so bad, yeah.
For a man who spent most of the last couple of years in Inters.
That's true. And driving down, a long way down.
Exactly, from Edinburgh, but evidently the strength of the field in Inters is almost comparable to Mainz.
Is it?
You're in 3rd place. You're behind a multi-race winner and another night, so for yourself.
Thank you.
Can you carry the qualifying form into the race?
Hopefully I follow them through. See where I end up.
Get yourself, in good spirits for that long drive home.
If I can stay into it, I'll be happy.
How long does it take you to get here from Edinburgh? Now, I mean, here is a close one.
7 hours.
Wow. And what about Buckmore Park for the first round?
9. I think it's 9.
This is what a man who's absolutely dedicated to BUKC looks like. He drives 9 hours to Buckmore Park and 9 hours back after the karting. What an absolute hero. And it's about the 9th year you've done this, isn't it?
It's like my 5th year.
There's still a lot, Hirsch. There's still a lot. But we love having you here, obviously. And long may it continue.
Thank you. I think this is my last year, actually.
Don't say that.
If I can stay another year, I'd love it.
I'll see what I can do. I'll fiddle the rules.
Thank you.
Nice one, Hirsch. Have a good race.
Thank you.
Right then, they're getting on their way. That's the grid for race number 5. Back to you guys in the comms box, Andrew and Howard.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Great to have Hirsch ready back on the grid with us. Here's the grid for race number 5. Loughborough A on pole position, Newcastle A alongside them on the front row. Edinburgh A just spoke to their driver there on the second row of the grid alongside Swansea A, Trinity A and De Montfort A on the third row of the grid. Moving down the order, we've got Hertfordshire A and Manchester A on row 4, Leicester A and Manchester B on row 5, Trinity B and Brighton A on the 6th row of the grid, Warwick C and UEC on row 7, Bournemouth A and Derby A on row 8, then on row 9, De Montfort B and Loughborough D, and Oxford A and Edinburgh B on row 10, King's College A and Portsmouth A on row 11, Coventry E and Brunel A on row 12, Beckett A and Gloucestershire A row 13, Warwick D and Royal Holloway row 14, UED and Manchester D on row 15, UCL B and King's College B on row 16, Swansea C and Edinburgh C on row 17, Brunel B and another team on the 18th row of the grid. We are ready to go, although one cart is out of the position there, needs to get back in tram lines. We are good to go. James Mills takes us from pole position for Loughborough A, and away we go for 30 minutes here in race number 5. Couple of rows towards the back of the field. Had a bit of a slow start there, but James Mills leads us up to turn 1. Carl Knight defending on the inside for Newcastle A in second. There's 3 wide off of Christmas. Is that going to work? Sort of, maybe. There's a bit of bumping across the Inkerman's curb on entry, and there's a bit of loading through Inkerman's and drivers running wide, but on the whole, everybody still pointing in the same direction. Just before I reintroduce Howard back into the box, we have news. We have qualifiers. Warwick A and Oxford Brookes A have qualified for the 2022 BUKC Mains Championship. Sadly, though, I have to even it up. We've now had the second team not to be able to qualify. It's Leeds Beckett B, as round at the back there was might have been the 56 of Brunel A. We'll confirm it as they come round. End of lap number 1. Loughborough A leading from Newcastle A. Hertfordshire A haven't had a good first lap. They're down 17 positions as here comes the number 10 of Trinity A, going past Manchester B there. The spinner was the 26, not the 56. It was Leicester A.
And bad laps as well for Warwick C and Derby A, who have dropped down a lot of positions on that lap as well. Not sure if it was mentioned whilst I was just outside the comms box, but floodlights around the circuit in this race are now on.
Yes.
What's the significance of that? There are rules around the types of visors that you're allowed to run under these conditions. You can't have the most tinted visor on beyond this point. You need clear visors, or yellow tints are sometimes allowed. But as you can see, the light is beginning to fade here, and that's something that the driver's going to need to take into account.
28 minutes to go. If you're enjoying the coverage and you haven't done so already, do please click that subscribe button on the Alpha Live channel if you're watching the full video stream. Trying to get the channel to 20,000 subscribers this weekend. And if you're watching on the DDMM data centre, give us a subscribe as well if you don't mind. We've got plenty of content coming up across the weekend. We'll hit back here tomorrow, and also 9 o'clock tonight we'll have some coverage of the Jimmy Broadbent race for mental health. Lots of squabbling going on there, Howard, for places in the top 10.
Yeah, Manchester being very robust in their defence of 5th place on Brighton there, doing a proper, no, you are not coming through at the second apex of the boot. We're going to close the door on you for that. quite a few teams, as you might imagine, because we're on race 5 out of 7, quite a few teams will have finished their racing by the end of this one. I was going to see if I could do a very quick roll call of them, but there's quite a few of them.
I want to say there's 6 teams.
Newcastle A will be done at the end of this one, as will UWTSD B. Leicester A will be done. Swansea A will be done. And then you're right, there's quite a lot that aren't. King's College A, they will be finished at the end of this one. And UED. So I think that's about 16. I think you got that bang on. It's almost like you've got a spreadsheet in front of you with all of this.
Indeed. Swansea C, trouble for them on that last lap. I don't know if we mentioned, as the number 5 of Manchester A go down the inside of Edinburgh. You can see Hirsch ready, having a fight. I think Brighton A are in there as well, the number 22. Indeed they are. So Brighton A gain a position out of all of that. Edinburgh A, relatively early still in their sequence of races. They've only had one so far, same as our race leaders. 26 minutes of this race to go. Confirmed there, Manchester A and Brighton A past Edinburgh A. And what has happened to UEC? They've just had a bit of a tardy lap and fallen to 14th position. That's promoted the likes of Oxford and Loughborough D up a few positions.
So Newcastle in that, Newcastle A, I should say, in that last race that they could compete in today. Did you say it was Carl Knight at the wheel of that one, mate?
Yes, it is Carl, back once again for another year of BUKC.
Brilliant stuff. 1.4 seconds. Not anymore. Fastest lap of the race, 44.8 to close the gap to the lead by 0.4 of a second. Carl Knight in pursuit of James Mills would very much like the lead of this one to close out Newcastle's scoreline on a high. Swansea A a further 4.5 seconds down in third. Manchester A another 2 seconds back and leading what, not for the first time, is a frantic battle for 4th place in this one. We've seen a little bit of it already for those of you watching on the stream. So there are the leaders, but I wonder, Andrew, actually, you just watched it, I wonder if the reason, Carl Knight, I think, has cleared that traffic quite cleanly. So I was about to say, has the leader lost out on the previous lap because of traffic? And I think actually question answered, yes, they have somewhat, because the gap has gone back out to 1.4 seconds on that one. Closest battle in the top 10 at the moment is very close across the line last time around between Manchester and Brighton A. Good little battle going on there. Also good battles going on. The 2 Trinity carts are quite close together. A and B in 9th and 10th at the moment. And Loughborough D and Bournemouth A are doing battle over 11th place. They're quite close right now as well, as are Oxford A and UEC in their battle over 13th place.
I've just had a note. 4 subs away from 20k. And a promise of a free beer from Luke Austin of Alpha Live if you are the 20k-th subscriber and you at the circuit today. So
I'm going to temporarily, I think you should push for 5 more subscribers. I'm going to unsubscribe and get my free beer.
Absolutely nice. Deplorable behaviour that Double Dash Motorsport Media does not approve of.
No, it's fine.
23 minutes and 22 seconds to go. Oh, that is a bit of a mad run out through Fine Lady. The 103 is going to be under pressure here. This is De Montfort B and Portsmouth A. Portsmouth A trying to go around the outside. That's a bit brave. Did they make it through? Yes, they did. Really good move there for Portsmouth A. As we're 3 wide into Inkermans. Welcome to qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from James Mills, 44.637. Onto the back straight. This is all around on your screen from 20th place down. No is the answer to your question. I don't even think that account has a YouTube thing.
I'm passing messages in the comms box. Sorry. We're trying to work out ways we can help out.
This is disgraceful. Oxford A have got a penalty, a bump and pass penalty for The kart's currently in 12th place. The number 54 of Derby A was down the inside of, I think it was Royal Holloway A there, back at the front of the field. 4th, 5th, 6th on your screens. Manchester A going through Fine Lady now and up the hill towards Christmas Corner. De Montfort A there, trying to go for 5th place, past Brighton A. They've done it. Really nice move there from De Montfort A, who I get the feeling need this. They need this result. Let me just check what their situation is at the moment. Yeah, they do. 17th, 16th. They need a big score here. They are currently projected to be P27 at the end of the day. Can't believe you've just done that. 21.
Someone else could have the free beer. I just want to help out the folks at Alpha.
So what's even worse, I don't even think that account subscribes to DDFM. What's going on? Penalty for Trinity B, track limits. That means they've gone 2 times outside the confines of the track. And for their naughty naughties, they've been given a 2-place penalty. Yeah, get that button pressed as well. We're looking at on screen De Montfort A as there was a kart spun out there in the boot. And so De Montfort A, their situation, this is their 3rd race of the day so far. 17th and 16th have been their results. And if they can hold this one, they've got a 17th place grid start in the very last race of the day. They're currently projected to be 144 points. As De Montfort A looking down the inside. This is a really tricky situation to be in as a racer, because you could throw it all in there and come up with nothing, and you look back at the end of the day and go, yeah, that was the position that we should have just consolidated. And I think, well, actually that's quite wise there from the De Montfort driver. Just trying to calm things down, recognising the situation, that his team need these points.
Yep, absolutely. Difficult situation, as you say, mate, but heads up driving
So
thus
easy
far.
to throw it away.
Yes.
So easy to throw it away.
There's your race leader. And there, in fact, is the battle for the lead, which has come down a couple of tenths on the last lap, courtesy of a decent lap of 44.9 by Newcastle A's Carl Knight. So the number 1 there is your Loughborough A car with James Mills at the wheel. Newcastle A in 2nd. This is only the 2nd race of the day for Loughborough. For Loughborough A, I should say, to be precise. But for Newcastle, this is their last race, as we've been covering. As the floodlights are on here at Whilton Mill. But they're, largely speaking, trading lap times so far. Are these top 2? New fastest lap of the race last time around from Loughborough A, 44.549. But had they not have set it, Newcastle A would have set a new fastest lap of the race. So they are both pushing incredibly hard here at the front of the field. This is one of those laps where they get, or last lap was one of those laps where they get relatively clean air, so can focus on pushing. And that is a key thing, of course. The moment you get through the traffic as a leader, you need to be back on that pace. That's the key thing. It really is quite a dynamic experience leading a BUKC race, so I've heard. So as they come up onto the back of some more traffic, and they're nearly 11 seconds now up the road from Swansea A, who's having a little bit of a quiet one at the moment. They've got 1.6 seconds in hand over Manchester in 4th.
Hello to Paul Lustow, who's subscribed on the DDMM YouTube channel. Thank you for tuning in, Paul. Thank you for your support. James Mills working his way through the night on his rear bumper. They're working together very nicely here. Back marker, the 120 aware of Mills there. Ooh, he's not making it easy for the race leader. And he's going to run wide there. That was Royal Holloway A in 27th position. Brighton A have got a penalty for a bump and pass and have lost 2 positions on that last lap. So that's not particularly good for them. Still looking pretty good, though. They've already got an 8th and a 2nd booked in.
I think, Andrew, is because they've come upon quite a body of traffic now, that battle. So that's where the the bump and passes can be accrued, and you don't want to, really. Derby A past Warwick C for 20th place. They take themselves up into that top 20, where you start to really start challenging for the crucial spots that are going to earn you good points come the end of the day for qualification. Trinity A as well, past Brighton A for 8th place. So a few positions being swapped out there. As the race leader goes down, or looks to go down the inside of the number 77. That's putting a lap on York A. York A, not too bad a drive so far, up to 25th from the very back of the grid. That was a difficult moment there for James Mills in the Loughborough car. That again will be an easy one. Nearly hit the monster curb there, considering whether or not to go to put the lap on York A. York A is just driving their line. And it just meant that Loughborough got a little bit held up on that apex. This is one of the best battles on track at the moment. The 5 of Manchester A with, well, it's actually calmed down a little bit, because Manchester B in the 63 has just got by on De Montfort. And that's brilliant play, actually, from the Manchester carts. The brilliant strategic play, although has De Montfort got back past in all of that? Yes, they have. Briefly, that was brilliant strategic play there by Manchester, with the B team acting as rear gunner for the A team, but De Montfort have got through on them again now. But that Manchester A De Montfort battle is a brilliant one that's been raging all the way through the race, and I think he's going to keep going here. Good day so far, I want to say. I'm saying that. I'm sat next to a man who knows it in much better detail than I, but the impression I get is that Manchester's had a decent day of it so far.
Yeah, at the moment they have secured 116 points, so they need one more good run, which is what they're doing here, and they will join Warwick A and Oxford Brookes A as qualifiers through to Mains Championship next year. But I think they're still thinking about that overall, and a chance of a round podium here.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see who makes up this Premier class. With obviously, we're mostly talking about qualifying for the Mains Championship outright, but I think it's going to be very interesting to see what the division is between Premier and Clubman teams in that upper tier, because I think again, we're talking about teams here where you're allowed to compete as a graduate this year, and that means you've got a lot of experience and skill at the sharp end of this championship, and that's before you get onto the usual rotation of drivers. I know we've spent a lot of time today talking about new drivers who are new to competitive outdoor karting and Club 100 karts, but every year as well we get those people who come in like Serenetti earlier on, and people who we go, oh gosh, we used to commentate on them in that series, and they're really well known, or they're really This happens routinely in the BUKC, and it means that suddenly the fortunes of a particular team can really go on the up and up. And I think there's so many of those strong teams. I'm genuinely interested to see who gets into that Premier class. The top 13 teams basically from today, and see how that all shakes out. I think that's going to be a really intense championship. I do just have this feeling of it being possibly one of the most open championships we'll have seen in a good few years. And that is saying something, because the BUKC is renowned for being an open championship.
A couple of penalties to tell you about, both for King's College teams. A cone penalty for King's College A and an overtake under yellow penalty for King's College B. There's Hirsch ready on your screen. Edinburgh A, 7th place at the moment for them. They've got attentions from behind from Trinity A, Brighton A and Trinity B. King's College having a difficult day, unfortunately. Currently, they're in projected 40th and 57th places. This is King College A's last race, 16th, 32nd and 21st. What was happening here?
What is it?
Quite a pack of carts coming up the hill. Manchester going through on some traffic.
Derby A have got past Brunel A. How are Derby getting on? Not too bad. This is their second race, 21st in their first race. They're in 18th now, having got past Brunel A, who similarly have, I would say, yeah, they're having another good one as well. They're moving forward. We always talk about it in qualifiers. Moving forward from your grid place is always a good day. It's everyone's. Is Bailey Morgan's cake from last weekend still available from Biffin Meadows? Everyone's waving for a slice and waving for again. That's the 1, 2, 3 of Swansea C. Maybe not quite expecting to that be one of the leaders coming through. There's your leader, James Mills. And it's half a second at the moment over Kyle Knight.
Who's just accrued a contact warning, by the way. Needs to keep it clean on lapping those carts. We should mention Brunel do have quite a history of success around this circuit.
Yeah.
Is it 2 seasons ago when we last had qualifiers?
Yep.
That Brunel took the win on one of the days of qualifying. So that is some of the prowess that Brunel have had around the circuit. Sorry,
This is a controversial moment for BUKC Qualifiers. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the free beer from Luke Austin for being the 20,000th subscriber for Alpha Live is one Mr. Howard Mitchell. Unbelievable. Who has used the BUKC studio account, which has never been on YouTube, to make that subscription. I have no words. I have no words.
Do you know, it's funny because what I was going to say to the viewers was, if I could subscribe twice, I would, and then I suddenly realised I could. I'll be sorting that one out with the Alpha crew after.
Box Cam, you will quite clearly see how disapproving I am of this behaviour. But there we
It's
go.
all right. I'm balancing it out by looking like the cat that got the cream. It's fine.
That's Kyle Knight. He's doing a good job. In second place, Newcastle A. I know people saying, "Oh, have they not qualified?" Yeah, they're going to be fine. Even if Kyle was to fall off here, we've got 160 points. I'm putting my neck on the line for the first time today and calling how many points you need. I reckon you need at least 145.
Yeah.
Which is proving the theory that we had before the start of the day. The average race position finish that you need is going to be higher. That's equivalent to finishing 11th, 12th, 11th across all of your 3 counting races, as opposed to around 15th in the old format with 6 counting races out of 8 competed. So, you know, that shows you just how competitive it is up there. That, you know, a 15th place for Edinburgh B, a 16th for Oxford A, there's a black flag for Brighton A, bump and pass ×2. And that is going to drop one of our runners from the top 10. Ooh, now that's
costly for them.
A bit of homework for you. I like throwing you these. Brighton A,
yes.
Were they DQ'd from Q6? Because I've got them as starting 33rd on the spreadsheet of doom here. And if that is the case, they might be okay. If that was a true representative 33rd on pace, Brighton A might be in a bit of bother now.
They were not disqualified
Ooh,
from qualifying.
Okay.
They set a best lap time of 47.8.
Let's see where Brighton A re-emerge after this black flag. They've got an 8th and a 2nd at the moment, which is all right. As we've just said, we reckon across your 3 counting races to be top 27 today, you need to be averaging around 12th place.
I just say, actually, congratulations to Brighton A for being one of the few teams who weren't penalised in that qualifying session. It's just, it's quite the list. You can understand why JV did just have a bit of a chat,
a rebrief
with the drivers after that. As well, actually, it's ironic that I say well done for not being penalised as they come in for a black flag. But yeah, that could be a very dramatic moment there for Brighton A in their effort to qualify, couldn't it?
Yeah, their next race is their last. Sorry,
swap for 4th place, but Manchester I think fought back up the hill, and it swapped back round again. But it is still De Montfort in fourth for now, but they keep on swapping positions as James Mills begins lap number 31. Sorry, my brain has to reset for how many. It's a 30-minute race, and it's the national layout, and my brain is really struggling to adjust to that. I'll look at the lap count and sort of get a bit lost.
So Brighton A have re-emerged in 19th.
Yep.
Okay. And they've got some karts ahead of them. They've got a bit of time here. If they could pull that up to 15th, they might get away with this.
Well, my question would be, have they actually... Well, maybe they've lost a little bit more, because
they've
if you think of how you cut the beam,
Yeah, they cut the beam on pit exit.
So this could be interesting. What have Warwick C done? They've got by. So yeah, they've re-emerged in 20th place, all told, for Brighton A.
Yeah, good point. Actually, yeah, they'll have been slow off of pit exit. James Mills with a bit of traffic to deal with. He's been in this situation before. He knows the score. Who else is finishing for the day up in this one?
Swansea A, where I seem to recall.
Let's have a look at what they're doing and what they need. So Swansea A in third.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to be fine. They're going to be fine.
UWTSDB are done at the end of this one, currently running in 9th.
Yeah, again, that's a moving forward. That's doing what they need to do, making themselves more comfortable.
Who else?
Newcastle A, we mentioned they're looking good to be going through.
Yeah.
Speaking about both Manchester teams have got past De Montfort on that last lap.
Leicester A.
How are Leicester A doing? Just up the road. Where are they in this race? 17th.
Yes.
Ooh, that's going to be tight. They may have done enough already because they've got 139 points on the board. They'll get up to 141 with where they are at the moment. So that's going to be a team that's going to have a nervy wait for the next hour or so as 2 more races are completed. Who else we got?
King's College A.
King's College A looking a little bit stretched here at getting into the top 27. Projected 40th.
And UED.
UED are in a similar situation to King's College. They're currently projected to finish in 41st. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. There's the number 63 on your screens.
Yeah, great race for Manchester, and that was the 63 having a battle with De Montfort. In fact, De Montfort are through on the 63 now.
Just like a replay.
Oh, that's a big moment there for the 84, and wasn't that
King's College A?
It is King's College A.
Wow, there's going to be 2 interesting moments there. Was there a little bit of loading on the 63, and was the 63 adjudged to have forced the driver wide there and taken them out?
And
that's a past judgment. That's why we were in a comms box and not in a race control.
And sorry, mate, I was focusing on who's done for their driving for the day. How critical is that for King's College A in their final race of the day?
They're not going to make it anyway, unfortunately.
Okay. It's still an awesome race suit, though. So
I like
fair
the
play
helmet
to
design
Jay.
as well.
Yeah, it's good. It's all good.
I like
simple
simplicity.
Yes,
noticeable.
We're very simple in the comms box.
That's been said many times.
Leicester A up past Oxford A for 16th place. That's going to be nice for them. Again, they are in their last race of the day, so every little helps. King's College A being confirmed as dropping down the order, of course, as a result of that incident up at Inkermans, for which I can't yet see anything coming through by way of admonishment for the karts that were in that vicinity. James Mills, though, leading this one comfortably. Sorry, I say comfortably. He has a gap of 0.8 of a second over Carl Knight in the Newcastle A cars. Unfortunately, King's College A is still recovering themselves back onto the circuit. And yeah, it's a difficult one. You're trying to get the traction on the geo block there, but is underway again now. And yeah, it's not that big a gap, is it, at the front of this one? But you do also feel that Carl Knight's been biding his time very carefully through this one. If he is going to make an attempt, and to be honest with you, he's a little too far back to do so right now. But if he is going to make the attempt, he's like, I'm not going to throw it away with anything silly here. I'm going to keep it nice and sensible. Still a battle going on between Manchester and De Montfort, though, the 5 and the 102 battling away. Swansea would be forgiven for wondering where everybody is in this one. They're 14 seconds back from second place, but they're 6 seconds ahead of that battle between Manchester and De Montfort in this one.
Hello to the most exciting driver in the world, also known as Christian Bessel, formerly of De Montfort University, asks, where are DMU looking in terms of the tracker? Well, at the moment, they are looking a little bit tight. They're in P27 on projection. This is their best grid slot on the road. The B team's looking a bit far off, 45th place. Howard, what have you spotted?
Penalty for second place for contact. 4 positions to be deducted from Newcastle A at the end of what will be their last race of the day. It's still going to be a decent haul of points, I would have thought, but it's a bit costly for them in the general scheme of things. And if this does go on to count as a round of a championship, that's not going to be good news. So this man here in the number 19 has accrued a penalty there, and what it means is Loughborough have won the race. Because pending any disasters, that is now, even if Carl Knight put a move in on James Mills, it would still go the way of Loughborough A in this one. Still the battle goes on between Manchester and De Montfort out there. Manchester B in the 63 gets back ahead of the 102. This has been a fantastic battle between those two universities throughout this whole race. Leicester A past UEC up into 14th. It's good work for Leicester, actually, steadily working their way up the order. Again, another team who are in their final race of the day, as that is Bournemouth putting a lap on a few drivers. James Mills is on his last lap. That's the more significant thing probably in the shot there. He's just working his way past the likes of Bournemouth and some of the teams as well. Various different laps, actually. It's quite a mix that he's driving through right now. But this is exactly the kind of drive that has seen Loughborough, that saw Loughborough become champions before. And it's going to be a fantastic way to get his campaign for 2022 off to a start. James Mills will cross the line to take the win for Loughborough A. It'll be Carl Knight across the line next, but he has got a penalty to be applied post-race there. But Newcastle have done everything that they can do within their power to try and qualify.
Where De Montfort A cross the line here is going to be pretty important. Are they in range of the Newcastle A penalty or not? It's going to be close. They've got to stay ahead of Manchester B to take advantage of it. Are they going to do it? Yes. Yep. That's big. That's really big for De Montfort A. They've not just held 5th place there and the points for that. They've gained another one with that penalty for Newcastle A. Well done, DMU.
Yeah, really good point. So Swansea A finished 3rd, Manchester A in 4th. All of this will bump up a bit when Newcastle has their penalty applied. De Montfort A in 5th. Manchester B, we then end on the teams who are going to benefit from that Newcastle penalty. Manchester B in 6th, and it was University of Wales, Trinity St David A in 7th. Edinburgh A, Trinity St David B, Loughborough D round out your top 10. Then it was Hertfordshire A, Bournemouth A, Leicester A, Edinburgh B, UEC in 15th, Derby A in 16th, Brighton A in 17th, Oxford A, Warwick C and Brunel A round out your top 20. Then it was Leeds Beckett A, Coventry E,
Jacob's ready
Warwick
whenever.
D, York A, De Montfort B in 25th, Portsmouth A, UED, Royal Holloway A, Gloucestershire A and King's College B to round out your top 30. UCL B, Edinburgh C, Manchester D, King's College A finished their day's racing in 34th. Brunel B, 34th in this race, I should say. Brunel B in 35th, and then it was Swansea C, as we are definitely in twilight here, aren't we, as darkness starts to come in over the circuit. I think we're ready to hand over to Jacob down on the grid, though. Let's get some of the drivers' thoughts ahead of race number 6.
I'm down here with the top 2, well, at least one of the top 2. James is over there doing whatever James is doing. Kyle, we'll start with you then, 2nd place. James, come on in, don't be shy. But Kyle, try as you might, you couldn't catch him.
Yeah, no, I tried. I did try, but there's a lot of back markers going about, so yeah.
Was there any point where you thought the back markers might have swung it in your favour?
Absolutely not.
He's just too good at getting through them, is he?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
James,
hard to get past, but yeah.
No opportunity. You didn't think maybe at the top, maybe you could have snuck past him?
Maybe, but clearly didn't.
Let's see what he has to say about it. James, he says you're too good to get me through back markers.
Yeah, I think that was key with this race actually. Start of the race, I managed to get a bit of a gap, and then I was closed down. To be fair, I could see that he was catching me, and then I was held up by a few back markers, and then I think if I want to win this race, I'm going to have to get through these back markers fast, and that's what I concentrated on doing the rest of the race, and it worked out. So.
I think the gap got down to about half a second at one point, but unfortunately no intense battling as we were hoping for on the live stream. But good race from you both. Kyle, good result for Newcastle?
Yeah, I think we qualified, so that's all we're really bothered about. But yeah, good result.
That's what we want to hear, and solid second race for Loughborough.
Yeah, so 2 races to go now. Let's see what we can do.
Excellent. Cheers both for talking to me, and I shall see you both later in the season, I'm sure. Kyle Knight of Newcastle finished second, and James Mills of Loughborough A, who finished first. Defending champions winning a race at the second time of asking. Excellent. Right, I believe the drivers are being weighed as well for this one, so hopefully the two that I just spoke to come in overweight. We see Kevin Sang there of Edinburgh making his way over to the scales. We are collecting in number plates and transponders as some teams have finished their race today. Some teams have only just got started. James Mill saying that was left for a second race, but in this new 7-race format, some teams are done. So we're having number plates and transponders back from them. Right, we should be about to see drivers come out onto the grid, and there it is. JV gives them the go-ahead.
Race number 6, make your way to your carts in, please. Get your numbers transponders
Here
on.
they
Get
come.
secure.
Let's see if we got a whole position for this one. Lucas Sullivan there looks to be heading towards the front of the grid. I know Tom Thickpenny didn't have a particularly good qualifying. Let's dive in on this number 1 kart. It's team number 14, and Riley Phillips is on pole position for this one. Riley's just putting his transponder on now. I don't think I've spoken to Riley before on the BUKC live stream, so this will be a first for him. Riley, have we spoken before?
No, I don't believe we have.
What are you doing on pole position then? Have you managed that?
Yeah, my qualifying session was hectic, to say the least, so I think very few people got clear laps in, and yeah, I was lucky enough to get one in, but yeah, Wilton's my home circuit, so it's good to be back here.
It's evidently paying off for you. I'm terrible with numbers at qualifiers because I can never remember who finished where last year. Who are you racing for?
Oxford BUKC this year, so yeah, same team as last year.
You are a Brooks driver, and we've got a couple of Brooks drivers around you as well.
We do, yeah, so hopefully we'll be getting a gap at the front and then squabbling at the end. That's the idea.
Manchester's Ocean Beach behind you, and I've forgotten Mr. Chilcott's first name. Do you know him?
No, I do not.
I'm going to go over and get to know him then. You enjoy your race.
Thank you.
Oh, let's slide in by here. I've forgotten your first name.
Anderson.
Anderson, of course. It's because it's a surname, really. Anderson, second place. Who are you racing for, first of all?
UE.
Okay, yes, you're one of the UE's new drivers. We saw Matthew Graham get a superlative result for you guys earlier. Can you carry on that trend?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if we get another consistent result, the overall team will do well. So just aiming for a good result, really.
That's exactly what we want to see. And I think you raced last year, didn't you? No, you didn't. No. You're new. I'm thinking of the test days. So this is your first BUKC race proper, is it?
Yeah, first go. So it's not going too bad so far. So hopefully we can keep it up in the race.
Well, you got a bit of experience around you. Riley was here last year, and Lucas has been here about 9 years now. So you'll do well to keep on the podium for this one.
Yeah, hopefully we can. But we'll see how it goes. Long race.
Well, good luck with that. I'm going to go see who else is around you. We've spoken to Manchester, and I don't like Ocean anyway, so we'll leave him. Tom Thickman, we've had plenty. We haven't had Sam Johns on the stream yet, and I do really like Sam, so I'll stop for a chat by here. Well, maybe not really like, but you're all right.
It was a bit of a stretch, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I saw you in the services once. That's about the extent of our friendship, I think.
Oh, it was a good stop, though.
Good result for Harry earlier. Can you match that or go better?
Hopefully. He did very well, to be fair. He came from the mid-pack to get second, so...
I think he was one place back from where you are now, as in one row back from where you are now. I think it was 10th to second, wasn't it?
Something, yeah, I think so, yeah.
You're 8th, so you should 7th. Oh wow, yeah, the pressure's on then, Sam.
Yeah, just hoping I can get through turn 1, to be honest, because the last race was quite comical. Especially down there, we were watching, it was quite funny.
There's been a bit of elbows out, but I've got faith in race 6. This is race 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, race 6 are a good gang, aren't they? JV even said in the briefing earlier they're not too badly behaved.
Well, I think Lucas Sullivan's a bit, yeah, I think everyone else is alright.
I've had my eye on him for a while now, actually.
I'm not going to be very happy I said that.
He's one for a sneaky shortcut, isn't he? He might, at the top of Christmas Corner, try and straight line that king.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I'm going to try that race line, see if anyone notices.
All right, well, yeah, let me know how it goes. I'll watch it on the live stream.
I'll probably be in the steward's office afterwards, but, yeah, we'll see.
They didn't see him do it at Clay Pigeon. They won't notice you either.
Oh, man, well, we're sorted then, aren't we?
All the best for that.
Cheers,
I hope it comes off for you. Let's wander further back. Let's get some proper midfield teams, shall we? Who haven't we had so far? We've had Yui. We'll jump into number 28. Who have we got here?
Warwick B.
Warwick B. We've had a bit of Warwick before, but I'll go for some more because we haven't had anyone from the B team. How are the B team getting on?
We're doing all right. We've got 11th, 17th, and then, yeah, I'm 19th. So hoping for a bit of a better race.
Sorry, do you think you can qualify for mains?
Yeah, I think so. That's the aim of our team. So hopefully we should be able to.
Quick wristband check. Each driver has a wristband so that we know that they're eligible to race. And yeah, but you're saying you reckon Clubman's is on?
I'm pretty confident we can get into the mains.
Good luck with that. I'm going to wander back and grab a couple more interviews before we start. Let's go to this side now, and with number 116, who have we got here?
That's Will Iliff, Oxford.
Will, I didn't recognise you with your helmet on, and well, I should have done because you haven't got your jacket on, which you haven't all weekend.
No, jacket still missing. Looking forward to being reunited with it.
Good news, I will probably have it at the end of this race.
That's super news. I'm looking forward to that indeed.
Will is very unfortunate to have lost his jacket yesterday. Someone from Cardiff stole it. If you go to Cardiff University, you are a thief, and you should be very ashamed of yourself. We'll be confronting them on the live stream tomorrow for you.
Terrible. The standards of these universities, terrible.
It's people from South Wales in general, Will. Will I live there? I have got his jacket. I will give it back to him at the end. Right, this is race number 6, the penultimate race of the first day of qualifiers. And I'm going to hand back to our comms team, Andrew and Howard, to talk us through it.
Just like to be clear, that was the man from South Wales making those comments about that beautiful region of the world and not us today. Here's Howard with your grid for race number 6.
Thank you very much. Brooks C start from pole with UEA alongside in their last race of the day, as are Manchester A. Brooks B alongside them on row number 2. Backstage Academy and Brooks E make up row number 3. Then it's going to be Trinity A and Brighton B on row 4. Row 5 is Brooks D and Loughborough A. Brooks F and Loughborough B are next, with Leeds Beckett A and Warwick A making up the 7th row. Row 8 is going to be Edinburgh A and Warwick C. UEC and Kingston A make up row 9. The top 20 is rounded out by Warwick B and Hertfordshire A. Then it's Derby A and Edge Hill A on row 11. Row 12 is Bournemouth A and Oxford A. Then it's going to be Swansea B and Brunel B. Swansea C and Portsmouth A and De Montfort B and Manchester B to round out your top 30. Then it's Gloucestershire A and Newcastle B on row 16. Row 17 is Brighton A and Edinburgh C. And then it's Edinburgh B and Manchester C to round out your 36-car grid. And we are good to... No, we're not good to go. I could have read it out at my leisure, but that's always the way for our penultimate race of the day. And that is because emerging from the pit lane there, I think that was Gloucestershire A, with a bit of a kart change going on there. It was either them or Edinburgh C. Difficult to spot and distinguish the 106 from the 104 in this light, because Andrew and I, as if we haven't been identifying karts enough today, we're entering the hardest challenge of the year, which is qualifiers in the floodlights.
Key race this, just to look out for. Backstage A, this is their last race starting from 5th. Brighton A, last race starting from 33rd. Leeds Beckett A starting from 13th. All could do with a result here in this one, just to solidify themselves in that top 27.
Yeah, we were just talking about the Warwick B interview that Jacob got there on the grid. their goal is to qualify.
Yep.
They do need a good one.
They do need a good one. It's their penultimate race, but here we go. All set for race number 6. 30 minutes on the clock. BUKC Karts number 14 on pole position. UWEA, who've had a very good day so far, alongside him on the front row. JV steps away. The lights go green and we're racing once again at Whilton Mill into turn 1. As is typical here, good start for those on the pole side of the grid.
Yeah.
It's a clean one, though, as they run up to Christmas Corner. Look at this. Here comes Ocean Beach in the Manchester A number 5 is already into the lead.
Yeah.
Round there in the middle of the park. Field there was Lucas Sullivan's involved. It's a real mess at Christmas Corner, the worst start of the day. There's about 12 karts involved. Someone's now stuck on the curb on the inside, and it's a false start, the first false start of the day.
Well, that's very good news if you are the driver for Newcastle B, because you got beached on the curb up at the apex of Christmas, and that does mean, that does mean that you go again. Disappointing for Ocean Beach there. Great start from third on the grid. Bit of salvation for our pole sitter Riley Phillips. Manages to get a second attempt at it. Will mean that some time is docked from the race. I'm not sure if it's going to be 3 or 5 minutes in a situation like this. But we're going to have to double check. Is that damage to an exhaust? That sounds very
Does
odd.
sound very tooty.
Technical
Is that a... I don't think that's a Rotax engine that we could actually hear there. Okay. Let's have another look at that start. So it all came from
Lucas
around...
Sullivan up at the near the front.
Yeah.
And it just causes everyone to bulk up behind them.
Contact with another one of the Loughborough drivers. This is the absolutely stacked race with everyone from... actually, no, that's the last race that's absolutely stacked with everybody from Brooks and Loughborough. This one's only semi...
I swear, as little as maybe a fifth of the field are from Oxford Brooks in this race. It's really, it's really quite slim on the ground.
Just a bit of news. Some more teams confirmed as qualified by us that we're calling, like a US election, before it's actually all over. Manchester A, Hertfordshire A, Newcastle A, all in. Coventry E cannot qualify. Everybody else, who we haven't read out already, has work to do or is sitting in the clubhouse waiting for their spots to be confirmed.
Don't forget, if you've got a spare monitor, spare device, head over to Double Dash Motorsport Media's channel. We've got a stream there where we are ticking through each of the teams and giving you the latest status of all of them. You can also see our ugly mugs, but you don't have to look. You could sellotape a piece of paper over that bit if it's that bad. But the ticker's useful because it shows you what the status is of each of the teams. We do have some who unfortunately are not going to make... Again, I say unfortunately not going to make it into the mains. There are teams out there whose goal today was not to necessarily make it into mains. But there are definitely some teams who have not have not got into mains. There are some teams who definitely have. They could sit out the rest of their racing. And in the Loughborough A kart in this one, experienced driver out there. Going to be interested to see how he gets on in this one. As we get ready to retry the start in this race. Are we going to be good to go this time around? Looks like we might be. No, we are going round again. That's the yellow chevron flag that indicates the full start.
I'm guessing that means we definitely will have had some time rubbed off now.
Definitely will have at this point. I'm wondering what's causing, because as far as I can tell, all the karts are in formation. So we're just waiting to see now when we can get this underway. Is Warwick A out of position? I think potentially they might be. Yeah, there's a kart working their way up through the order there, and it looks like the number 8. Do you know what? I'm going to claim that. I think I called it. That was Warwick needing to get onto the back of the pack and get up into their position. I would wager that we will be good for a go this time around for race 6 out of 7 of the Saturday qualifiers for the 2022 British Universities Karting Championship. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms box for you to take you through this and the other one remaining race of the day. We've obviously got tomorrow's running as well, and it'll all be streamed. All the racing action will be streamed live here on Alpha Live. Hello to those of you around the circuit as well. Great to see so many people out and about around the circuit today as we get ready to go again. Here we go then. Riley Phillips in that BUKC car on your left and driver's left. And then UEA alongside, and away we go. And it's a much more even start from both sides of the grids, but that hasn't started Ocean Beach from going for the move again in that number 5 Manchester A kart as they head on up the hill. There's a few drivers running wide, and again, Beach has just repeated exactly what he did with the first start clinically. And there's a spinner from fairly high up, actually.
Yeah, top 10.
That's going to be costly. We'll double check who that is. But it's a much cleaner start, I'm happy to say, as they all jostle for position through Inkermans and into the Zulus for the first time.
Yeah, not what you want when you're starting from the front of the field. And if it was someone like Backstage Academy, we'll confirm in a few moments, that could be quite costly in their last race.
It is 5 minutes that's been taken off the clock, so it's a 25-minute race. We're back to the more traditional format for a club, for a BUKC, sprint. Manchester A lead then at the end of lap number 1. BUKC in second, Brooks B in third. And it might be, UEA and Backstage Academy A both dropping down the order here, Andrew. This is costly for them both.
Yeah, Backstage Academy in particular. I think just joining us.
I think it was UEA who was actually the driver we saw spinning on the outside. Swansea Sea have had a drama out there as well and have gone to the back. But Backstage Academy down 26 positions to 31st.
And that's UEA out. That's UEA out of the race on lap number 1. And this is their last race. Now, they've got 161 points already secured, which should be more than enough. And you'll see a lot of teams confirmed as through at the end of this race. Backstage Academy, I think they're in real trouble now because they had that disqualification earlier on in the morning. In the start of the afternoon. They've effectively used up their drop score already. An 8th and an 18th, and where are they now? A 31st. That's not going to be enough to qualify for the Mains Championship this year. We're currently calling 144 points as what you kind of really need. That's going to leave them short by 15 or 16 points, I'm afraid.
Have we enough information on UEA's sister team who got their racing done, one of the first teams to finish, but were at the time looking relatively tight?
Yeah, so at the moment it's looking better now for UWEB as their A kart comes into the field. As out there is the number 54. Where's he going? That's Derby A.
Derby A.
Going away from the carts.
We're a little bit far from Derbyshire to run home.
So UWEB, as things stand, are 14th in the points, but obviously that's with a lot of races in hand for other teams. They're currently projected to finish 24th. As I say, that last race was really strong for them. They've got 147 points on the board, which is the way things are going, should be enough, and especially if the likes of Backstage and other teams around them start having errors and aren't able to capitalise on point situations. There's a number 91 going a bit slowly. It's Edinburgh B,
who's had some kind of drama out there because they are registering behind Derby. They've just registered as passing Derby A, but they've had some kind of drama. That was a 1 minute 10 lap time for them, so something unusual has befallen their race, and they're now being lapped by the race leader, Ocean Beach, going through, settling in to controlling this race if at all possible. And there is the Derby kart being recovered now, as that is Sam Johns in the Trinity A kart battling away with the Brooks E effort, and I think that was Brooks E through. I think that was a slightly Schumacher-Hakkinen-esque move there, actually, either side of the Edinburgh B kart. So I think that was a sneaky little move there for Brooks E. Brooks B. It was Brooks B just holding on to their position. Still a nice judgment through the traffic, though. Good battle going on between Brooks B and Trinity A at the moment. Yellow flags out in turns number 1 and 2.
Just to mention on a similar regard for followers of Trinity, because Trinity B are done. 10th, 14th, 15th and 11th for them. They are actually your clubhouse leaders at the moment, so that should be enough for them to go through.
Sorry, who are the clubhouse leaders?
Trinity B.
Okay.
Actually, no. I tell a lie. Newcastle A, your clubhouse leaders, they've finished, haven't they, on 168 and have already confirmed as qualified with the mathematics.
This the battle over second place. Brooks C, Brooks B, and Trinity A. Breaking away now from Brooks E, who are some 3.3 seconds, in fact, broken away, because the gap is 3.3 seconds back to Brooks E, who themselves are embroiled in a battle with Leeds Beckett A and Brooks D. Decent showing so far from, this is the other race, as well as race 3 or 4, I want to say, where Brooks is represented very strongly here. Every team apart from the Brooks A. Some drama has hit Brooks F. They've just dropped down 18 positions, and they're still dropping. There's a black flag. They've gone in to serve a black flag for taking out another competitor. So Brooks F, costly for them. How are the lower down Brooks teams looking, actually?
Let's
because
just put it in team order, in team name. And
the likes of E and F.
At the moment, all of them still projected to be qualifying.
Wow.
And a good number of them into Prems as well. As down the inside there goes Lucas Sullivan.
That's still in defence. He's been doing that for a number of laps, having to defend hard here against the Trinity car. This is the battle that we've been paying attention to.
I want to talk Leeds Beckett again, if I can. Really impressed with how they've tackled this afternoon. Left themselves with work to do from the timed qualifying earlier on, but they're doing it again. Their driver is in 6th place, started 13th. If their driver can hold that position, all 4 of the Leeds Beckett A drivers have moved themselves forward significantly from their timed qualifying, and they're going to be in mains. They're going to make it comfortably. This has been a superb response from a disappointing morning.
Backstage Academy on the recovery now, up to 17th place. They've just got by, in fact, up to 16th now. They've just got by Manchester B. So Backstage Academy, after that incident on the first lap, starting to run up the order, fighting their way up.
They've got to fight their way in here. At the moment, if they were to finish 16th, that would leave them on 141 points. As there's a spinner there, I think it may be Edinburgh C.
Yeah.
So Backstage Academy. I mean, there's good time. 18 minutes. You've got 2.8 seconds up to the next car to head, which is Hertfordshire. It's kind of 2-second jumps, isn't it, up to where they need to be? So 6 or 7 seconds, and you're gonna be there or thereabouts.
Well, what you want is there's a battle going on ahead between Warwick B, Brighton B, and Kingston A. They're very close together. If they can start to battle, they'll hold each other up, and that would give the opportunity to Backstage.
Why is it every single year we do this? Warwick are always on the bubble. They're there again. Currently, as it reads, are your 27th team. Where are they at the moment in this race?
Warwick C are running
19th.
all right. They're in 19th.
They've gone back with the Warwick B team's in an intriguing position because they're 28th on projected and currently sat behind their A team, who have already qualified. So there's a bit of a job here to be done as a squad for Warwick A to try and, help their teammates up and into a position as a black flag for UEA. UEA, that's a bit...
But they're already out for the count this one. They were the ones who had the incident on the first lap and down to 35th and the stationary cart and everything.
Yes, that's
they've
not
got
a race to write home about. There's the number 35 passing through your shots. That's Swansea B.
I should say as well, you really shouldn't be getting a black flag for taking out another competitor when you're down in 35th. There was nothing to be fighting for. There's not really an excuse for it under any circumstance, but unfortunately that's the nature of this one.
Swansea B, unfortunately, I think I just saw them there. I think they're going to be a bit short this year on reaching mains. They've been a feature in there before. There's a penalty for Oxford Brooks C for an overtake on a yellow.
And that's for second place.
Yeah.
That is second place in the race. Which means this battle that we've been watching for so long between Brooks B and Trinity A does become over a net second place.
I tell you what, that could be quite big for who wins this qualifier overall, because Brooks C have been right in there. Manchester A leading the race, of course, and they're going to put in a big score here. If Ocean Beach can bring this one home, it's a cone penalty for Oxford Brooks E. There is Oxford Brooks B. Lucas Sullivan ahead of Trinity A's driver there in the number 10. But yeah, at the moment, this is Manchester A's last race, and they're going to put in a very nice, a very pretty 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth will get dropped, and they'll finish on 177 points if Ocean Beach can close out this race. Having said that, we are halfway through the allotted time. Remember, 5 minutes were dropped off at the start, but 15 minutes to go. There is Lucas Sullivan trying to just find his way past another one of the back markers. Something went on around the top 10 that last lap. Warwick A are galloping down the road. So they've got up to 8th place. They've got past Edinburgh A and Brooks D. We've been talking about Warwick B. They're still there in 12th place. And this is actually a really good drive from the Warwick B driver, because they've improved by 7 places in this race so far.
Yeah, crucial.
And it's taking the pressure off in that last race, because you just don't know what's going to happen in the last race on a qualifier. We've seen it so many times before.
Yeah.
Doing a fantastic job.
Still a good battle going on between Brooks E, Loughborough A and Leeds Beckett A in the top 10. Some 7 seconds behind this battle between Trinity A and Brooks B that we've been watching quite a bit, as the 35 of Swansea B goes by on Newcastle B there. That's for 25th place. So that is the 35 past the 39 there, as we race in the darkness here at Whilton Mill.
Bournemouth A, I've got some work to do, but they're pulling their way back into this. They've started 23rd. They're up to 18th now, and they've just set their personal best lap, 45.705. So look out for the number 45 as who's that off in the gloom and in the dark. Someone in the boot. We'll track them through in a moment as to who's falling down the order. They've got going again now. Driver is perfectly okay. Kingston A, fighting still in there. I've gained a position against Manchester B.
It was Gloucestershire A, the spinner there.
Okay. Let's have a check-in on Gloucestershire. So making their debut here. Oh, there was someone driving their own circuit there, and they've got going again. Sorry. This is what happens in the dark, ladies and gentlemen, when we get to this stage of a day on the qualifiers. Gloucestershire.
The spirit of Yi Ding is coming out in the darkness, potentially.
39th place is where Gloucestershire are due to finish. They've got 2 races to go. They've got a 6th place on the grid coming up. A decent effort from them.
Niche reference for anyone who wasn't around a few years ago. Manchester A leads this by almost 3 seconds over Brooks C. But bear in mind that Brooks C have a penalty to be applied for overtaking under yellows, as Backstage Academy continue their progress up through the order, past Brighton B now, and up into 12th place, as there's a track limits penalty for Edinburgh B. This is another battle here. Oh, working its way through the traffic. That's the battle between Brooks E, Loughborough A and Leeds Beckett A, working their way through. That's a spin for Edge Hill A.
Yeah, and I think it may have been Gloucestershire A again. That's a really big move from Backstage Academy to get up to 12th place, because now that puts them on a confirmed 145 points if they can hold that position, which we think should be enough. They need to keep moving forward, give themselves a bit more of a buffer, but it's been a really good comeback from them, and there's a familiar helmet design.
Is that Warwick B?
Yes, it is.
That's Warwick B.
That is Warwick B. Right, here we go. The drama has started for teams trying to get in the top 27 as Tom Thickpenny's down the inside. He's got Leeds Beckett A just behind them. Yeah, that's a really good spot to be if you're Leeds Beckett A's driver. Just watch Tom and follow him through.
They've both just got through on Brooks E, was what happened in the last lap. Through that traffic, they've just got through.
Now that could be a telling moment for Warwick B.
Yeah, they're dropping.
Yeah, their driver was confident of making mains. That is looking in trouble now. The 4th driver for Warwick B is going to have a job to do. And as I say, we've been here before for Warwick B. They start 15th in the last race. Hopefully, this will just be a drop score for them. But the pressure is on for them now. Penalty for Brighton A. Spin under yellow for Brighton A. And they were another team that we mentioned earlier were in a bit of a funny place.
Yeah.
They should be okay. They've already got 151 points counting and in the book. It doesn't matter what happens in this last race for them.
I mean, Any consolation, Warwick? You have just lent a point to Warwick C. By B spinning out, and they're another
they've
team
just
who's
lost that again because Brunel B have got past them.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight for these two Warwick teams. The A team is fine. In fact, the Warwick A team is one of the most. Surely they're are they looking for the quote unquote round victory?
Well, currently they're sat third.
Okay,
on 170 points.
Yep.
But there are teams behind them with races in hand. We're not going to know really what the podium of this event is going to look like until the latter stages of the last race, this being the penultimate one. Still,
drivers.
In fact, that leads Beckett A now ahead of Loughborough. Just trying to make that through in the darkness. No, it's not.
No. We've got a nice reference point in Tom Thickpenny's helmet there.
Yes.
Very easy to spot, even now. As the darkness hasn't it fallen quickly? I know it is like we're right next to the solstice here, and tomorrow it will be the shortest day of the year. But goodness me, isn't it? It's fallen quickly here at the circuit. Fully under floodlights now. This Whilton Mill facility in Northamptonshire, just outside of Daventry. If you've never been before, do check it out. Great place to go karting.
Bournemouth A's great drive continues. They've got up to 16th place ahead of Manchester B. That is putting them on to the magical 145 for projection now. This has been a sterling effort from Bournemouth A. Qualified for the mains last year. In fact, for the last 2 years, because we didn't have a qualifiers last year. It was based off promotion and relegation of the 2020 season.
Yep. Ocean Beach working his way through traffic at the moment, I think. Just losing a bit of time to Brooks C on that last lap. The gap down by nearly 9/10 of a second. Actually, Brooks C really pushing, setting the fastest lap of the race at 44.559. Cannot take the win overall. They have a penalty to be applied for overtaking under yellows. They went by on some traffic whilst they were in a yellow flag zone. Big no-no there, so they can't win outright. But definitely in the hunt for this. Black flag for Manchester C. ABC takeout. They've taken out another competitor. So my question would be, who was the person they took out? Is it Brighton A?
Could be Brighton A. I'm going to mention Brighton B, though. This is why I love this stage of the qualifiers, because it's so tight. If we can find it, the battle for 12th place between carts number 29 and 50, if we can find that on cameras, that's a really important one. That's two teams both on the bubble. Brighton B have just taken 12th place away from Backstage Academy as the University of Wales Trinity St David driver goes down the inside. Brooks D get a contact warning. I think they're just coming down through the Zulus now for the guys on cameras if they can pick up this battle. Brighton B, if they were to finish in 12th place, should be in 157 points, but Backstage Academy finishing 13th would finish on 144. It's very unlikely they're going to catch the guys up ahead because there's 8.6 seconds up to Edinburgh.
This is it.
This is it. Well done, guys. Really good work.
Starting a new lap now.
And can Backstage Academy get back through? They've got a 2.7 second gap to Hertfordshire behind. So if we look a little bit further back.
There it is. There's the 29.
29.
And that's the 50
and
coming
there's
up
the
behind.
50.
So big battle for these two. Going through Inkermans now. Great pickup on the camera. Shout out right now to the producer and the camera crew because it's pretty dark out there.
Big. Edinburgh A have just got a cone penalty. So this is one of those weird situations where one place on circuit is the price of two. If Backstage Academy can get past Brighton B again here, they're going to take advantage of the penalty for Edinburgh A. This is key for their qualification. 6 minutes to go. The number 9 back marker,
B,
which is Edinburgh B.
Who just had a bit of a moment at the boot. But Brighton B about to clear them up the hill here. But Backstage are in the wheel tracks of them here. They've both got through in the traffic. That's crucial for them both. Hertfordshire A coming onto the back of this traffic, or in the midst of this traffic as well.
Can't go too full send, though, because if you get a penalty in this situation, if you're Backstage Academy, that could be it. But that point, that place ahead of them, is 5.5 minutes to go.
Bournemouth A making more progress up past
Yep.
Kingston A into 15th place. Warwick C making progress as well, past Brunel B for 18th place.
Bournemouth A's situation is a little bit less clear. There'll be pressure on their fourth driver, who's currently starting the last race in 10th place, and will need to hold that position for them to... And here we go, Backstage Academy trying to go to the outside now of the number 29 of Brighton B.
Brighton B going defensive here.
Brighton B should have enough points here. They've already got a 9th, a 5th and a 17th on the board, so they're making, in this performance, they're just making that 17th a drop.
I should say as well, we do need to keep an eye in amongst all of this. There is a race victory being contested as well, because the gap has closed right up between Manchester A and Brook C as they work their way through some of the traffic out there. So Ocean Beach is under pressure here from Riley Phillips as well. This is why qualifiers is so entertaining. This is exactly the stuff that we're talking about for the Jeopardy.
Here we go.
Then Backstage Academy down the inside of Brighton B into Christmas Corner. Does that move stick? Yes, it does. Backstage Academy up into a crucial, potentially 12th place, which we know will be a net 11th because Edinburgh ahead of them has that cone penalty.
Very, very tense lap this for Backstage Academy. If they can assert their authority, pull away a bit, they're getting some help actually from the 17 of UWEA behind. That's a car that's 4 laps off the overall lead, as out there facing the wrong way and they've run into Inkermans is Gloucestershire. They're out of the race. There's the number 28 of Warwick B in 24th.
Edinburgh ahead of Loughborough B though, so the cone penalty gets negated.
Yeah. So now Backstage Academy do not gain another position as a result of that. They need Loughborough B to get back past Edinburgh A to gain them another point.
The lead gap keeps ebbing and flowing as they go through the traffic. Ocean Beach has cleared some traffic. Now Riley Phillips is going through, so the lead gap has gone back out to 1.5 seconds with 3.5 minutes to go. Edge Hill A past Newcastle B for 27th place. That's going on out there. Spread out a little bit amongst the top 10. In fact, the closest battle is Brooks E versus Edinburgh A and Loughborough B in the battle for 9th, 10th and 11th respectively. That's the closest battle there. Warwick C and Brunel B starting to have a good battle for 18th place as well out there. Portsmouth A and Swansea C have just swapped positions actually. It's now Swansea C up into 25th place ahead of Portsmouth A as they continue to race through the darkness here. And that, someone putting a move in, that was UEA, I think, going past on Gloucestershire A that we just saw flashing through shot as well here in the darkness. There's your race leader. That was Ocean Beach in the number 5. And the gap closed down a little bit again on that last lap, but again, I think it's the effect of traffic in the darkness. That's the 54. That is a lap down. That's Derby A. That's... I'm sorry to report to Derby fans running last, but there's your race leader, Ocean Beach, coming on to lap number 31. And behind him, Brooksea have just cleared the last of the traffic. So with 2 minutes to go, they have got a clear space actually. Once they've cleared that Derby cart, as someone's getting very close to the grass further behind them, but I think managed to keep at least 2 wheels on the tarmac. Yeah, apart from the Derby cart that they're just coming onto the back of, our leaders now are entering a relatively clear part of the circuit. So this could be an interesting finish for the lead of the race, just in case there wasn't enough drama further back with all of these teams who are on the bubble for whether or not they qualify. Coming on to what will be the penultimate lap of the race, as there's a cone penalty for Hertfordshire in 14th place. So that's going to be another point in favour of Bournemouth, as Ocean Beach works his way up the hill in the number 5 cart, and the gap is down to less than a second now. Riley Phillips has very good pace in clean air in that Brooks C cart. He can't win the race. He cannot win the race outright because there is a penalty to be applied. I'm now desperately wanting to double check that though, because was it definitely the Brooks C cart that had that penalty? I will double check that one. But that's Derby and Gloucestershire ahead of them. But once they've got by, Ocean Beach will try and put a move on them there. Is this going to be called the last lap? It is going to be called the last lap. And it's super close through the traffic here between these two. Ocean Beach has been leading this one for Manchester throughout.
Got helped there, though, by the back mark of Gloucestershire A. That's put a gap between Manchester A and Brooks C. A bit of a punt there. 3 wide through increments. Is that going to work, everybody? Sort of. But that's a big moment for Manchester A, who are going to go into a position here where they're leading the round and really throw the gauntlet down to the rest of the field. Where is Ocean Beach in the gloom? Coming round the final corner in a moment. It's going to be another victory for Ocean Beach in the BUKC. Delivers for Manchester A a big 60 points. And may well have won the round for Manchester. We'll have to wait and see on that front. Where are the key teams in terms of qualification? Bournemouth A have come over the line in 15th place, a lap down, but Hertfordshire A are still there in 14th with the penalty just ahead of them. We're looking out for Backstage Academy. They're the ones in this race really needing to hold position. Edinburgh A stay in 10th. Loughborough B will be the beneficiaries of their penalty. We're waiting for Backstage Academy. Is that them over the line? Well, it's going to be 12th. It's going to be 12th. Ahead of Brighton B, Hertfordshire A. Where else did we have key finishers there?
Warwick B recovered to 23rd. I have noted they were making up a few positions after their spin.
Yeah. Well, they have still dropped points on where we would have expected them to come up. There's a cone penalty at the end for UWEA. That's fairly inconsequential in terms of qualification. Warwick C, where did they finish? 18th. They've dropped a couple of points on where they'd started from the grid. Whoa, that was a proper end of qualifiers day race with things going on throughout the field.
And it's not even the end yet.
Nope,
it's going to get even tighter. We've got some maths to do here in the box.
Jacob's
as
ready
we go into our final race of the day. Let's head down to Jacob down on the grid.
Is Sam Johns. He's very confident because he's 80 kilos. Sam, can I have a quick word? Oh, no, I need to ask you about it. You had a very good battle with the Brooks boys.
Is this on now?
This is live, yes.
Oh, man.
You don't have to talk to me if you really don't want to.
Just back markers. I was on the back of Lucas, and then...
You got past him at one point?
Yeah, and then he decided to dive bomb me and lose all of our time to second and first, but... I'm annoyed.
Well, I'm sure you'll manage to qualify anyway.
Sorry?
I'm sure you'll manage to qualify anyway.
Hopefully. If we have a nice and even bigger kick in the balls.
All right, then. Well, I'll let you get back to your team, and I'll get Lucas up next. Sam John's clearly frustrated. Lucas is going to jump on there. Hopefully I'm looking at a 78. He's fine. Lucas, let's have a quick chat. Sam sounded very disappointed that he couldn't get past you.
I mean, yeah, that's expected. When two mates are fighting, the one wants to get past the other, don't they? I don't know what happened to him in the end. I just looked back and he wasn't there, so hope I didn't do anything.
It's a strong race for yourself, though.
Yeah, good. It was really good. Just the back markers, just every time the three front runners would catch him, we'd all clear him at the same rate, so we never really gained on each other. But yeah, good race overall.
Typical qualifiers one, I think Howard called it.
Yes, very good. Cool.
Exactly. All right, then. Well, I'll let you get back to your team. I'm sure you either need to pass on the transponder or give it back. And I'm trying to spy Ocean Beach. He's about 8th or 9th in the queue, so we will grab him as and when he jumps on the scales, our race winner, provided he weighs over 75 kilos. We've got another retro-looking suit, a British Racing Car Club suit, and jumping on the scales now. And then a very colourful helmet to follow. Ocean is 4th in this queue. So far, so good for Evan Wernin. Nice 81 there. This lad looks like he... just dropped his glove there. Jump on the scales. There we go. Don't just throw your glove on it. 100 kilos. Well done. Ocean is... Oh, it's close, but he's a 76. Got worried then, and then that flashed up 74.
Oh, well, it's fine. 76.
A decent race from yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I started bricking it on the last few laps because I took it a bit easier on the back markers, but it was all right in the end.
And finally, a Manchester win. We've been expecting one today.
Yeah, I mean, some really good results from Michael, Kane and James, so I was glad to bring it home.
Is that it? That you finished now? So what have we got in total?
Well, we've had a first, second and fourth, so...
Well, maybe see you on the podium later then.
Hopefully, 2 of our drivers have gone home though, so 2 of us on the podium.
I'll come on the podium with you. Me and Josh will come on the podium with you, and we'll put some jackets on that look like yours or something, so it looks like we're a team.
Thank you. You're always welcome.
You know me, I like to help out, don't I? Congratulations on your race win. We got one more race to go. I shall speak to you later.
Ta-da.
Ocean Beach, the race winner for race number 6. And we have 3 more drivers. That's the first. Here comes the second. And shortly after him will be the third. As long as they're all 75 kilos, their results will be counted towards their team's total. Let's move out this way, Josh, and get ourselves on the grid. Avoid the rush coming out of the gate and wait by pole position for our man. Here they come. Out of the paddock, flooding onto the grid for the final race of the day. Race number 7. I see Matt Taylor there, former Drivers' Super Champion, lining up in position number 3. And in fact, diving into our pole position man hasn't materialised. Matt, quick chat. How's Brooks' day gone? Your final race here. Can you wrap it up with a neat little cherry on top?
Fingers crossed. Yeah, I'm not sure if we can win the round, but it's close, I know that. So I've got to try and get the best result I can to make sure we finish as high as possible. But overall for Brooks, I think, yeah, done really well. Hopefully, I think we should hopefully qualify all the teams, which would be a good achievement. E-team has smashed it. F-team had good results. So yeah, very proud of them.
Excellent. And who have you got in front of you here? Have you seen?
Lewis, C-team. They could win the round, I think.
You reckon?
Yeah, they've had a second, or a third, a second, and wherever he comes in this one, I guess.
And who's this over here in the similar kit?
That guy over there?
Yeah.
I think that's Loughborough.
Ah, okay. But these two seem to be
And that's Loughborough C as well, I think.
some sort of... it's a full-on Loughborough versus Brooks race, this, is it?
Got a row with Brooks carts here. Yeah, hopefully we should check out from them.
You got Adam Sears as well. If Adam Sears beats you, you have to retire from BUKC.
I'll have to retire, yeah, 100%.
All right, then.
Yeah.
That's that settled. I'm going to have a quick chat. It's Lewis in front of you, isn't it?
Yeah, Lewis, yeah.
Let's have a grab him for a quick chin rag. Lewis, how you doing?
I'm good.
Got yourself the front of a Brooks train here.
Yeah, somehow.
And your man over there is wearing very similar overalls. Do you know him?
No, I stole this seat.
Oh, right, okay.
I
was going to say I recognise it, and I knew you weren't Piers because he's not here. But presumably that guy is looking at you thinking, who's that in my team's race suit?
Imposter.
Do you reckon you will win this one? Apparently see you're having a good day.
Yeah, we just need a solid finish and then we'll happily be qualified.
What results have you had so far?
No idea.
Okay, you don't talk to your teammates. That's
I do, just...
You don't listen then?
No.
Right, well, I'm going to go find someone who does, but enjoy your race.
See you later, mate.
Let's jump over this side of the track. I'm not sure we've had a chat with Team 106 yet, have we? Who have we got here?
Blake, Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire, we haven't had any Gloucestershire. Blake, it's good to have you on the live stream. I believe this is your first stream.
Yeah, it's the first time Gloucestershire's turned up here, really. First team we've entered.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've met, though, is it? You've been to test days and things.
I did Drivers' Champs. And that race.
Yes.
PFI the other year.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you're a bit too good for the Rookie Championship, Blake.
Bit.
How Gloucestershire doing? Are you enjoying your first proper day in BUKC?
Yeah, loving it. It's wicked. Everyone's enjoyed themselves, I hope. Gloucester-wise.
So it's what you have on your Instagram anyway. I'm very much enjoying the feed.
100%.
And what can you do for us here? Are you 6th, is it?
Yeah, 6th. I don't know. Anything will do. I'm a bit... So yeah, I'll take anything, to be honest.
I have similar troubles myself, especially around this time of year. But in the dark, a bit of weight helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. after the race, if I've done decent, I'll say yeah.
Is Tom taking a photo of us? Or I didn't pose for that one. No, I think he might be. No, he's definitely. Never mind. We're not important enough for him. Well, anyway, have a lovely race, and I shall speak to you later, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you.
Blake Checkett's there of Gloucester University. Good news for those of you who watched the last grid walk. We've got Mr. Iliff's jacket back. That's some heartwarming stuff. Who's this sat on the side of their cart in a Scuderia Ferrari helmet? Who have we got here?
It's Albert Lagutka from Warwick B.
Albert, how's your day going?
Not too bad. Had a bit of a disappointing quali, but you know, what are you going to do? You're going to make
the race.
Exactly. That's what it counts, I mean.
That's all we need to say for that.
Exactly.
Good luck. Warwick, dear, we tend to bump into Warwick people left, right, and the centre here. Let's go for number 70. Who have we got in the 70 cart?
Dan White, Warwick D.
What? I'm sorry, you bump into people every time. No, nothing against you personally, but people are going to accuse me of favouritism, so I'm going to move. This man's suit looks fantastic. Where did you get that race suit from?
I can't remember. I think it was Grand Prix Racewear. Pretty cool. Thank you.
And who are you and who are you driving for?
So I'm Jack, and I'm with University of Portsmouth. It's the first time here, and I'm really excited.
Excellent to have Portsmouth on the live stream. Are you guys enjoying yourselves?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Are you guys winning?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. We're doing better than we expected to, so I'm pretty happy with it.
Okay. And in terms of this race, we're quite far back. Can you get closer to the front by the end of it?
I'll try, but my main goal is to not end up in a barrier in the first lap. So.
Yeah, continue to look good, not end up in the barriers, maybe score a few points.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Okay, let's go right to the back. Which place is last? Wait, you can't both be last. Wait, no, this is Paul. Oh, they're both last. Quick word. Last.
I'm going to try to push it to my maximum.
Good man, to the maximum. Right then, this man's going to win from last. It's the last race of the day. Andrew Howard, hand him to you in the comms box for race number 7.
That is where I've been going wrong, clearly. It is a proper old rivalry renewed here at the front for our final race of the first qualifiers day here. Brooks C will be on pole with Loughborough C alongside Brooks A and Loughborough A, your second row. Then it's a Brooks D and Poor Gloucestershire here for their first ever BUKC event in the midst of this long-standing rivalry with Brooks F next on the grid. Then we get on to other teams. Trinity A alongside UEAA and Bournemouth A round out your top 10. Then it's Kingston B and Loughborough B, Warwick C and Manchester B. Warwick B need a good one here, and Edinburgh alongside on row 8. Then it's De Montfort A and Derby A on row 9, Oxford Brooks B and UEC rounding out your top 20. Then it's Brunel A and Loughborough D, Warwick D and UCLA, Derby B and Leicester B, Portsmouth A and Coventry E, and then Royal Holloway A and York B to round out your top 30 on the grid. Then it's York A and King's College B, UCL B and Kingston A, and then Swansea D and Manchester D, giving it the max from the back of the grid for the final race of the first day of qualifiers for the 2022 BUKC Championship. Brooks C are on your left, Loughborough C alongside. The Brooks versus Loughborough rivalry is in full song as we go underway here for race number 7. Away we go into the darkness here at Whilton Mill. Packed balcony on the clubhouse as well as they work their way up the hill. It is Brooks C, the pole sitter, who remains at the lead of this one. Does it all go through Christmas Corner cleanly? They're high up in the field, and another spinner towards the back. We'll look to see who that was. They've managed to get themselves beached on the apex, so they're going to have to get themselves underway again as the main pack run through the Zulus for the first time. In these low light conditions, this is where the signals on the marshal post, the light signals on the marshal post really come into their own. It's Loughborough A who has come to the fore, though, as there's another stricken driver there. We'll keep an eye on who these are at the end of this first lap. It's Brooks C, Brooks A, and Brooks D, your top 3 at the end of the first lap. It is swapped around. Brooks A have gone to the front of the field now. Loughborough C in 4th. And it was Loughborough D and Leicester B and King's College B who had issues on that first lap.
Very big
Very big black flag on that first lap, Howard. Warwick C, ABC takeout, started 13th on the grid, needed to stay there to have a hope of qualifying. That has put a real dent in them being able to get the top 27 now, and they're looking like they're going to miss out.
But how about Warwick B up 7 positions on the first lap to 8th? That's got to be huge for the sister team in the Warwick camp.
Yeah, it's really, really big for Warwick B currently. And all of this you can follow on the DDMM data center for the scores going into this one. We'll keep you up to date as the situation changes. But yeah, that's pushing them up beyond 145 if they can stay there. There's still a long way in this race to go.
The 24 of Loughborough C has a look down the inside of Brooks D to try and break the Brooks 1-2-3 that's been set up at the head of this field. It is impressive stuff from the two most successful universities in BUKC history. Brooks A leads in that number 3. Then it's the 14 of Brooks C. And then Loughborough C, as I just said, got by on Brooks D there up at Inkermans. University of East Anglia A, the only non-Brooks or Loughborough team to keep up. There's a black flag for Loughborough B for a restart off the grass. Was that Adam Sears I'm hearing in my head?
If it is, he's ineligible in this race, we should say. So ignore him, he's not there. But yeah, Loughborough B, I think, they've already qualified, so they'll get a telling off, but it won't matter for their day.
Gloucestershire 8 doing well to hold. This has got to be their strongest showing of the day so far, I would have thought, from the Gloucestershire squad. Putting perhaps experience out in the darkness, which is pretty decent strategy. Side by side there, I think was going Loughborough C and Brooks D again in their negotiation over third place. No, it was UEAA. So University of East Anglia has just got up into 4th place, and Gloucestershire A has got by on Trinity A as well. Further down the order, Edinburgh A goes past De Montfort A for 12th. Brooks F have gone past Kingston B for 15th. Manchester D are on the move, if that's of significance as well, or even if it's not, they are on the move. Portsmouth A passed on Loughborough B as well for 26th spot, as the lead pack continues around the circuit.
There's quite a few teams, Howard, that are further confirming themselves in, which is quite rare for a last race in this situation. Manchester B are one of them. They are up 4 positions to 10th. They're currently, so that'll be improving their projection up to 150. De Montfort A doing likewise. They're up to 13th place. That's up 4 positions.
Manchester B and Bournemouth A get past Warwick B on that one. So that's Manchester B and Bournemouth A up 1, Warwick B down 2 to 11th. Likewise, Brooks B and F have both got by on De Montfort A. They're sort of working together now. There's almost like 2 Brooks groupings. There's one at the very front of this field, as we've got a driver out to driver's left through the final corner who can't get the kart going, it would seem. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to rejoin there if everything's in working order, but seems to be stationary. It's the number 54, which makes Derby A, indeed. As the Brooks 1-2-3 is re-established. But yeah, there's 2 Brooks packs here. There's 1-2-3 at the front, and then there's B and F working together to work their way on up the field in the lower part of the field. There's the 12 of UEAA, and then Gloucestershire behind. Loughborough A, then, in fact, I think Loughborough A may have got by on University of East Anglia in the darkness there. They work their way through the Zulus. Close battle at the front between Brooks A and C, but obviously those 2 sister teams, they're experienced of the Brooks teams at working together. They're going to do their best to maybe pull out a gap before they even think about having a battle within Brooks. That driver, the Derby A driver, getting some assistance on that final corner. Here is the battle for 4th place, currently led by the 24 of Loughborough C as they come up the hill. The 12 of UEAA is in the wheel tracks. It's still that driver who's receiving some assistance there. Side by side goes Trinity A and Bournemouth A through Christmas Corner. And that's gone the way of Bournemouth A. So Bournemouth A up into 8th place.
Am I blind here? Are we missing a Kingston A kart out there? I can't see them. They were due to start 36th, and at the back we've only got 34 runners. If so, that is another team that's not going to qualify, and they're just outside. They're on 139 confirmed at the moment.
Is Kingston B in the hunt?
No.
Okay.
No, they are long gone, unfortunately. Yeah, they're the team with only 2 drivers.
The Brooks, the second Brooks pack strikes again, and actually that's a huge lap for Warwick B, dropping down 6 positions there. Something's happened to them there. Had a very slow lap, and they've been passed by Brooks F, B, Edinburgh A, De Montfort A, Kingston B, Brunel A have all got by there on Warwick on the last lap. This is one of those teams that we're watching for being close on the bubble, as there's a look from Gloucestershire A there on the 12 of UEA A for 5th place, but it stays as they were as the leaders go on to a new lap. Here's another impressive show so far of Brooks domination, and I haven't yet seen a penalty for the Brooks karts as we saw earlier on. We did have a 1-2-3 on the road earlier today amongst the Brooks karts, but there were quite a few penalties, and actually only one of them got by unscathed. Kingston B now dropping down the timings, and is that them? That's Kingston B potentially, because they're losing out at the moment.
So the situation is pretty with one hand on a top 27 spot. They're keeping hold of it. All of those guys, the likes of your Manchester Bs, your Bournemouth As, your De Montfort As, they're all improving. And the ones on the outside looking in, Warwick C, Warwick B, Kingston A, they're all not improving. The ones I feel really sorry for at the moment are Leicester A, who are at the moment going to be 1 position outside. Now, I should stress, all these results are provisional, but that is how we're looking, as the 101 got grass on the tyres, Coventry E, and that's resulted in a spin.
Yep. Difficult to judge your braking zone when leaders are going through on you like that. You've got the kart engine notes around you. As what are we looking at here? I
think that was a replay.
That was a bit too quick for me.
That was accidental, sorry.
Gloucestershire A through on UEA. That's the recent development across the top 10. So Brooks A and Brooks C lead. Then it's 2 seconds back to Brooks D, who are having a bit of quiet time out there, because it's further 3 seconds back then to Loughborough C, who are battling with Gloucestershire A and UEA. And Loughborough A, actually. Number 1 involved here. In fact, there is the number 1 going. That was either defending or retaking the position from Bournemouth, because Bournemouth in the 45 going down the inside of Loughborough A, as Andrew says. This is really just Bournemouth reasserting their claim to qualify up into the mains. But they don't want to take liberties in this one, but they have nevertheless got by on Loughborough A this time around. So Bournemouth up to 7th place in this.
A couple of questions coming in regards, and yeah, we have had some big fallers today. Here's your list of teams that by our calculations are out of mains. Edinburgh B, Oxford A, that's one I didn't expect at the start of the day. UED, Swansea B and C, De Montfort B, King's College A and B, Warwick D, UCL A and B, Loughborough C, Edgehill A, Gloucestershire, Manchester C and D, Leeds Beckett B, Derby B, and it looks like they're going to be joined by their A team, and Newcastle B. They're all out. But yeah, Oxford A, as said by David Whitehouse on the DDMM chat, that's the big one today to not qualify.
UCL have traditionally had some featuring in the mains as well, haven't they?
They've been in and out of the division for the last couple of years. Meanwhile, we should say that there's still a roundup for grabs here.
There is, yep.
Manchester A are your clubhouse leaders. 177 points is what they're on. Loughborough A, what are they doing in this race? Not
they
improving,
are
actually.
in 8th.
Yeah, they're not improving. Brooks A leading the race.
York A have just dropped 7 positions. I'm not sure if they were in a hunt for...
Sorry, repeat again.
York A.
York A are already out.
Okay. Manchester A aren't in this one, and Loughborough A are running 8th, and Oxford Brooks A are currently doing all they can because they're leading. Here they are, in fact, leading.
So nobody is taking this round. Only Loughborough A can take the round win away from Manchester by beating them on a tiebreaker for number of race wins, and they're not winning at the moment. They're down in 8th place. So Manchester A can put the feet up at the moment. They're looking pretty good for a round win.
Look at this. This is the gauntlet being thrown down to the whole field here. The Brooks carts have all closed up. The 3 of Brooks A, the 14 of Brooks C, and the 13 of Brooks D. This is pretty impressive stuff from the Oxford Brooks squad. It's not the first time we've seen this, but I can't recall when we would have last seen it twice in one day. And this time it really is quite impressive. Here they are working together, the 3 sister teams, to work their way up through the traffic. I'm going to be intrigued to see how Brooks are in this championship. And there is a move from the D team on the C team. And there is the swap. So it's now ADC for the order of your Brooks carts at the head of the field as they work to put a lap on Coventry. Oh, no, that's a change for the race lead, isn't it? That is D going through.
Yep.
The 13 now ahead. And actually it's side by side between Brooks C and A. And that's a change for the lead. Brooks D lead. Now, is there any... Because Brooks A are the ones with the best chance of winning the round.
Sorry, say again.
Brooks A are the best... have the best chance of Brooks A.
Only Loughborough A in this race can win the round.
Apologies. Understood. Okay.
But they are in 7th. They need to win the race to do so, to tie on 177 and beat Manchester on tiebreak of 2 wins to 1.
Not to feel left out, Brooks B have just put a move for 10th on Manchester B. But and then Brooks F are running in 14th. So, and at the moment, all 6 Brooks teams looking on course to qualify, as far as I'm aware, which is just, I mean, it's massively impressive from the Brooks effort. Loughborough B have just got by on Portsmouth A. You've probably mentioned it, mate. Where are Loughborough B in all of this?
Let me just put it in alphabetical order. Loughborough B are in.
Lovely.
They've already got a 9th, 8th and a 9th. She's good enough for 157 points. Well in.
This doesn't feel right somehow, mate. I'm expecting you to sort of start steaming at the ears in the last race of a qualifier. It's a remarkably chill...
The macros and the Python code is taking us forward. This is the first time we've watched the last race of a qualifier with my own eyes.
Yes, rather, yes. Well, it's a problem because we can't see anything in this light.
UEA have just got past Trinity A for 8th place out there. 2 teams have had great days. Have already qualified. Actually, no, I don't care about that because UEA are ineligible in this race. Go away, Adam.
But Brooks B have just got by Trinity A. And Edinburgh have just got past Manchester B. Good little battle going on there. De Montfort A and Brooks F are starting to do battle as well over 13th place. Whilst Kingston B gets past Royal Holloway for 24th.
Just to keep going through, it's still pretty much a situation from a few laps ago. Those who are yet to qualify are all doing enough. Brunel A, in fact, they're all doing more than enough because Brunel A, they're in a spot of danger, but they're improving their score. They've improved 5 positions in this race, which is good to see. Bournemouth A, what a latter part of the afternoon for Bournemouth A. I thought they were in real trouble and maybe gone, but they've come back with a 12th and a 14th in the last 2 races, and they're in 6th in this one. They're going to be in by miles. Manchester B, as we say, they've gained 2 positions. They're up to 12th. De Montfort A, 14th. Those are the 2. If something is going to change in this last 15 minutes, I feel it's going to be one of those 2, and they just need to keep going round and not panic.
Sorry, mate, that was De Montfort A.
De Montfort A and Manchester B.
Right. Yep.
So that is De Montfort A, the number 102. So if we see them off the road, we get very excited. And the 112. 102 and 112. That's nice and easy for us to remember. But yeah, unfortunately for Warwick, it's not looking good for them. It looks like Warwick are going to only have 1 team in the mains next season. And they've got one of their carts up to 15th now, but that's going to leave them on 140.
Did you say it was De Montfort A and Manchester B, the 2 teams? Oh,
De
Montfort A's just got by Manchester B. Yeah.
Here's a great one. So you've got De Montfort A, Manchester B and Warwick B all line astern. 2 of those carts are making it in at the expense of the other one.
Black flag for Loughborough B. ABC takeout.
Yeah, they're already in.
That was the battle over 7th place that just flashed through our shot. Brooks B in the number 6, Loughborough A in the number 1. Here it is. And then the 12 there is UEA A, and then Trinity A is in the 10 there, is running in 10th place. A good little battle, this. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. And it did just swap on the last lap. Brooks B, not wanting to be left out of the Brooks party at the front of this, has got up into 7th place ahead of Loughborough A. Remember, we've still got another race to go of this one. Excuse me, another day of this to go. This is the last race of today. But we do it all again tomorrow with the other half of the 126 teams we have competing here this weekend. And some big names in BUKC. There's an even distribution aimed for between the days in terms of talent and success and experience and all of that stuff. The teams basically get seeded as that is moved from Trinity down the inside of UEAA into Inkermans. Really nice move there, if they can hold it together through the last part of the Zulus, and they can, but I think East Anglia will smell the opportunity yet to have a go again into the boot. No, they keep as they were. But yeah, big names tomorrow, of course, and I'm almost feeling I'm feeling nervous about starting to mention them because I'm inevitably going to miss one. But you've got Coventry tomorrow, you've got Nottingham, you've got Birmingham, you've got Southampton, you've got Exeter.
Yep.
You've got, you know,
Oh,
there's the
big
move.
dive.
That's a big dive there from UEAA on Trinity A, but it doesn't quite pay off this time. I've inevitably missed somebody out as the 79 of UCLB goes for a spin there. Slightly awkward position to recover yourself from. Probably the darkest part of the lap as well under the floodlights is up at Inkermans. That's a relative statement. There's enough light to drive by. Otherwise, what would be the point of the floodlights? But probably the darkest place. Penalty, ABC bump and pass for Loughborough B. That'll be 4 positions to be deducted from their position come the end of this one.
Great spirit from Warwick C. They're not giving this up. They're up to 20th place, cart to number 38.
Warwick D ahead of them if you want to just back off and lend some, lend some help.
D, Warwick C is faster than you.
Yep.
Portsmouth A we've not talked about enough today. They're in 23rd place. They've had a good run.
Yes, and sorry, I'm not sure if we've given them their juice. Are they here for their first major event?
I think so, yeah.
In
Portsmouth
BUKC.
University have been a former student team for a while. Good to see them here in the BUKC.
Yep. Absolutely.
Curb warning for Derby A. I think they can be proud of their efforts today here at Whilton Mill. Just keeping my eye on this battle. 13th, 14th, there they are going through. And unfortunately, there's Warwick B. They're a long way behind. It's out of their hands. It's really out of their hands. Having said that, they have been here before. They had this, I want to say it was 3 or 4 years ago when we were back in the old hut. And Warwick B sneaked in as a result of some late drama for other teams.
But I mean, I can remember a period with Birmingham where, you know, being here before, every year we would struggle to get the 2 teams through. And then there was a step change, which I'm sure had nothing to do with the timing of me graduating and leaving, where suddenly it was the norm to get the 3 teams through.
Yeah.
You know, so it's sometimes just the way of things. That's, you know, you've got to play the hand that you've got.
Yep.
And you know, I think what's important, what I always feel is important at least, is even if you have got, you know, a top flight team, a very strong team, you want to be supporting that talent because they're the qualifying team when you've all graduated. And if you care about and feel passionate about the continuity of your university club and its success, then that's something to bear in mind. So, you know, Warwick B on getting through on this day in history potentially, but they're on the cusp, and that A means they're set up for a strong intermediate championship.
Yep.
And B, it just means that, you know, if you're one of the experienced ones at Warwick, you've got to support the drivers coming through so that maybe next year they can get the job done. Brooks D still leading this one. Brooks C a second behind, with Brooks A in third. Working superbly well together here. Loughborough C. Loughborough C eligible in this one?
They are, but they've had 26th, 29th and 24th as their results so far, so they cannot qualify even if they win the race.
Why have I got an association with Loughborough C being ineligible? Was it? There's a team who just maybe
No,
it
they're
wasn't
fully eligible today.
That's good.
Good turnout from Loughborough
Yes.
here at Whilton Mill. There's been a track limit warning. It's down the inside of a back marker goes the race leader. 8 minutes to go here at Whilton Mill for day one of the qualifiers. If you've enjoyed the coverage and it's your first time here, give that subscribe button a press here on Alpha Live. We'll be back tomorrow for day two. I do it all again, starting off with the qualifications, timed qualification in the morning. We'll have that covered for you on the DDMM YouTube channel as the number 82 is off the road.
Derby B.
So join us both for that here on the DDMM YouTube channel, which also similarly, if you've not subscribed already, please do so. Really does help us out.
That's one heck of a recording light on the front of Derby B. That was like they had Christmas lights on the front of that GoPro.
And there will be simulcasting as well, both here on Comms Boxcam on DDMM and the full live stream, like you're seeing right now on Alpha Live from just around, just after 12:30. As I say, it's the same schedule as today, where we try and find the other 27 teams to go through to the top 54 for the mains championship, which is to say will be split as well into Prems and Clubmans, kind of like a Pro and a Pro-Am. Top 13 from each day going into the Prems. Everybody else who qualifies for the mains goes into Clubman.
Is there anything going out there in terms of being on the cusp of Prems or Clubmans?
That is a good point. Let's have a look.
I'm just wondering, are Brooks about to upset one of their teams here by not playing the tactical game, or something like that?
Brooks D have moved further forward from where they are, so they're further consolidated. Oh, look at this. I think we could have 5 teams for Brooks in Prems.
Blimey.
Brooks F, what are you doing? Not getting in there. Who else is massively improving? Loughborough B, what are they doing? Well, they've had a mayor, haven't they, in this one, so they're going to be in Clubman's. Brooks F are a little bit too far off, so yeah, I'm calm. This is not normal. Everything's kind of just staying in its status.
To be fair, is it also not the nature of the different format?
Could be, could be.
I'm just thinking aloud here, so I might be about to say something even sillier than usual, but a greater proportion of the field go into this last race with all of their racing done.
Yes.
There are more knowns going into the final race than we're used to. But yeah, it's and to be fair, race 6 got a bit frantic for the old spreadsheet of doom, didn't it? That was the one where there were some critical things. I'm thinking back to backstage, Academy moving up the field and stuff like that. Penalty for Trinity A. That's costly for them, running well in this one in 9th. An ABC bump and pass. So they'll be deducted for positions. That's just ahead of the point where it will help the likes of Manchester B and De Montfort A, who are two of the teams that we're keeping a close eye on with regards to qualification into the last 5 minutes of this one. Also a penalty for UEAA, another ABC bumper pass. So that's costly for them. That will help the likes of Manchester B and De Montfort A in their bid to qualify. Warwick C, as Andrew says, not giving up on this. They're battling with UCLA over 18th place, but UCLA have just got back past again as there's a cone penalty for York A. So they'll be docked one position at the end of this one. We're watching the battle between... that's Brooks F have got by on Loughborough A for 8th place in amongst all that traffic.
Manchester will like that. Cone penalty for York A. Will be in the Inters once more. Have a good stab at that.
Oxford Brooks B confirmed past Bournemouth A, and Brooks F confirmed ahead of Loughborough A now. UEA in the wheel tracks of Loughborough coming up the hill, but I'm not sure they can do much with it. We're looking for the 1 versus the 12. Loughborough goes defensive. Trinity A behind them in the number 10 looking to capitalise as well. Both the 12 and the 10 are carrying penalties, bear in mind, so they're trying to negate what they can. Bournemouth A, though, nothing to lose with this one. The 45 goes down the inside of Trinity, but Trinity comes back at them into the Zulus. Good little battle, this one, in the positions of 6th down through to 9th. No, I'll say that again. 9th.
Bournemouth do want to be sure they don't want to get a penalty here or any silliness at the end of the race, because they do still need to get round to qualify.
This is darkness.
And they've got an ABC. Right.
ABC takeout, black flag for Bournemouth.
Goodness, now this could be the change. We thought this was done. It's not done. Leicester A could be the beneficiaries of this. This is all going to depend on where Bournemouth A come out. If they come out... Oh, my goodness me. If they come out any lower than 14th, they're going to be in trouble. They're going to be in big trouble here.
I just want a small correction. It wasn't Bournemouth. It was the 46 of Edinburgh who was battling with Trinity. And there is Bournemouth A being shown the black flag.
Have Bournemouth A thrown away. They were comfortable. They were fine. They were gaining on... Oh, as the 45 is all that forced off there. Another one of the drivers that arguably could be another takeout. Bournemouth A are throwing this away with driver standards. 2 minutes to go.
They're going to have to pull into the pits.
This is going to be over. This is going to be over.
Yeah, there's not a big gap behind. There's 7 seconds behind Bournemouth to the Brooks F battle that we were watching a lap or so ago, and then it's gaps of mere tenths. Okay, De Montfort A. So I'm adding together the deltas quickly here. Actually, why don't I just look at the behind column? So it's 19 seconds. I think there's about 25 seconds back to 14th place.
And they're already there. They're already into 14th place. Yeah. This is a real shame. A real shame for Bournemouth A, who their second and third races in particular had put themselves in a position where if they'd held 10th place or gone further forward, they would have made it in by 5 or 6 points. They were up to 7th, but now are 15th.
Manchester B are up to 11th place, and the next 2 carts up the road both have bump and pass penalties.
Yep.
So Manchester B running in 9th effectively by my quick calculations. De Montfort A benefiting as well from that. Bournemouth A have emerged in 15th place. But bear in mind that they will be the same effect that we've spoken about. They'll be slow out the pits, so they may drop down behind Brunel A as well. This is Brooks D in the number 13 kart, coming around to start the final racing lap of the day. It has been a very impressive display by Brooks in the darkness here at Whilton Mill to close out their qualifiers day. It's definitely going to be something to watch when we get the season started in earnest in the new year. What kind of form can Brooks bring? They're going to set a new record for the highest number of university teams, teams qualified from a single university. 6 teams we're expecting to get qualified into the mains, 5 of which potentially could be Premier Class teams. A highly, highly impressive showing from one of the most successful teams in BUKC history. It's going to be a Brooks 1, 2, 3. Brooks D come round to take the final win of the day, with Brooks C in second and Brooks A in third. A 1, 2, 3 for the Oxford-based university. Loughborough C finishing 4th. That was Bournemouth going across the line, though, and finishing in 15th place as well. Brooks B come across the line. They worked their way up the order really well in that race to 5th. Gloucestershire A raced hard to 6th place. And then it's a gap of some 12 seconds back to Brooks F. Loughborough A next across the line, having battled race along with UEA. Trinity A get by on Manchester B on the last lap, but UEA and Trinity A both have penalties to be applied. De Montfort A finish in 12th. Edinburgh A in 13th. Warwick B in 14th. Bournemouth A finishing 15th, and possibly in a way which is critical for whether or not they qualify into the mains in that position. Brunel A in 16th, Warwick C in 17th, then it was Manchester D, UCLA and Warwick D to round out your top 20. University of West of England C, Kingston B, Loughborough B, Portsmouth A, Royal Holloway A for 25th. Then it was Loughborough D, York A, Leicester B, Coventry E and York B to round out the top 30. King's College B. I don't know how that driver's got there. Oh, maybe they've spun it when going through the cut through on the... Okay. York A20... York B in 30th. There was King's College B, Derby B, UCL B and Derby A.
Bournemouth A, if they're going to get in, they need to be saved by penalties and ineligibles. Now, I know there's one ahead of them, so that promotes them to 14th. That would put them on, my calculations, 143. They need 2 more because they're not going to win a tiebreaker with Leicester A. This is very, very tight once again.
I do just want to, whilst we're waiting, do just want to acknowledge all the people who've made the stream possible today. Thanks to Adam, who's been our producer on the Alpha stream. Piers, who has been running around helping out and doing everything that's needed behind the scenes. And also to our camera crew. Brilliant the opportunity that the BUKC is providing for camera operators to come in, have a go. So thank you today to Joe, Jack, Josh, Emma, Emily and Harry, which has got to be the easiest list of camera operators to roll off the tongue ever. If you could all just go around as a group to events to make it nice and easy for us, that would be brilliant. But cracking job on the cameras, not the easiest thing to do in the darkness. So thank you to all of them. I'm going to acknowledge Luke Austin, who's been behind the scenes at Alpha and who now owes me a beer. And of course, thank you to the marshals, thank you to the Club 100 crew who make it possible. Thank you to the circuit staff here at Whilton Mill. The diner here at the circuit has been...
They've been very
They've
busy.
been brilliant. So busy today, and they've dealt with that all perfectly. Very nice food as well it is.
They're just chatting in a minute.
I think...
You can send down to Jacob now if you want.
We can hand down to Jacob on the grid.
Here we go. And here we are with our last race winner of the day. It's Phil from Oxford Brooks C, I believe, who've had a very good day. D, was it? Sorry. Very good day for Brooks, though.
Yeah, overall, I think we've had our ups and downs. Mainly the first 2 races went really well, just the second half. Especially the D team, we were quite unlucky. We had a poor run of results, but this, is kind of a good way to end the day for not only for the D team, but also as the Brooks team in general.
And this is your first BUKC race win, is it not?
Yes, it's my first time here, yeah.
Oh, excellent. How does it feel to just show up and win like this?
I'm just out here to have fun and spend time with my colleagues and friends from university and just have fun and race and go-kart together. So and compete against other universities throughout the UK.
So I think that's what we're all here for, racing and fun.
That's exactly what we want to hear. I take it you'll be back for the full season next year. Yeah, then.
Yeah, absolutely. I will be here.
And any tracks you particularly got your eye on the calendar? Buckmore, PF?
Out of all the ones we're gonna go to, I've only been to PF. So we'll see. All the others will be an adventure to explore something new, try something different, learn the tracks. But PF is something I'm familiar with, and I'll just have to adapt my driving to this go-kart.
Yeah, I mean, we got Buckmore live streamed first round, then we go to PFI, we go to Shennington in between, which is a nice place as well, and then we come to my home, which is South Wales, and Llandau for another live stream final. So I'm sure you'll absolutely love it, Phil.
Yes, I'm sure I will, and I'll just try to bring the best results in just as I did now.
Good man. Well, thanks for talking to us, and congratulations on your win. We'll see you at the podium in a minute.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's Phil there from Oxford Brooks D team. Very successful day for Oxford Brooks, bringing 6 teams, I want to say, to today's qualifiers, which is, I think, a record. I'm not sure we've ever had 6 teams qualify, and certainly won't again with the limited space that we've got. Piers Packland-Walsh is here today. I erroneously said that he wasn't earlier in the day, but looks like he showed up. So there's Piers, former BUKC race winner himself. We just got the last couple of drivers coming in to hand in their number plates and transponders, and we are going to go straight to the podium after this. Let's see if we can find someone to talk to. Matt Taylor's over here. We'll grab him, collar him, and find out what happened there. Matt. Oh, come back over here. I need someone to chat to until the podium. Did you beat Adam?
Yeah.
That's all right. And I did want you to see you come back. How did your race go?
Yeah, all right. I was leading for a while, and then back markers got in the way, so the D team got in front. And to be honest, the way it worked out was probably best for the overall team because the D were having the worst day of all of us. So Varvar getting the wins probably, I might have even got them in Prem. I don't know. I'm not sure. So, and then I knew Lewis had a penalty in front of me, so I wanted him to finish in front of me, so he didn't lose many positions. So.
Lots of tactics going on in that race.
Yeah.
You're in that car, basically with a spreadsheet in your mind, trying to figure out.
I just knew Lewis had finished in front of me, and I knew they had a chance to get on a podium as well. So I think the A, B, and C team probably got very similar points. I don't know. I think we finished on the same points as B. So good round overall. Apart from Manchester, who had a really good day today. Fair play to them. So. But
there's an experienced BUKC driver for you. He's driven Whilton Mill so many times. You can think about all of that as he's going around at record speed, and he's gracious as well to Manchester, which is excellent.
Do you guys want throwing back to in the box or not? I don't think
yeah.
we're planning on, but do you want it?
Can do. Turning the number plate and transponders. Let's have this second person.
You'll have to come through and let me know, actually, to be honest with you.
Doesn't realise that I want to talk to him. You can come in and have an interview anyway. Who have we got here?
UCLB.
UCLB. I spoke to your A team earlier. How did the B team get on?
Oh my god, it was a pain. I started at the back. Obviously, you did speak to me like for 2 seconds. Just
of course, yes, you were one of those two.
I had the best start I could have asked for. I made up about 6 places in the first 2 laps. I mean, people were spinning out all over the place, which helped. But then just on the second to last corner, I got shunted off, and that was my race pretty much over. From that point on, I was just racing myself. So I was really annoyed about that. But
did you have fun though?
Yeah. Over the course of the weekend, I've had fun, and I think that's the main thing, isn't it? So,
yeah, it's a good day out with the teammates.
Yeah, definitely. First one as well, so always good fun.
Will UCL be back next year for the full complement of rounds?
Hopefully, yeah. I mean,
will you be back?
Yeah, I mean, I've still got 3 years at UCL after this one, so hopefully I'll be back in each of those.
Me and you will be here in 3 years' time. What will that be? BUKC 2025 qualifiers.
So just to make you aware, the cameramen are coming back, so we'll be on like a curved VT button. You can talk over it.
I'm Rohan.
Rohan, I remember. We've got a fantastic name. One of the best names we had at test yesterday. Rohan, thanks for talking to us.
Thanks for having me.
That's Rohan from UCLB. Let's try and find 1 or 2 more people to talk to. I'm just going to jump in this conversation here. Who have we got here?
Bence Barna, the captain of Bournemouth A.
Captain of Bournemouth. I haven't spoken to Bournemouth, so it's a good job I got into you. How did Bournemouth get on today?
We are really close to make the mains. We don't know because we got a black flag just 2 minutes before the end of the last race. So
who got it? Who got it?
Rory Hudson.
Rory. Where is he?
Somewhere there.
Hanging his head in shame. Too right.
I'm not sure. I don't want to blame on him. So we don't know exactly what happened. So. Yeah, we are really close, so it's stressful a bit.
Here he is. OTY means overtaken in the yellows. Would you like to explain yourself?
I think it was when I was actually annoying. I think I was him already, or like alongside him. Like then you come into the corner and like some guy's pushing you from behind. I've got to go for the op. Oh well, it's all good fun anyway.
We've all had a good time though, right?
Yeah. I enjoyed it. This was my first session at BUKC, so.
How are you the captain then? All these guys I've seen before. Somehow you.
I'm still doing the university, and he's on placement here, and so that's why I'm the captain.
That and you're the most handsome, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. That's how I got to be captain when I was in
I have a girlfriend back in Hungary, so.
I'm not trying that one, don't worry. Don't get too far.
Just to say to the camera.
Is she watching at home?
Yeah, of course. I hope.
What's her name? Say
Virag.
I'm not going to attempt to butcher the pronunciation of that. But yeah, we're going to see Bournemouth back 4 rounds next year.
Yeah, for sure. But we have to see if it's intermediate or mains. But we will do it, for sure.
Well, John's going to announce the results in just a couple of minutes over there at the podium, so I'll see you over there.
Okay, see you there.
That's Team Bournemouth, and we'll wander back down this way now, try and get in position for... I've been told that Andrew and Howard are desperate to have a little message, so I'm going to wander through this gate and pass back to them for a moment.
Information here.
Okay, so boys, you can talk over this. It's just replays.
Well, here we go. Here's some of the highlights of today's racing here at Whilton Mill. 7 races, 63 teams competing for those 27 spots in the mains. It is very, very close, to the point that we can't call it for those last couple of positions. But Howard, sum up the day's race for me.
It's been great.
Keep it snappy, boys, please.
It's been great to be back for the BUKC action here at Whilton Mill and here for the qualifiers. I've missed doing this. The drama that you get to see for each of the teams competing, I'm looking forward to us doing it all again tomorrow. Some good racing. Well done to the drivers who have succeeded. And I hope the drivers who are here for the first time have also enjoyed their first BUKC racing experience. But it only remains really for us to sort of say our goodbyes and hand down back to the results being announced by John.
Absolutely. A couple of PSAs. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 8:45, for commentary of timed qualifying. Join us on the DDMM YouTube channel for that. And 9 o'clock tonight, we've got coverage of some nighttime driving in the Jimmy Broadbent Race for Mental Health. We've got to pack up for that because we've got to make it back home for it. Thank you very much. We've been DDMM, Double Dash Motorsport Media. Jacob, JB, back down to you at the podium.
Do you know what? I mean, we've had some qualifiers over the years. I mean, going back since 2001, we've been doing this, myself and Willie certainly, and my sturdy team. We've had worse, much worse. So I think you should give all yourselves a big round of applause, everybody. So it was good.
Hopefully you can hear me. There we go. We're going to have to wrap the stream up, guys, because we are behind schedule. We need to pack everything up because I need to go and set it up in the sim rig. Thank you very much for joining us today. I do hope you've enjoyed this. Do give us feedback, how we can improve it, what you want. We'll be back tomorrow, as I say, 8:45 for timed qualifying. And then all of this again. And helping you guys work out who's in, who's out, and who's kicking about. So thank you very much for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed it. As I say, 8:45 tomorrow morning, we will be back for more. If you have enjoyed the content and you haven't already, please do press that subscribe button. Anything else? You're not mic'd up. That's why he's not able to say anything. But I say, we're going to pack up now. 9 o'clock. Kirith and the boys. Apparently we've been in 3rd. Let's get some iRacing on and raising some great money for a great cause. Ta-ta. See you in a bit.